Chapter 4190. The appearance of the earthly fire Buddhist lotus surprised and delighted Duan Lingtian at the same time. He did not expect his luck to be so good. However, when he thought about the people from two divine nations fighting for the earthly fire Buddhist lotus, Duan Lingtian calmed down. With my strength, it's not realistic for me to snatch the earthly fire Buddhist lotus from under their noses. It's obvious the earthly fire Buddhist lotus is not fully mature yet. Otherwise, they would have gone over to snatch it. If there's still no winner after the earthly fire Buddhist lotus matures, they'll most likely stop fighting. At that time, it'll be difficult for me to fish in troubled waters. Now, however, there's a chance for us to obtain the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. However, there's no point in obtaining it now because the earthly fire Buddhist lotus is only close to maturity and not fully mature. My strength is still too weak after all. Duan Lingtian felt helpless when he thought about this. However, when he saw the two people who were still making their way over to him, a strange light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, both of them were still fighting as they moved closer to Duan Lingtian without knowing he was there. One of them was from the supporting Fall Divine Nation, while the other was from the Shangyi Divine Nation. The person from the Shangyi Divine Nation was the first to discover the heaven and earth phenomenon of the earthly fire Buddhist lotus maturing. However, before the earthly fire Buddhist lotus matured and could pluck it, the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation had arrived. There are no other people from the other divine nations nearby? When Duan Lingtian thought about how there were more than one or two people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the Shangyi Divine Nation, he wondered if there were people from other divine nations hiding nearby, waiting for an opportunity to strike. I don't care anymore. Although Duan Lingtian thought there might be people from other divine nations nearby, when he saw the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the Shangyi Divine Nation getting closer and closer to him, he made his move first. Teleportation. With just one teleportation, he appeared even further away. Teleportation. Before Duan Lingtian teleported a second time, a powerful aura erupted from his feet, attracting the attention of the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the Heavenly Unity Divine Nation. While most of them stopped fighting, Duan Lingtian, who had teleported a second time, appeared above the High God Emperor of the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High God Emperor of the Heavenly Divine Nation. Then, he directly attacked. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 7 colored sword rays that filled the sky swept down from all directions. During this process, Duan Lingtian did not have any intention of holding back. He also knew that he could not hold back. If he held back, he might not be able to kill the target and put himself in a difficult situation. The High God Emperors of the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High God Emperor of the Shangyi Divine Nation had already stopped fighting. Instead, they stared at the spot where Duan Lingtian had teleported. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian had appeared above their heads and attacked. Although they reacted in the next instant, it was still too late. How dare you? You're seeking death. The two High God Emperors of the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High God Emperor of the Heavenly Divine Nation roared as they attacked. However, they were still too late. Before their attacks were complete, they were crushed by the rain of 7 colored sword rays that covered the sky. Even their bodies were reduced to ashes under the rain of 7 colored sword rays. The scene was dazzling, but it was also terrifying. Swoosh, swoosh. The rewards from the 2 laws fell on Duan Lingtian. As soon as the rewards from the 2 laws entered his body, Duan Lingtian casually took the 2 spatial rings and high-grade divine weapons that were left behind by the 2 High God Emperors before he fled. After teleporting once, the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High Divine Nation still locked onto him. After teleporting a second time, he finally managed to escape. However, even after escaping, Duan Lingtian was still exposed to the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High God Emperor of the Heavenly Divine Nation. It's Duan Lingtian. It's Duan Lingtian from the Righteous Divine Nation. One of the people from the High God Emperor of the Heavenly Divine Nation said in a low voice. The people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation did not look too good. After all, the people from the High God Emperor of the Heavenly Divine Nation were not the only ones who had died. One of the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation stepped forward and glanced at the people from the High God Emperor of the Heavenly Divine Nation indifferently. He said coldly, "If you don't want to benefit those who want to be the Oriole behind the mantis, I advise you to leave us alone. When the earthly fire Buddha lotus matures, you can rely on your own strength to compete with us." After he finished speaking, he looked at the empty space around him and said, "I didn't pay attention to the surroundings earlier, so I didn't notice. Now that I've checked, it seems like there are quite a lot of people here. Everyone, why are you still hiding at this point?" As soon as the High God Emperor from the supporting Fall Divine Nation spoke, more and more figures appeared in the surroundings. They were all High God Emperors from the other divine nations. However, these High God Emperors from the other divine nations were not stupid. As soon as they appeared, they quickly gathered together and stared at the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High God Emperor of the Heavenly Divine Nation warily. After all, these two divine nations had the most people. If they did not join forces, they would most likely be killed by the people from the two divine nations first. If that happened, not only would they not be able to obtain the earthly fire Buddha lotus, but they might even lose their lives here. Everyone, we don't have enough people, so we can't call for reinforcements. The earthly fire Buddha lotus will mature soon. Even if we leave to look for reinforcements, we might not be able to find reinforcements from our own divine nations. For this reason, I suggest we work together against the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High God Emperor of the Heavenly Divine Nation. When the people from the other divine kingdoms gathered together, someone said what was on everyone's mind. Naturally, his suggestion was accepted by the others. That's right. There are many people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High God Emperor of the Heavenly Divine Nation. We have to be careful of them. Everyone, let's join forces. Although the people from the two divine nations were still at odds with each other, they might join forces to deal with us now. All of us combined are not any weaker than the people from the two divine nations combined. If they force us into a corner, we'll just fight to the death. In any case, I won't give up on the earthly fire Buddha lotus. We should join forces and wait for the earthly fire Buddha lotus to mature. Then, we'll fight for it with our own strength. Initially, the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High God Emperor of the Heavenly Divine Nation thought the people from the other divine nations were a sheet of loose sand. They did not expect them to join forces. However, even if these people joined forces, the two divine nations were not afraid. After all, they had more people. When the earthly fire Buddha lotus matured, the advantage of having more people was still huge. For this reason, they knew their biggest enemy was the divine nations that had more people. Currently, the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation were more afraid of the people from the High God Emperor of the Heavenly Divine Nation. It was the same for the people from the High God Emperor of the supporting Fall Divine Nation. As for the people from the other divine nations who had been hiding in the dark, how could they not know this? Naturally, they knew this. However, in their opinion, although the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High God Emperor of the Heavenly Divine Nation had more people, they would definitely be at odds with each other. At that time, they would be able to fish in troubled waters. When the people from the other divine nations who had been hiding in the dark revealed themselves, the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High God Emperor of the Heavenly Divine Nation stopped fighting. They did not want to suffer losses and let others take advantage of the situation. Although they would still fight for the earthly fire Buddha lotus when it matured, they would still be able to pluck the earthly fire Buddha lotus at that time. Now, even if they won, they would not be able to take the earthly fire Buddha lotus away. After Duan Lingtian made his move, the people from the other divine nations who had been hiding in the dark revealed themselves and stopped fighting. Everyone stared in the direction of the earthly fire Buddha lotus. No one made a move, but at the same time, they were also on guard against the people around them. Do you guys think that Duan Lingtian from the righteous divine nation has really left? Someone who had some free time brought up Duan Lingtian who had made his move earlier. For a time, the quiet crowd broke out into chatter. Duan Lingtian definitely won't leave so easily. He must have his eyes on the earthly fire Buddha lotus as well. After all, who doesn't want the earthly fire Buddha lotus? I think so too. He'll show himself when the earthly fire Buddha lotus matures. However, he's really strong. Although he used a trick to kill the two high god emperors, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. Even if he hasn't reached the level of a half-step ultimate god, he shouldn't be far from it. It's hard to imagine that a lower god emperor could be so strong. If he's not strong enough, why would the righteous divine nation allow a lower god emperor to enter the heavens canyon and participate in the divine nation's battle? Although the crowd was talking about Duan Lingtian, they were not afraid of Duan Lingtian. Although he was strong, the threat he posed to them was nothing compared to the people from the Shangyi divine nation and the supporting Fall divine nation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware that he had become the topic of conversation for a group of people. After traveling for hundreds of thousands of miles, he found a place to sit down with his legs crossed and began to digest the 2 rewards he had absorbed earlier. Since he had killed people from other divine nations, the 2 rewards were doubled. It was equivalent to killing 4 high god emperors in the outside world. These rewards are more than enough to help me break through to the intermediate god emperor stage. I'll digest a small part of them first. Once I break through to the intermediate god emperor stage, I'll stop cultivating and return to the place where the earthly fire Buddha lotus is born. Now that the earthly fire Buddha lotus has appeared, it won't be long before the living beings in the heavens canyon erupts. Duan Lingtian had heard people say that when the earthly fire Buddha lotuses appeared in the heavens canyon, it was also the time when the living beings would start to riot. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and began to cultivate. While he was cultivating, in other places in the heavens canyon, there were earthly fire Buddha lotuses that had completely matured and were taken away by others. There were also earthly fire Buddha lotuses that were in the final stages of maturing. Chapter 4191. In the sky above the mountain range, the young lady was holding a lotus-like plant surrounded by golden light. Every once in a while, the golden light would condense into a Buddha figure. This is the earthly fire Buddhist lotus? The young lady stared at the lotus in her hand with a calm face. It doesn't feel special. I'll give it to Junior Brother later. Speaking of which, I haven't given Junior Brother a proper gift yet. While the young lady was looking at the lotus in her hand, there were many people standing in the air nearby. These people came from various divine nations. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would be able to recognize one of them. It was one of the upper-level god emperors from the righteous divine nation, Yunhe. Yunhe was the one who was most familiar with Duan Lingtian among the people who came from the righteous divine nation. At this moment, Yunhe smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that even though I rushed over before the earthly fire Buddhist lotus fully matured, I was still a step too late. I can't believe it's her. If it were someone else, I might be able to fight for it. The young lady in front of him had killed her way into the Feiyang divine nation's capital alone and killed all the upper-level god emperors there. Moreover, it was said that her strength was comparable to an ordinary lower-level ultimate god. He could not afford to offend such an existence. After taking a deep breath, Yunhe shook his head and turned to leave. There was no point in staying any longer. At the same time when Yunhe left, many others also left. These people, without exception, all knew how terrifying the young lady with the earthly fire Buddhist lotus was. Of course, more people chose to stay. Everyone. Many of them had even reached an agreement to join forces with others to kill the young lady in front of them, and then compete for the earthly fire Buddhist lotus fairly. If we're scattered, the earthly fire Buddhist lotus is destined to be hers. Why don't we join forces to kill her and take the earthly fire Buddhist lotus? After that, we can compete among ourselves. Everyone, if you're interested, you can stay. If you're not, please leave so that you won't be implicated. Although she's strong, I don't believe that with so many upper-level god emperors and half-step ultimate gods joining forces, we can't kill her. After the few high god emperors left, there were still close to 30 high god emperors left. These people came to an agreement and surrounded the young girl in front of them. At this moment, the young lady naturally saw the 28 people in front of her approach. 28 higher god emperors. None of them are from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation. Killing all of them is equivalent to killing 56 upper divine lords in the outside world. The young girl was none other than Duan Lingtian's fourth senior sister, Lang Chong. At this very moment, while the young girl was being targeted, there were still many people hiding in the distance watching. They all wanted to know what would happen next. Of course, they also knew in their hearts that even if the young girl was killed by these 20 people, it would be difficult for them to get half a cup of soup. Once they stepped forward, these people would target them. These people had also invited them to join forces to deal with the young girl, but they were all rejected. Under such circumstances, after these people joined hands to kill the young girl, they naturally wouldn't give them a chance to compete for the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. Close to 30 higher god emperors, among which there is no lack of half-step ultimate gods. Even an ordinary lower-level ultimate god would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Yunhe hadn't gone far. As he watched from afar and muttered to himself, he didn't regret his choice to leave. If he stayed, he might have a chance to kill the young girl. However, it was still impossible to obtain the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. Since it was impossible to obtain the earthly fire Buddhist lotus no matter what choice he made, he might as well not take the risk. After a while, under Yunhe's eyes, the battle in the distance began. Close to 30 higher god emperors didn't even give the young girl a chance to prepare. They attacked almost at the same time, obviously intending to kill the young girl in the shortest time possible. Facing these people's attacks, the young girl also made a move. She put away the earthly fire Buddhist lotus in her hand, and a divine weapon appeared in her hand. Waves of terrifying destructive aura swept over, and one could vaguely see the violent destructive power brewing and exploding. The young girl faced the siege of close to 30 higher god emperors by herself. The young girl looked short and thin. Among the higher god emperors, there was no lack of tall and sturdy people. When they joined forces to deal with the young girl, it felt like a group of adults besieging a child. Kill her. Don't give her a chance to escape. Yunhe stood in the distance and heard some of the higher god emperors shouting fiercely. However, he soon saw that the young girl didn't have any intention of escaping. Instead, she directly faced the group of higher god emperors head-on, and the aura on her body became stronger and stronger. After a while, Yunhe saw a scene that caused him to be in an uproar. Close to 30 higher god emperors besieging a young girl, but in the end, they were killed one after another like moths to a flame. After more than 10 of them were killed, the situation completely collapsed. Run. Damn it. Who said that her power is only comparable to an ordinary lower-level ultimate god? Her power is stronger than many lower-level ultimate gods. After more than 10 higher god emperors were killed, the young girl who was bathed in the light of the rewards of the rules was no different from the Grim Reaper who was holding the Grim Reaper's scythe to reap lives. Their mentality had completely collapsed. Run, run, run. No one dared to attack the girl anymore. Everyone was focused on escaping. However, they soon discovered that beams of light filled with destructive power were spreading out from the void. In the end, they turned into a cage that enveloped all of them. Yunhe's pupils shrank. Just now, when she killed those people, she was already setting up a trap array? How terrifying. Just now, Yunhe saw that the young girl had taken many unnecessary detours in the process of killing those higher god emperors. At that time, he thought that the young girl was showing off her movement skills, but now it seemed like that wasn't the case. The young girl was setting up a trap array. She had long expected that the remaining people would escape, so she set up a trap to kill everyone. Let's go. Otherwise, after killing those people, she will still feel that it's not enough and kill all of us who are here to watch the show. Thinking of this, Yunhe's forehead started to break out in cold sweat. Then, he left without looking back, almost as if he was fleeing for his life. The remaining onlookers also ran at this time. Obviously, they had the same concerns as Yunhe. Although there was still a big show to watch, they didn't dare to watch it. They were deeply afraid that after watching it, they wouldn't have the chance to leave. And at this very moment, the 23 upper-level god emperors that were able to trap the trapping formation had also been killed. When the remaining 23 upper-level God Emperors joined forces to attack the trapping formation and were unable to break through it in a short period of time, their expressions changed again and again. Damn it, I can't leave. No, I don't want to die. Spare me. Spare me. Among the remaining 23 higher God Emperors, there was no lack of mansion masters from other divine kingdoms. They were usually high and mighty, but now, all of them had a look of despair on their faces. There were even some people who didn't care about their dignity and knelt in the void as they begged the young girl for mercy. It's a pity that I can't find little Junior for now, the young girl sighed. Otherwise, I could have left you for him to kill. 23 higher God Emperors. Together, the rewards of the rules should be enough for little Junior to enter the realm of a middle God Emperor. Now, the young girl was saying these words and not thinking them in her heart. Therefore, after hearing her words, some people suddenly thought of someone. That lower God Emperor from the righteous divine kingdom, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was this young girl's junior? Duan Lingtian, a lower God Emperor, was someone who could kill a higher God Emperor. This young girl, a higher God Emperor, was stronger than an ordinary lower God Emperor. What kind of sect could nurture such a person? Madam, I'm the righteous divine kingdom's mansion master and I'm familiar with Duan Lingtian. Please spare my life for his sake. A middle-aged man's eyes flashed and then he said hurriedly. As he spoke, more and more people began to pretend to be people from the righteous divine kingdom and wanted to beg the young girl to spare their lives. Humph. The young girl snorted coldly. Among those who left just now, there were people from the righteous divine kingdom. As for you, none of you are from the righteous divine kingdom. Since you've stayed, then stay forever. As soon as the young girl finished speaking, she moved. The remaining 23 higher God Emperors were like turtles in a jar. In addition to the fact that they were already extremely desperate, not many of them could perform normally. Although a few of them began to fight desperately, they did not pose a threat to the young girl. So many rules and rewards, what a waste. After killing the remaining 23 higher God Emperors and absorbing the rules and rewards that they left behind, the young girl sighed. The rules and rewards left behind by the previous dozen or so people are enough for me to enter the ultimate God realm. As for the rest, after I enter the ultimate God realm, they will be of little help to me. I hope I can meet Junior soon. When that time comes, I'll give all the rules and rewards to him. Duan Lingtian did not know that his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, had obtained an earthly fire Buddhist lotus. The current him, after spending 1 day and 1 night, had finally successfully stepped into the realm of a middle-level emperor god. My divine power has evolved further. The divine power of a middle god emperor is much stronger than that of a lower god emperor. Now, I'm not afraid even if I have to face those half-step ultimate gods. It's time to go back. I wonder if that earthly fire Buddhist lotus has fully matured. If it's fully matured, I'll have missed it this time. I hope it's not fully matured yet. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian immediately returned to the place where he had seen the earthly fire Buddhist lotus anomaly. When he saw that the earthly fire Buddhist lotus anomaly was still there, he heaved a sigh of relief. I've finally made it. However, the earthly fire Buddhist lotus anomaly is a little different from before. Duan Lingtian saw that the earthly fire Buddhist lotus anomaly was beginning to form a golden Buddha shadow. It would form and disperse at times. The appearance of the Buddha shadow means that the earthly fire Buddhist lotus anomaly is fully matured. Chapter 4192. So many people? After retracting his gaze from the heaven and earth phenomenon of the earthly fire Buddhist lotus, Duan Lingtian saw 3 groups of people surrounding the earthly fire Buddhist lotus in 3 different directions. Among these people, there were 2 groups that Duan Lingtian was familiar with. They were the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and Shangyi Divine Nation. That day, he even took advantage of the intense battle between the 2 divine nations to kill one of their companions. It was also because of the reward he received from the rules that he finally successfully stepped into the Middle Divine Lord realm today. There are also people from the Righteous Divine Nation. In the 3rd group of people, Duan Lingtian saw a mansion master from the Righteous Divine Nation. He also saw a few familiar faces. There were people from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation and Fei Yang Divine Nation. He was representing the Righteous Divine Nation this time. Naturally, he knew the people from the Righteous Divine Nation. As for the people from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation and Fei Yang Divine Nation, it was all because of his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan. Since his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, had killed all the high-level God Emperors in the Soaring Divine Nation's capital, the number of high-level God Emperors who came to the Heavenswell Canyon this time was much fewer than the other divine nations. Duan Lingtian was so focused on this pitiful divine nation that he remembered most of the high-level God Emperors from this divine nation. As for the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, it was represented by his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, so he paid close attention to it as well. It seems like it's because of the arrival of these people that the supporting Fall Divine Nation and Shangyi Divine Nation temporarily stopped fighting. Duan Lingtian guessed the reason why the supporting Fall Divine Nation and Shangyi Divine Nation stopped fighting. At the same time, he knew this was only the calm before the storm. Once the Earth and Fire Buddha Lotus matured, a chaotic battle would ensue. It won't be easy to obtain the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus. Although Duan Lingtian had entered the Intermediate Divine Emperor stage and possessed strength comparable to a half-step ultimate god from the various divine kingdoms, he did not dare to say that he would definitely be able to obtain the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus since there was no lack of half-step ultimate gods present. Not to mention the other divine nations, just the supporting Cho Divine Nation and Shangyi Divine Nation's experts each had a powerful half-step ultimate god. Below these two half-step ultimate gods, there were a few experts whose strength was on par with a half-step ultimate god. The two people Duan Lingtian had killed were considered the weakest of the two divine nations. Let's wait. Don't go out yet. I've killed the people from the supporting Cho Divine Nation and Shangyi Divine Nation. If I show myself now, I'll definitely be targeted. At that time, I'll reveal my strength that's comparable to a half-step ultimate god. When the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus fully matures, I'll definitely be targeted. Now, in their eyes, although I'm strong, I'm only a half-step ultimate god. My threat is limited. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian no longer had the intention to show himself. He hid in the distance and waited patiently. Of course, with his current distance, there was no advantage for him to obtain the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus. In fact, he was at a disadvantage. When the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus fully matures, the battle royale will definitely begin. At that time, no matter who it is, whoever obtains the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus will definitely become the target of everyone. Therefore, it'll be difficult for anyone to obtain the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus within a short period of time. When someone obtains the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus, even if he can withstand the attacks of others, he'll definitely be injured even if he's a half-step ultimate god. I'll just do my best to be the Oriole. Because of that, Duan Lingtian wasn't in a hurry even if he couldn't show himself in advance or get close to the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus. There was no use in being anxious about such things, as there might be some unexpected surprises waiting for him. Now, there's probably quite a number of people waiting to be the Oriole, like me. Although he was only a middle-level Emperor God, his strength wasn't any weaker than a half-step ultimate god. Duan Lingtian's observation skills were no longer the same as before. He could faintly sense some fluctuations of aura scattered around. Obviously, the three groups of people weren't the only ones present. Let's wait patiently. Duan Lingtian stared at the heaven and earth phenomenon in the distance. The lotus flower that was transformed from flames stood tall in the sky as it swayed in the air. After swaying about 10 times, the silhouette of a golden Buddha could be vaguely seen before it gradually disappeared. However, as time passed, the golden Buddha shadow appeared before the lotus swayed for more than 10 times. In the end, it only swayed a few times before the golden Buddha's shadow quickly appeared. If the golden Buddha shadow continues on this path, it should completely solidify in the end. The heaven and earth anomaly will no longer appear to refine it. Instead, it will manifest as a complete golden Buddha shadow that will never dissipate. At that time, the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus will most likely be fully mature. Duan Lingtian speculated in his heart. Although he had heard of the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus before, He knew nothing about the earthly fire Buddhist lotus complete maturity. However, he could vaguely see something from the changes in the heaven and earth anomaly. In this mystical world, there were many things that followed a certain pattern. It seems like that's the case. While Duan Ling Tian was speculating, the appearance of the golden Buddha silhouettes became more and more frequent. Although he was still far away, he could clearly sense a strong smell of gunpowder in the air. Many people's divine powers were faintly discernible on the surface of their bodies. It was obvious that they were ready to attack at any time. Even those people who were hiding in the dark around Duan Ling Tian noticed had their aura fluctuated. It was obvious they couldn't hide anymore. Humph. In the distance, the supporting Fall Divine Nation's half-step ultimate god snorted coldly and scanned his surroundings. Everyone, since you're here, why don't you show yourself? Are you waiting for us to fight before you show yourself and reap the benefits? A group of people who were hiding in the dark with unstable aura were forced out by the supporting Fall Divine Nation's half-step ultimate god. Soon, a fourth group of people appeared in the middle of the field. These people did not mingle with the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation, the Shangyi Divine Nation, or the third group of people. At the very least, most of them were not with them. Of course, there were still a few people who recognized that the people from their own divine nations were also there and walked over. To them, although no one was trustworthy, if they really wanted to talk about trust, they would rather trust people from the same divine nation. These people are really impatient. Duan Ling Tian shook his head lightly when he saw the group of people being forced out. Unlike these people, he did not hide much. Even though he was only a mid-level god emperor, he was not discovered by a group of upper-level god emperors. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that these people did not use their divine consciousness to probe. Now that more and more people had arrived, coupled with the fact that the earthly fire Buddhist lotus was about to ripen, no one wanted to make another enemy just because they used their divine consciousness to probe others. It would be disadvantageous for them to compete for the earthly fire Buddhist lotus later on. Be careful. There are probably still many people hiding in the dark. The only half-step ultimate god on the supporting Fall Divine Nation side reminded the people around him. The others nodded solemnly in agreement. Those who came out are just impatient people. Don't think that these people are the only ones hiding. Someone from the Shangyi Divine Nation also reminded. The others also agreed. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian glanced at the scoreboard in his free time, and then he was stunned. His fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwon, was still leading in the individual scoreboard. However, the points at the end shocked Duan Ling Tian. Lang Chunwon, Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, 5,826 points. Isn't fourth senior sister's points a little too ridiculous? At this rate, it won't be long before she breaks the record set by that person in the past, right? It's said that in the Destiny Canyon, anyone who breaks the points record of the Divine Nations battle will be rewarded with extra rewards. There's a reward for breaking the individual scoreboard's record, and there's also a reward for breaking the Divine Nations scoreboard's record. However, the former only belongs to one person while the latter is shared equally by everyone from a divine nation. I just don't know what the previous record of the Divine Nations was. If the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation breaks the record this time, then those high-level God Emperors from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation will be in for a treat. They will all receive additional rewards. After looking at the individual scoreboard, Duan Lingtian's eyes fell on the Divine Nation scoreboard. He shook his head as he looked at the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation that was in first place. The Righteous Divine Nation. After that, Duan Lingtian looked at the Righteous Divine Nation's ranking on the Divine Nation scoreboard. To his surprise, the Righteous Divine Nation's ranking had dropped by a few places and was now ranked 9th. Currently, there was no one from the Righteous Divine Nation in the top 10 of the individual scoreboard. Duan Lingtian's points had increased, and his ranking had risen as well. However, it was not by much. Moreover, this was after he had killed the 2 high-level Divine Emperors from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the Hai Divine Nation. However, even though he was rising in rank, the others were rising in rank as well. It was just that they were rising in rank at a faster rate than most of them. Soon, after shifting his attention away from the scoreboard, Duan Lingtian looked at the heaven and earth phenomenon that occurred when the earthly fire Buddha lotus was growing. At this moment, The golden Buddha silhouettes appeared at a much faster rate. They appeared every 2 breaths. Then, they disappeared and reappeared again. After about 15 minutes, the golden Buddha silhouettes appeared every 2 breaths. It's about time. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as the divine energy in his body surged along his 99 heavenly veins. At the same time, many people who were hiding in the dark were exposed. However, because Duan Lingtian had concealed himself well, no one discovered him. In fact, he was confident that as long as no one used their divine sense to probe him, no one would discover him. He had this much confidence in himself. In 15 minutes, the earthly fire Buddha lotus should be fully matured. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, there were others who shared the same thought as Duan Lingtian. Almost everyone had found the pattern. At this moment, the entire place was dead silent. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. Chapter 4193. The Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus. It was a divine item that could allow someone who didn't have the talent to become a venerate. The Earth Fire Buddhist Lotus was the most precious item in the Divine Kingdom Battle of the Heavens Canyon. Once the Earth Fire Buddhist Lotuses appeared and were obtained by others, the riot of life within the Heavens Canyon would officially begin. The riot was similar to the riot in the Destiny Canyon when the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotuses were taken away. Wherever they passed, not a single blade of grass was left alive. Once the riot began in the Destiny Canyon, it usually meant that the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotuses that appeared in the Divine Kingdom Battle had already found a master. In the previous Divine Kingdom battles in the Destiny Canyon, not everyone had the opportunity to see the birth of the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus. Only a small number of people had encountered it. Just like now, Duan Lingtian had his eyes on the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus. Although there were many people in the open, there were only a few dozen of them. Including those in the dark, there were no more than 100 people. And this time, quite a few people from the various divine nations had come. Not to mention the other divine kingdoms, just the righteous divine kingdom had a few dozen people. Half of them were prefecture masters of the various prefectures under the righteous divine kingdom. Duan Lingtian was one of the righteous divine kingdom's prefecture masters. As for those who weren't prefecture masters, they were people like Yun He. Of course, not all of them were like Yun He, who was a direct subordinate of the righteous divine kingdom's monarch. Many of them were upper god emperors from ancient families and sects in the righteous divine kingdom. There were also some royal relatives. This was just the righteous divine kingdom. As for the other 29 divine kingdoms, apart from the Feiyang divine kingdom, which had fewer people, the other 28 divine kingdoms had about the same number of people as the righteous divine kingdom. Even if one divine kingdom had 50 people, 30 divine kingdoms would have 1,500 people. This time, there were actually more than 1,500 people who had entered the Destiny Canyon to participate in the Divine Kingdom battle. Although there was more than one Earth Fire Buddhist Lotus in the Heavens Canyon, only a few hundred people would be able to see it during the clash of the Divine Kingdoms. There were even more people who had no chance of seeing it. The Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus Heaven and Earth Vision would only cover a small area. Although the area covered wasn't small, it was nothing compared to the entire Destiny Canyon. It has matured. A series of exclamations broke the silence of the scene, where only the sound of breathing was left. At the same time, in the shadow in front of him, an indomitable golden Buddha shadow completely solidified. Then, it turned into a ray of golden light and fell from the sky. In a flash, it drilled into the ground. In the next moment, a lotus flower emitting a fiery light soared into the sky. The surrounding fiery light occasionally transformed into a Buddha figure. The lotus soared into the air and floated there, as if waiting for someone to collect it. The Earth and Fire Buddhist Lotus is mine. With a loud roar, a middle-aged man flew towards the Earth and Fire Buddhist Lotus with bloodshot eyes. At this moment, he gave off a deranged vibe. Someone used the mind-bewitching technique on him. Many people exclaimed softly. The art of mind bewitchment referred to the art of bewitching others. It was not useful in a battle between powerhouses, but when used to deal with people who were weaker than them, it was often very effective. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian was also a little puzzled. Why would someone go crazy and rush towards the lotus alone? Wasn't that seeking death? Even a half-step ultimate god would not dare to do that. He's finished. Almost at the same time Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, the middle-aged man was directly torn into pieces. It only took a dozen people to kill him in the blink of an eye. Even a half-step ultimate god was not needed. After the middle-aged man's death, the scene once again fell into a dead silence. The earth and fire Buddhist lotus was suspended in the void, but no one dared to approach it. It was as if it was not a treasure, but a monster. They're really patient. Duan Lingtian glanced at the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the Shangyi Divine Nation. Among the people from the various divine nations present, these two divine nations had the most people. Now, more people were on guard against them. They'll make the first move. Duan Lingtian firmly believed this without the slightest doubt. After a dozen breaths of time, Duan Lingtian's guess came true. The half-step ultimate god from the supporting Fall Divine Nation took the lead and stepped forward to grab the earth and fire Buddhist lotus. At the same time, the other people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation made their moves as well. They surrounded the half-step ultimate god to protect him as they glared at the people around them. Stop! All of you from the supporting Fall Divine Nation must die. As soon as the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation made their moves, not only the people from the Shangyi Divine Nation, but even the people from the other divine nations were taken aback. In an instant, the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation became the target of everyone. However, the supporting Fall Divine Nation's half-step ultimate god was able to obtain the earthly fire Buddhist lotus in the end due to the help of a helper. Next, as long as he could escape from the people around him, the earth and fire Buddhist lotus would be his. He's trying to teleport away. Everyone's expression changed drastically when they saw the half-step ultimate god from the supporting Fall Divine Nation gradually fading away. However, they heaved a sigh of relief in the next moment. This was because the void only rippled a few times before the half-step ultimate god from the supporting Fall Divine Nation regained his form. It was obvious someone had stopped him from teleporting away. In fact, before the earth and fire Buddhist lotus had fully matured, many people who were skilled in the law of space had already disrupted the space around them. It was impossible to teleport away. Even Duan Lingtian was not idle. He had been secretly disrupting the space around them. Just like the others, he was worried someone would teleport away after taking the earth and fire Buddhist lotus. As for why he made his move, it was purely to join in the fun. He knew even if he did not make a move, the space around them would not be stable enough for them to teleport away. The chaotic battle has begun. Duan Lingtian hid in the shadows and watched the scene before him with a calm gaze. The people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation took the initiative to attack the earth and fire Buddhist lotus and became everyone's target. Two of the supporting Fall Divine Nation's high-level god emperors were even killed by a group of people. Naturally, the people from the Shangyi Divine Nation were also involved. The supporting Fall Divine Nation's half-step ultimate god tried to escape several times, but he failed every time. In the end, he was surrounded by three half-step ultimate gods and had no choice but to throw the earthly fire Buddhist lotus away. After the earth and fire Buddhist lotus was thrown away, no one cared about him anymore. The three half-step ultimate gods who were closest to the supporting Fall Divine Nation made the first move to snatch the earth and fire Buddhist lotus. The half-step ultimate god from the Shangyi Divine Nation was one of them. The others from the Shangyi Divine Nation also came forward to help. Some of them even tried to grab the earth and fire Buddhist lotus. However, before they could grab it, they were attacked again. The scene before them could only be described in one word: chaos. These guys are really good at keeping their composure. Duan Lingtian glanced at the empty space around him and thought to himself. He did not believe there was no one hiding in the surroundings. That was why he felt these people were so patient. They were almost catching up to him. Although the scene before them was chaotic, after the supporting Fall Divine Nation's high-level god emperor died, no one else died. Most of them realized the situation was hopeless and did not continue to persist. Otherwise, there would have been more deaths later on. Because of that, the scene became very chaotic. Even the earth and fire Buddhist lotus was pulled from one side of the void to the other. Although no one else came into contact with the Earth and Fire Buddhist Lotus after the supporting Fall Divine Nation's half-step ultimate god, the Earth and Fire Buddhist Lotus was still affected by many people's attacks. However, no matter how strong the attacks were, the Earth and Fire Buddhist Lotus remained unharmed. It was only pushed to constantly change its position, flashing here and there. Later on, no one dared to touch the Earth and Fire Buddhist Lotus because they would be targeted the moment they tried to do so. Swoosh, whoosh. Soon after, two figures who had been hiding near Duanling Tian finally made their move. They were two half-step ultimate gods. It was obvious they had come together. As soon as they made their move, one of them took the earthly fire Buddhist lotus, while the other easily blocked the attacks from the surrounding upper-rank divine emperors. At that moment, the other half-step ultimate gods were busy fighting and could not care less about the two of them. The two half-step ultimate gods joined hands and took the earth and fire Buddhist lotus. None of the surrounding high-level god emperors could stop them. They could only watch as the two half-step ultimate gods fled. When he saw this scene, Duanling Tian's expression was calm, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. However, in the next moment, another figure walked out from the void and stopped the half-step ultimate god who took the earth and fire Buddhist lotus. It was also a half-step ultimate god. As for the other half-step ultimate god, he was surrounded by many high-level god emperors. The two of them who were moving quickly were stopped. The earth and fire Buddhist lotus is mine. Like a gust of wind, a figure in the dark rushed towards the half-step ultimate god who was holding the earthly fire Buddhist lotus in his hand. The half-step ultimate god who was fighting another half-step ultimate god was severely injured and had no choice but to throw away the earthly fire Buddhist lotus in his hand. Haha, thanks. The half-step ultimate god who was proficient in the law of wind laughed and thanked him before turning into a gust of wind and flying away. The surrounding space was chaotic and could not teleport. In addition, the half-step ultimate god who was proficient in the law of wind was extremely fast. No one could catch up with him. It's the son of the Fengling Divine Nation Monarch, Feng Xiaoxiao. At that moment, someone recognized the half-step ultimate god who took the earth and fire Buddhist lotus and escaped. Feng Xiaoxiao, the son of the Fengling Divine Nation Monarch, a high-level god emperor. Although many had heard of him and knew he was proficient in the law of wind, not many knew how strong he was. At that moment, Feng Xiaoxiao's move stunned everyone. The most outstanding son of the Wind Chime Divine Kingdom's monarch was actually this powerful? A half-step ultimate god? If he took the earth and fire Buddhist lotus, would there not be a second ultimate god in the Fengling Divine Nation imperial family? A clan with two ultimate gods. Chapter 4194. As a half-step ultimate god, Feng Xiaoxiao might not be the strongest half-step ultimate god in the entire Tiannan continent, but he was definitely one of the fastest half-step ultimate gods. At that moment, Feng Xiaoxiao had obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotus and was escaping. There were only a handful of people who could catch up to him. Moreover, the number of people who could catch up to him was decreasing. Damn it! Feng Xiaoxiao has hidden his strength too well. His wind elemental law has reached such a level. Feng Xiaoxiao was currently riding on his sword and riding the wind. His speed was so fast that it was shocking. Those who were left behind along the way had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, one figure after another, those who were originally hiding no longer hid themselves. One by one, they soared into the sky. Some of them just so happened to be in Feng Xiaoxiao's path and directly blocked her path. As for some of them, they rushed to Feng Xiaoxiao's side. Together with the pursuers behind them, they trapped Feng Xiaoxiao. However, even though he was surrounded by enemies, Feng Xiaoxiao had no intention of stopping to fight. His figure moved around and dodged all the attacks. His speed was so fast that most of the attacks could not even touch him. The earthly fire Buddhist lotus in Feng Xiaoxiao's hand shone brightly, causing the eyes of the group of upper-rank god emperors to turn red. Feng Xiaoxiao, as the crown prince of Wind Chime Divine Kingdom, do you only know how to dodge? Feng Xiaoxiao, you can't escape. Are there any experts who specialize in confinement laws? Quickly confine him. The The group of upper-rank god emperors were flustered and exasperated. Some of the upper-rank god emperors who specialize in spatial laws were easily shattered by the sword under Feng Xiaoxiao's feet, even though they were not half-step ultimate gods. There were also upper-rank god emperors who specialize in earth elemental laws who wanted to combine earth elemental laws with divine power to form a rock prison to stop Feng Xiaoxiao. However, Feng Xiaoxiao managed to escape as the rock prison was too slow. Feng Xiaoxiao had obviously come prepared. Some people tried to use the disc array to set up a formation, but they soon realized that the disc array's speed was extremely slow. It was as if its speed was being reduced by something. In such a situation, it was usually because Feng Xiaoxiao had something on her that could affect the speed of the array disc. It was also because the earth and fire Buddha lotus couldn't be consumed for a day and a night after it had fully matured. Otherwise, with Feng Xiaoxiao's speed, she could have consumed the earth and fire Buddha lotus directly and made the group give up. When that happened, although there would be people who would attack Feng Xiaoxiao out of indignation, there would be even more people who would choose to give up. This was because with the item gone, there was no point in pursuing Feng Xiaoxiao. Their goal was the earth and fire Buddhist lotus, so it did not matter if they killed Feng Xiaoxiao or not. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind rustled like a loach as it swam around the encirclement of a group of high god emperors who had walked out from the shadows. Before the pursuers behind it had completely caught up, it finally escaped the encirclement. Then, he continued to flee. The people behind him were slowly left behind. When the last person chose to give up, Feng Xiaoxiao, who had been fleeing for some time, finally revealed a look of joy on her face. However, he did not stop. Instead, he chose to continue fleeing. The earth and fire Buddha lotus is mine. Fortunately, I didn't make a move right from the start. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to utilize my speed advantage. Of course, it also has to do with the fact that I've been hiding my strength all this time. If they knew my strength, the half-step ultimate gods nearby would have stopped fighting the moment I appeared and targeted me. It's because they underestimated me that they gave me a buffer and allowed me to succeed. At this moment, Feng Xiaoxiao was in a very good mood because he knew how lucky he was to have succeeded this time. It was all due to luck. First of all, there was no one among the group of half-step ultimate gods who was good at speed. Secondly, there was no half-step ultimate god among the group of people who had blocked his path earlier. In addition, he was not in the mood to fight, so they could not stop him. It should be safe now, right? After continuing to flee for some distance and even changing directions a few times, Feng Xiaoxiao gradually slowed down and a smile bloomed on his face unknowingly. Earth and fire Buddha lotus. At this moment, Feng Xiaoxiao finally had the chance to seriously examine the earth and fire Buddha lotus in his hand. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't use it for the time being, I would have taken it immediately. Good stuff. Unfortunately, I have to wait. Then I'll wait a little longer. Feng Xiaoxiao grinned but was not in a hurry to keep the earth and fire Buddha lotus in his spatial ring. Once he kept it in his spatial ring and took it out again, he would have to wait for a full day and night before he could consume it. Suddenly, Feng Xiaoxiao's ears twitched. He who was good at using the law of wind might not be able to sense the minute changes in the distance, but he could still clearly sense the minute changes in the void around him. At this moment, he could clearly sense the changes in the void around him. The moment he sensed the minute changes, his expression changed drastically. He then unleashed his divine power, and the law of wind swept out in an attempt to restart his escape. Bang! However, this time around, just as Feng Xiaoxiao was about to move, she was blocked by an invisible barrier that suddenly appeared in the sky. Even though she tried to change direction immediately, she was still blocked by the barrier. At that moment, Feng Xiaoxiao did not try to escape. The power of wind raged around him and swept out everywhere. Finally, a square-shaped barrier appeared around him and blocked all his attacks. An expert who is good at using the law of space. He's trapped me. No, this divine power. Middle God Emperor? When Feng Xiaoxiao realized that the power that was trapping him contained the divine power of a middle God Emperor, his eyes narrowed. Then, a figure appeared in his mind. He was good at using the law of space. A middle God Emperor. It seemed like it could only be him. Duan Lingtian? Feng Xiaoxiao said in a low voice. At the same time, his consciousness began to scan his surroundings. Almost at the same time that Feng Xiaoxiao's consciousness vaguely detected a figure hiding in the dark not too far away. A purple figure who had been hiding in that place stepped out of the void unhurriedly. It was a young man in a purple robe. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. His face was handsome, and he gave off a peaceful feeling as he stood there. However, Feng Xiaoxiao was not in the mood to admire a man. He asked with a serious expression, "Have you been following me all this time?" He did not actually know the person in front of him. He had only heard of him and had taken a few glances at him before he entered. He was a demon-like lower god emperor who was good at using the law of space and had mastered the way of the sword. He had killed a upper god emperor when he was only a lower god emperor. There were even people who said that his strength far surpassed an ordinary lower god emperor and was comparable to a half-step ultimate god. At that time, he did not take it seriously and thought that those people were exaggerating. However, now that he realized that his opponent had entered the realm of a middle god emperor and had followed him all the way here, his heart could not help but tremble. One had to know that he had been running at full speed the entire time. Those half-step ultimate gods could only eat the dust behind him and could only watch as he disappeared into the dust. However, this person had been following him all along. Moreover, he did not notice.
Yes.
In response to Feng Xiaoxiao's question, Duan Lingtian nodded slightly. He did not waste any time and immediately used the space imprisonment. It was obvious that he did not intend to give Feng Xiaoxiao any chance to catch her breath. In his eyes, Feng Xiaoxiao was already a turtle in a jar. Of course, he was able to successfully use the space imprisonment because Feng Xiaoxiao had stopped to look at the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. It was Feng Xiaoxiao who had given him the opportunity. Now, things have become simple. Once I kill Feng Xiaoxiao, the earthly fire Buddhist lotus will be mine. I really did not expect this. This time, even Duan Lingtian did not expect things to go so smoothly. One had to know that although he had thought of snatching the earthly fire Buddhist lotus, he was not completely confident that he would succeed. This was because even if his speed was not slower than Feng Xiaoxiao, he would definitely be targeted if he appeared. However, when Feng Xiaoxiao appeared, she was not targeted. In addition, her strength and speed were beyond everyone's imagination. Therefore, she took the initiative and successfully escaped. The moment Feng Xiaoxiao succeeded in her escape, Duan Lingtian followed her path and moved forward stealthily. As everyone's attention was on Feng Xiaoxiao, no one noticed him. He only made his move when Feng Xiaoxiao managed to escape and stopped moving. Duan Lingtian, you're just a middle god emperor. You can't stop me, Feng Xiaoxiao growled. After she threw the earthly fire Buddhist lotus into her storage ring, the sword at her feet also appeared in her hand. This was a full soul superior divine sword. In Feng Xiaoxiao's hand, it brought about waves of swift and fierce wind. It was as if thousands of swords were slicing through the void, causing the void to shake and tremble. She defended against Duan Lingtian's attacks while attacking the spatial imprisonment around her. The spatial imprisonment shook for a while. However, as most of the attacks were blocked by Duan Lingtian, there was no immediate risk of it collapsing. When Feng Xiaoxiao saw this, her expression changed once again. She did not hesitate and instantly unleashed all of her divine power. The wind law also became louder and louder. Wong, 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 wong. Wind blades wreaked havoc around Feng Xiaoxiao. In the blink of an eye, they filled the entire spatial imprisonment, causing the spatial imprisonment to shake and distort as if it could collapse at any time. Idiot! At this moment, Duan Lingtian calmly spat out 2 words. Then, he shook the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand. A rainbow sword ray appeared in the sky and swept down. Then, not only did the sword principle appear, but he also began to control the surrounding spatial energy. This was the Tao of control of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Once the Tao of control was unleashed, not only did the rainbow sword ray change, but even the spatial imprisonment, which was shaking continuously and showing signs of collapsing, solidified once again. What is this? Feng Xiaoxiao's expression changed. Then, as if she had thought of something, her pupils shrank rapidly. You You've mastered the Tao of control as well. The Tao of control, the other four Taos of heaven and earth. Chapter 4195. The Tao of Control. As Feng Xiaoxiao cried out in surprise, Duan Lingtian continued to strengthen his attacks. The divine power in his body surged out like a vast ocean. If they had fought normally, Feng Xiaoxiao might not have been defeated even if he was facing Duan Lingtian at his peak. However, he had expended too much of his divine power. Even though Duan Lingtian had teleported along with him, he had not expended as much energy as Feng Xiaoxiao. Not only did he have to escape, but he also had to destroy some of his opponent's attacks while escaping. How is this possible? How can he master the Sword Tao and the Tao of Control at the same time? In the history of the heavenly South Continent, I have never heard of anyone who has mastered two of the four Taos of heaven and earth at the same time. Anyone who has mastered one of the four Taos of heaven and earth is known as the God of Creation. However, he has mastered two of the four Taos of heaven and earth. Despite his shock, Feng Xiaoxiao did not forget to defend himself against Duan Lingtian's attacks. At the same time, he destroyed the space around him because he knew that he could not fight for a long time. If the battle dragged on, he would definitely die. However, he soon realized that he had underestimated Duan Lingtian. While the divine power in his body was in short supply and was showing signs of exhaustion, Duan Lingtian's divine power was still as boundless as the ocean. Coupled with the transportation of the 99 heavenly veins, Duan Lingtian's divine power flowed through his body at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he had combined the spatial law, Sword Tao, and Tao of Control to attack Feng Xiaoxiao continuously. Feng Xiaoxiao was injured by Duan Lingtian for the first time under such circumstances. Feng Xiaoxiao opened her mouth and spat out an arrow of blood. Her face turned pale in an instant, and her eyes were filled with a strong sense of unwillingness. Duan Lingtian, if you kill me, my father will not let you off. Feng Xiaoxiao growled as he sensed danger. He tried to use his father, the monarch of Wenchime Divine Nation, to intimidate Duan Lingtian so that Duan Lingtian would not dare to kill him. However, would Duan Lingtian be intimidated by him? Idiot! This was the second time that Duan Lingtian had called Feng Xiaoxiao an idiot. Did she really think that he was a 3-year-old child? Ignoring the fact that the Wenchime Divine Nation King might not have the opportunity to attack him, given the current situation, if he killed Feng Xiaoxiao, as long as he didn't say anything, who would know that he was the one who killed Feng Xiaoxiao? Whoosh! The rainbow-colored sword beam whistled past, injuring Feng Xiaoxiao once again. This time, Feng Xiaoxiao's injuries were even more severe than before. She was on the brink of death. No, at this time, Feng Xiaoxiao no longer had her previous unyielding attitude. She became extremely humble. Duan Lingtian, don't kill me. I have a big secret. As long as you let me go, I'll share it with you when we get out. The current Feng Xiaoxiao could be said to be disregarding everything in order to survive. As for the so-called big secret, it was naturally fake. He just wanted to live. Sorry, I'm not interested. However, what made Feng Xiaoxiao despair was that Duan Lingtian was not at all interested in the big secret that she had mentioned. Instead, she continued to kill him, causing him to lose consciousness from despair. You're quite strong. If we were to fight normally, even if I could trap you, it would be difficult to kill you. Being unaware of the aureole behind is indeed the way of the king. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Then, he casually put away Feng Xiaoxiao's full-soul high-grade divine sword and Feng Xiaoxiao's storage ring. The earthly fire Buddhist lotus was in Feng Xiaoxiao's storage ring. Let's go back and take a look. There were so many upper-level god emperors gathered just now, and they haven't completely dispersed yet. I'll kill some weaker upper-level god emperors to accumulate some points and consolidate my cultivation base. After killing Feng Xiaoxiao, Duan Lingtian did not plan to escape. Instead, he headed toward the place where the earthly fire Buddhist lotus was born. Before he arrived at the scene, Duan Lingtian encountered a few upper-level god emperors. Most of them were alone. Among these upper-level god emperors, there were no half-step ultimate gods. Duan Lingtian killed them easily. Reward after reward fell from the sky, as though they were free, enveloping Duan Lingtian. By the time Duan Lingtian returned to the place where the earthly fire Buddhist lotus was born, he had already killed close to 10 upper-level god emperors. When he arrived at the scene, he realized that there were still a few upper-level god emperors. There were even a few upper-level god emperors who were fighting with each other. Some of them were fighting 2 against 1, while others were fighting 3 against 1. Obviously, they all wanted to kill each other to obtain the reward points for the Battle of the Divine Nations. So many points. I'll take advantage of the fact that the Living Riot has not started to get more points. Even if I can't catch up to 4th senior sister, I can't fall too far behind her. Otherwise, it would make me look useless as a junior brother. With such thoughts in mind, Duan Lingtian shuttled past the upper-level god emperors and killed them one by one. The few half-step ultimate gods had already left long ago. None of the remaining upper-level god emperors were a match for Duan Lingtian. In the eyes of those who were targeted by Duan Lingtian was a half-step ultimate god emperor. He was so powerful that it was frightening. None of them were a match for him. Duan Lingtian has entered the realm of a middle-level god emperor. Some of the upper-level god emperors wanted to escape after witnessing Duan Lingtian's power. However, as Duan Lingtian was already prepared, they could not escape at all. As a result, those who saw Duan Lingtian in action all died. Since I've obtained so many rewards, I'll go into seclusion nearby and try to stabilize my cultivation level as a middle-level god emperor. I'll head to the central area of the Heavenswell Canyon after the Living Riot. Of course, the area I'm in might be the central area of the Heavenswell Canyon. If that's the case, I won't have to worry about the Living Riot affecting this area. The Living Riot in the Heavenswell Canyon would affect the outer area, but not the central area of the Heavenswell Canyon. This was because the Living Riot would stop at the outer area of the Heavenswell Canyon. It was said that this was the law left behind by the Creator God in the Heavenswell Canyon. With so many rewards, as long as I have enough time, it won't be difficult for me to stabilize my cultivation level as a middle-level god emperor. While Duan Lingtian was going into seclusion to digest the rewards, the outer area of the Heavenswell Canyon started to become restless. Many giant beings were either walking on the ground or breaking through the air. Their bodies were emitting a murderous aura. Among these giant beings, there were a few humanoid beings that were emitting a powerful aura. They were following these giant beings as they moved towards the inner area. The earthly fire Buddha lotus has been taken away. Kill those intruders. The living creatures in the Heavenswell Canyon didn't have complete intelligence. They only had the instinct to protect the earthly fire Buddha lotus. After all the earthly fire Buddha lotus had matured and been taken away, they released their shackles and joined hands to kill their way into the Heavenswell Canyon. The weakest of these living creatures were lower-level god emperors, middle-level god emperors, and even upper-level god emperors. In fact, there were even some overlord-level existences among some upper god emperors. Although these living creatures weren't as strong as half-step ultimate gods, they were very close. In the entire Heavenswell Canyon, only half-step ultimate gods from the outside had the ability to kill them. However, in the Heavenswell Canyon, no one dared to recklessly kill these chaotic creatures. It was still fine if they killed lower celestial emperors and mid-celestial emperors, but if they killed too many high celestial emperors, there would be lower celestial emperors and mid-celestial emperors. If a lower-level ultimate god were to fall, a medium-level ultimate god would appear. Once a living riot occurred in the Heavenswell Canyon, there was only one way for outsiders to survive. That was to escape into the inner area of the Heavenswell Canyon. A living riot? Interesting. In the sky above a vast mountain range, a young girl opened her eyes. At the same time, she who was originally sitting cross-legged in the sky looked into the distance. If I kill a few upper-level god emperors, lower-level god emperors will appear? Now, the rewards from killing upper-level god emperors are no longer useful to me. However, the rewards from killing upper-level god emperors are not bad. Thinking of this, the young girl flew into the sky. Soon, she saw a large group of black figures in the distance in front of the vast mountain range. Among them, there were huge demonic beasts and some other living creatures. There were also many humanoid living creatures. When they moved in groups, Their auras were domineering as if they could destroy everything. Let's play with them. The young girl's figure flashed, and she charged towards the crowd of rioting creatures. Then, as expected, she was attacked. The group of creatures attacked her one after another. However, against the attacks of these creatures, the young girl easily dispelled them. Moreover, when she attacked, the divine energy that extended from her body was obviously different from the living creatures that attacked her. One should know that there was no lack of upper-level god emperors among the living creatures that attacked her. At this moment, if there was someone with good eyesight present, they would be able to tell that the young girl had already entered the lower-level god realm. In the Divine Kingdom battle in Destiny Canyon, once a lower-level god realm expert entered the lower-level god realm, they could no longer kill people from other divine kingdoms. However, there was no limit to killing living creatures in Destiny Canyon. Once they killed living creatures from other divine kingdoms, they would be immediately sent out of Destiny Canyon. Of course, once a lower-level god realm expert entered the lower-level god realm, they could directly leave Destiny Canyon if they felt bored staying in there. Bang! The young girl casually punched and killed an upper-level god emperor. Then, with a sweep of her other hand, she took away another upper-level god emperor. The two rewards fell on her at the right time, but they were not useful to her. Because she was already a lower-level god realm expert, the rewards for killing upper-level god emperors were useless to her. After killing a few more high-level ultimate gods, a black shadow solidified in the void and turned into a knight in black armor riding on a steel horse. The black-armored knight held a completely black, 7-foot-long spear in his hand. His entire body was covered in by armor, and even his head was no exception. One could vaguely see that within the black-armored knight's pair of indistinct eyes, there were flames of blood burning. His divine energy fluctuated and a destructive aura spread in all directions, causing the living creatures in Destiny Canyon to retreat as if they respected the knight in black armor. Chapter 4196. You're proficient in the law of destruction as well? The girl was not afraid of the black-armored knight at all. Instead, she was eager to fight. Looks like you're not weak. Very well, I'll let you practice with me. I haven't fought with an ultimate god since I became a lower ultimate god. The girl smiled and faced the black-armored knight head-on. As for the black-armored knight, he shook the black spear in his hand that was filled with a destructive aura and charged toward the girl. He was like a tank that was charging straight at a 3-year-old child. In the next moment, two gigantic figures appeared. It was the girl and the black-armored knight. Both of them had transformed into ultimate god apparitions that were more than 10 meters tall. A lower ultimate god's apparition was more than 10 meters tall, while a medium ultimate god's apparition was more than 100 meters tall. As for a higher ultimate god's apparition, it was more than 1,000 meters tall. This is the ultimate god apparition? I didn't expect it to be so powerful. I used to say that Third Senior Brother's ultimate god apparition was useless. It seems like I didn't understand the mysteries of the ultimate god apparition. No wonder Third Senior Brother didn't bother to argue with me. He only said that I would know how powerful the ultimate god apparition was after I became an ultimate god. The girl was Lang Chunwon. She had become a lower ultimate god Lang Chunwon and was currently fighting with the black-armored knight. The two 10-meter-tall figures collided with each other. Of course, Lang Chunwon's ultimate god apparition was only slightly more than 10 meters tall. The black-armored knight's ultimate god apparition was nearly 20 meters tall. The two continued to collide with each other. The destructive aura spread and tore apart some of the weaker creatures in Destiny Canyon. After a while, the black-armored knight let out a low roar. In the next moment, the creatures in Destiny Canyon completely ignored Lang Chunwon and moved toward the center of Destiny Canyon, crushing everything in their path. Only Lang Chunwon and the black-armored knight were left fighting on the spot. Their aura spread and the void trembled as if it would shatter at any moment. Looks like my luck isn't that good. Before Duan Lingtian could digest the large number of rules and rewards he had received earlier, he heard a series of roars coming from outside. It was as if thousands of armored horses were galloping over. The momentum was so great that the earth trembled. Even the cave he was in began to tremble. Dust filled the cave walls as gravel rolled down. If it was not for the formation on Duan Ling Tian's body that was supporting the cave, perhaps the cave would have collapsed at this moment. When Duan Ling Tian left the cave, it wasn't hard to guess that such a large commotion was caused by the rioting creatures in Destiny Canyon. Let's see which direction they are coming from first. Soaring into the sky, Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction of the voice. He could vaguely see a large expanse of black clouds sweeping over from his left like a dark cloud. Everywhere it passed, countless birds were sent flying and then turned into a rain of blood and powder. It was as if there was an extremely terrifying force that made them explode and evaporate. Although I have the strength of a half-step supreme god now, killing the upper god emperors in Destiny Canyon is not a problem. But if I kill too many and lower god emperors appear, I will definitely die. After confirming the direction of the rioting creatures, Duan Ling Tian turned around and left without any hesitation. The rioting creatures started from the periphery of Destiny Canyon and directly surrounded the area. As long as the direction of the rioting creatures was the same as the direction of the rioting creatures, there was no need to worry about danger. As long as he entered the inner area, the rioting creatures would not continue to pursue him. So, this is the direction to the inner area of Destiny Canyon. Duan Ling Tian looked ahead as he hurried. Only now did he confirm the direction of the inner area of Destiny Canyon. He was currently not in the inner area. As we head towards the inner regions, the further we go, the more high-level god emperors we will encounter. It is still relatively easy to kill at the beginning, but when the people from the various divine nations gather later, it will not be so easy to kill them. There is not much time left. Duan Ling Tian thought of this as he traveled. For this reason, he killed all the people from the other divine kingdoms he encountered along the way. In his eyes, these people were the rewards of the laws. Although he had not fully digested the laws in his body, they could be accumulated. Even if he had not fully digested them, he could slowly digest them in the future when he had the time. Duan Ling Tian. How is this Duan Ling Tian so strong? Every upper god emperor killed by Duan Ling Tian was shocked before they died. Some felt that they were unlucky to have met Duan Ling Tian, while others were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength. During this process, Duan Ling Tian's points soared. Not only had he charged to the second place, but he had also firmly left the third place in the dust. Moreover, the distance between him and the first place was constantly shrinking. There was no doubt that at this moment, Duan Ling Tian's name on the scoreboard was dazzling. Many people's points were also soaring because Duan Ling Tian was not the only one heading into the inner region. Many others were heading in the same direction. No matter if they met upper god emperors from other divine nations who were weaker than them, or if they met the scattered living beings in the Destiny Canyon, they would attack and kill them. Firstly, it was for the points. Secondly, it was for the rewards of the laws. Of course, during this process, there were also many people who were quite strong who were killed by others after they had obtained many points and rewards from the laws. Sooner or later, they would have to pay for what they had done. Why hasn't fourth senior sister's points changed? When Duan Ling Tian killed another upper god emperor who was alone in the Destiny Canyon, he took a look at the scoreboard. It was not difficult to see that fourth senior sister Lang Chunwon's points, who was ranked first, had not changed at all. Now, he was only less than 1,000 points away from her. What is fourth senior sister doing? Will she be okay? Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly and could not help but worry. He knew about fourth senior sister Lang Chunwon's strength. This time, none of the upper god emperors from various divine nations who had entered would be a match for her. The only thing that could threaten her was the existence of the ultimate god realm. Unless some divine nation's people stepped into the ultimate god realm to deal with her, or she killed many upper god emperor living beings in the process of the riot, provoking the lower god venerable living beings. Both situations were possible. However, although he was worried, Duan Ling Tian knew that there was nothing he could do. He could only pray that fourth senior sister was safe. Bang, 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 bang. After moving forward for a while, Duan Ling Tian suddenly heard a deafening roar. At the same time, a shout was heard. Lu Qi, you and I are both half-step ultimate gods. If we continue to fight, both of us will be injured. Aren't you worried that someone will take advantage of us and kill us? Humph. Another angry voice was heard. You killed my son, and you still want to persuade me? Dream on. Today, I will kill you even if both of us are injured. If you don't dare to risk your life, you will die in my hands eventually. After the two voices were heard, the roar became softer and softer. It was obvious that they were fighting as they moved deeper into the canyon. Obviously, the person who spoke first did not want to continue the fight and continued to move deeper into the canyon. Behind him, the other half-step ultimate god was in hot pursuit. The two of them continued to fight without stopping. At least, in Duan Lingtian's ears, it did not stop. Two half-step ultimate gods? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he followed. Are these two setting up a trap, or do they really have a grudge against each other? Although they had made it clear that they had a grudge against each other for killing their son, who knew if they were working together to set up a trap to kill everyone nearby? After all, it was much more tiring to find someone to kill than to have someone walk right into their trap. Duan Lingtian did not forget to hide his tracks as he followed them. He was also worried that the two of them were baiting him. However, after following them for a while, he saw that both of them were injured. Even the one who was running away had stopped running and was fighting with the one who was chasing after him. That was when he confirmed that the two of them were not trying to bait him but had a grudge against each other. I didn't expect to be so lucky to have two half-step ultimate gods. Duan Lingtian smiled. If the two of them were in their prime, he would not be able to defeat either of them. However, he could defeat them one by one if he were to launch a sneak attack now. He might have a chance of winning if he attacked openly, but he was not completely confident. Whoosh! With a teleport, Duan Lingtian disappeared on the spot and reappeared near the two fighting half-step ultimate gods. Who's there? The sudden teleportation only lasted for a brief moment, but the unusual aura still alerted the two half-step ultimate gods who were fighting. Their expressions changed as they stopped fighting and retreated one after another. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian completed his second teleportation and appeared in front of one of the half-step ultimate gods. The seven-colored sword ray in his hand shot out and pierced the half-step ultimate god's body before the half-step ultimate god could react. Whoosh! The dazzling rainbow sword light exploded as soon as it entered the half-step ultimate god's body. Thousands of tiny rainbow sword light shot out from his body. In the next moment, a half-step ultimate god had fallen. Duan Lingtian? The other half-step ultimate god recognized Duan Lingtian and his expression changed. He did not even have the time to think about how he could be so powerful before he turned around and tried to escape. However, in the next instant, a figure covered in golden light appeared in front of him and blocked his path. This time, not only did the injured half-step ultimate god's expression change, but even Duan Lingtian frowned. He had an impression of the person who had appeared. It was one of the mansion masters of the Flying Young Divine Kingdom. Moreover, he was a half-step ultimate god. The reason why he knew him was because Yunhe had told him about him when the monarch of Zhengming Divine Nation and Feiyang Divine Nation met. At that time, Yunhe had introduced him to the three half-step ultimate gods from Feiyang Divine Nation. This person was one of them. Chapter 4197. Bang! The other half-step ultimate god who was already injured was unable to fight against Feiyang Divine Nation's half-step ultimate god in addition to Duan Lingtian's covetous eyes. In less than 2 breaths of time, the half-step ultimate god from Feiyang Divine Nation was defeated by the half-step ultimate god. He was intercepted. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. He had set his eyes on those two half-step ultimate gods, but he did not expect that one of them would be killed by the other at the critical moment. However, Jin Wushuang did not stay idle. Almost as soon as the second half-step ultimate god died, Jin Wushuang pushed his hand and separated the half-step ultimate god's high-grade divine artifact and storage ring. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian pretended to retrieve the full soul prominent divine weapon. When the expression of the half-step ultimate god from the soaring divine nation darkened, Duan Lingtian teleported to the spatial ring left behind by the fallen half-step ultimate god and casually put it away. The half-step ultimate god from Flying Yang Divine Nation's expression changed drastically as he subconsciously stopped in his tracks. Duan Lingtian, aren't you overstepping your boundaries? In the instant that the other party came to a halt in rage, Duan Lingtian teleported a second time to the high-grade divine artifact left behind by that person. He waved a hand and was about to collect it as well. If the half-step ultimate god from Feiyang Divine Nation did not show up, those treasures would have been his. He didn't feel that he had snatched the other party's spoils of war. He even felt that the other party had stolen something from him. Even if he were to take the high-grade divine tool and storage ring, he would still give the reward to his opponent. His opponent should be thanking the heavens if he didn't seek revenge. If the other party was not convinced, he was not to be trifled with either. After becoming a middle great god, Duan Lingtian had enough confidence to face a half-step ultimate god. Bang! Just as Duan Lingtian's hand was about to touch the high-ranked divine weapon, the Feiyang Divine Nation's half-step ultimate god made his move. His divine weapon's golden light burst out as he threw a punch at Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian seemed to have been prepared. As soon as he made his move, the seven-colored sword ray whizzed out and blocked his opponent's attack. Then, he put away the full-soul high-grade divine artifact that was right in front of him. Duan Lingtian, you're courting death. The half-step ultimate god from Feiyang Divine Nation was an old man. He was enraged and unleashed his divine power. The golden law merged with his divine power and emitted a dazzling light. It was as if he had turned into an even more dazzling sun. The scorching sun was high up in the sky, shining in all directions as if it could burn everything. You have no respect for your elders, Duan Lingtian said calmly. Seven-colored sword light rose from his body, and then he attacked the old man with all his might. In the next moment, the two forces collided and were evenly matched. In the end, Duan Lingtian retreated a dozen steps in the air, while the old man retreated a full 20 steps. How can a middle-level emperor god be so strong? The old man's face was green and red. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. However, there was more anger in his eyes. Duan Lingtian, are you trying to become my sworn enemy by taking my spoils? Your spoils of war? Duan Lingtian sneered. Old man, you know what's right and what's wrong. If you continue to nag, I'll make you pay me back with a law of war as a reward. If you really push me too far, I'll make you pay with your life. Do you believe me? Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with killing intent as he spoke. The old man's face changed drastically. He just remembered that when Duan Lingtian entered the Heavenswell Canyon, he was only a lower-level emperor god. Now that he was a middle-level emperor god, his strength was comparable to a half-step ultimate god. If he continued to grow, it would not be difficult for him to kill a half-step ultimate god. Humph! Although his heart was trembling, the old man did not show it on his face. He still cared about his reputation. Duan Lingtian, I'll remember what happened today. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a ray of golden light and flew away. I'll remember it too. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man's back and smiled coldly. He would kill the old man who came to steal his spoils of war after he stabilized his cultivation as a middle-level emperor god. There were unspoken rules in the Heavenswell Canyon. Duan Lingtian had heard about this from Yunhe before he entered the Heavenswell Canyon. In the Heavenswell Canyon, if he met someone who was as strong as him and wanted to kill him, he could not interfere if the other party did not need his help. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the rules. He would become enemies with the other party. He did not believe that the old man from Divine Nation did not know the rules and acted rashly. He must have thought that Duan Lingtian was easy to bully. Perhaps, he did not expect that I would be as strong as him after I became a middle-level emperor god. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess, and he had indeed guessed correctly. At this moment, the old man who was the mansion master of the soaring divine kingdom's mansion still had a grave expression on his face, even though he was far away from Duan Lingtian. I thought he'd be weaker than me, even if he's a medium divine emperor. I did not expect him to be stronger than me. He has just become a middle-level emperor god. He will surpass me when he stabilizes his cultivation. If he wants to kill me, I will definitely die. I should not have been greedy and wanted to take a share of the loot. Forget it. When I get out, I'll tell the monarch that I will not be a prefecture master anymore. I will go to the imperial palace and be the monarch's lackey. In the flying young divine kingdom, I'm protected by the king token. No matter how monstrous Duanling Tian's innate talent is, he can't do anything to me. He will not be able to do anything to me even if he becomes an ultimate god. The old man heaved a sigh of relief when he thought of that. At this moment, Duanling Tian was, naturally, unaware that the mansion master of the flying young divine kingdom, a half-step ultimate god, was so frightened by him that he was willing to serve the king of the flying young divine kingdom. Duanling Tian had gained quite a lot during his journey. As time passed, he discovered that the rioting creatures around Destiny Canyon had actually stopped chasing after him. Instead, they had stopped in their tracks. He guessed that he had entered the inner region of Destiny Canyon. This was the only region that wouldn't be affected by the chaos of the creatures. I should find a place to continue digesting the rewards. I need to stabilize my cultivation as soon as possible. At that time, I might be able to kill a half-step ultimate god. Along the way, Duanling Tian encountered a few more half-step ultimate gods after the Feiyang Divine Nation's half-step ultimate god. Some of them even wanted to kill him, but they did not succeed. Even so, he was still very unhappy. He felt very frustrated because he did not have the strength to kill those people who provoked him. He could only fight them to a standstill because he did not have the strength to do so. His strength was still too weak after all. While Duanling Tian was in seclusion again, various places in Destiny Canyon were not peaceful. It was not because of the creatures' riot, but because of the changes in the individual ranking. The individual ranking was no longer Lang Chunwan but Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian had overtaken Lang Chunwan by a few hundred points. How did Duanling Tian get so many points? Lang Chunwan's strength is comparable to an ordinary lower-level ultimate god. But Duanling Tian's strength is not at the level of a half-step ultimate god even though he can kill an upper-level ultimate god? Could it be that his strength has increased after he broke through to the middle-level ultimate god realm? It's possible. Although some people knew that Duanling Tian had broken through to the intermediate Divine Emperor stage, not many people knew about it. Even so, many people still speculated that he had broken through to the intermediate Divine Emperor stage. At the very least, his strength was comparable to a half-step ultimate god. More and more people were shocked after some of the half-step ultimate gods who had fought with Duanling Tian confirmed it. He just broke through to the middle-level ultimate god realm and already has the fighting strength of a half-step ultimate god. Duanling Tian is a monster. Monster is not enough to describe this, right? In my opinion, this is unbelievable. I never thought that there would be a day where I would be so afraid of a middle-level ultimate god. I'm even afraid that I'll be killed by him if I meet him. While everyone was talking about Duanling Tian in the central area of Destiny Canyon, a young girl finally broke the stalemate with the black-armored knight. You're no match for me. You're just average. However, I can't kill you. If I kill you and a middle-level ultimate god appears, I might not be able to defeat him. Goodbye. The young girl said goodbye to the black-armored knight who she had been fighting for a long time. She ignored the knight who was chasing after her and walked towards the central area of Destiny Canyon. Although I can't kill people from other divine kingdoms, I can still help Junior Brother if he needs it. Just because I can't kill doesn't mean I can't hurt people. The young girl was Lang Chunwan. After becoming a lower-level ultimate god, Lang Chunwan could leave Destiny Canyon and withdraw from the battle of the Divine Kingdoms. However, she did not choose to do so. This was because she wanted to help her junior brother become a middle-level ultimate god. However, after entering the central area of Destiny Canyon, Lang Chunwan heard that her junior brother had become a middle-level ultimate god. I didn't even have time to look at the individual scoreboard. Junior brother has surpassed me so quickly? After looking at the individual scoreboard, Lang Chunwan was a little surprised. She did not expect her junior brother to be so capable and obtain such a shocking amount of points. According to the points, junior brother must have become a middle-level ultimate god since he doesn't lack any rewards. Moreover, junior brother's strength is comparable to a half-step ultimate god? Amazing! He's more powerful than me, third senior brother and second senior brother. Even big senior sister, when she first entered the God Emperor realm, Her strength was most likely not as strong as little junior brother. If eldest senior sister and second senior brother see junior brother, they'll definitely like him. Lang Chuanyuan's rosy, harmless little face was smiling like a flower. I wonder, when will eldest apprentice sister and second apprentice brother be able to return from the planar battlefield? Chapter 4198. The rampaging creatures in Heaven's Will Canyon came to the outer perimeter and guarded the inner perimeter, not allowing anyone to leave. This also meant that the rampaging creatures in Heaven's Will Canyon had stopped. At this time, any outsider that entered Destiny Valley wouldn't be attacked by the violent creatures as long as they didn't leave the inner area. However, the central region of the inner circle was very small, and the people from the various divine kingdoms who were scattered throughout the region would often run into each other here. And when they did, unless they were evenly matched, it was almost certain that one side would be killed. The struggle for supremacy in the divine kingdom was a struggle for everything. He had to fight for the treasures in Destiny Canyon, the secret realms, and the double rewards from killing other divine nations members. In the Heavens Will Canyon, even people from the same divine nation might not be completely trusted. Although killing people from the same divine nation wouldn't give you any points, you would still receive the normal rewards. Before the chaos in Destiny Valley, there hadn't been many clashes between the various divine nations. After the chaos in Heavens Will Canyon, the people from the various divine kingdoms who had been chased to the center of the canyon began to fight to the death again and again. Some people fell, while others were fortunate enough to survive, obtaining great benefits. Someone from the Luoying divine nation has obtained the Earth Fire Buddhist Lotus. It's a half-step ultimate god from the Luoying divine kingdom. The crown prince of Winchime divine nation, Feng Xiaoxiao, also obtained an Earth Fire Buddhist Lotus. A half-step ultimate god from Luoying divine nation would be normal since it's not surprising for him to obtain the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus. But that Feng Xiaoxiao from Fengling Divine Nation doesn't seem to be a half-step ultimate god, right? A few upper god emperors from the same divine nation gathered together and carefully walked around. As they discussed, their focus was all on the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus. That Feng Xiaoxiao hid her strength in the past. One of them sighed and said, "The Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus I saw was obtained by him." At that time, no one knew that he was a half-step ultimate god. So when he got close to the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus, those half-step ultimate gods who were fighting each other didn't take him seriously. They thought that the high god emperors near the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus could stop him. Who would have thought that he would display the strength of a half-step ultimate god after obtaining the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus? He then used his amazing attainments in the Law of Wind to take the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus away under the noses of many half-step ultimate gods. Hearing that man's words, the others were naturally also shocked. If that is truly the case, then Feng Xiaoxiao is truly capable of enduring. Feng Xiaoxiao, it was worth it to expose your strength this time. That was the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus. Looks like the Fengling Divine Nation's imperial family will have two ultimate gods in the future. Just as they were sighing with emotion, one of them suddenly exclaimed, "That's not right." This cry of surprise caused all the High God Emperors, including the High God Emperor who had first mentioned Feng Xiaoxiao, to simultaneously look towards the person who had cried out, "What's wrong? Why are you so surprised?" Facing the doubts of the others, the person who exclaimed had a strange look in his eyes. "Look at the individual rankings. Feng Xiaoxiao's name is gone." As soon as he said that, the others narrowed their eyes and shifted their attention to the individual scoreboard. While these people were taking action, someone else asked in confusion, "Did you not notice Feng Xiaoxiao's name?" Feng Xiaoxiao is a half-step ultimate god and is even more proficient in the Law of Wind. In the entire Heavens Will Canyon, other than that young lady, there shouldn't be anyone capable of killing him, right? That's right. Even if he can't beat her, he should be able to escape, right? Very soon, the few of them confirmed that Feng Xiaoxiao's name was indeed removed from the individual rankings. And what this meant, they couldn't be any clearer. Dead. Almost at the same time, some of the Fengling Divine Nation's people who had gathered together were shocked when they discovered that Feng Xiaoxiao's name had disappeared from the individual rankings. His Majesty the Crown Prince is dead? Who killed him? Other than the young lady from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, Lang Chunwon. No one else has the ability to do so. As for the others, it's impossible unless several half-step ultimate gods joined forces. It wasn't just the Wind Chime Divine Nation's people. Even those who heard that the Wind Chime Divine Nation's crown prince, Feng Xiaoxiao, had obtained an Earthfire Buddhist lotus were shocked to see Feng Xiaoxiao's name disappear from the individual rankings. At the same time, they could not help but let their imaginations run wild. One thing was certain, Feng Xiaoxiao was dead. Another thing was certain, Feng Xiaoxiao had obtained the Earthly Fire Buddhist lotus. Was Feng Xiaoxiao killed after consuming the Earthly Fire Buddhist lotus, or was the Earthly Fire Buddhist lotus stolen after he was killed? If it was the latter, then his death was justified. If it was the former, then his death was unjust. He had a high chance of becoming a supremacy after consuming the Earthly Fire Buddhist lotus, but he had died in the Heavens Canyon. How unlucky. Of course, the crowd shifted their attention away from Feng Xiaoxiao after a while. After all, Feng Xiaoxiao was not the only topic in the Heavens Canyon. Many people were talking about the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's upper-level god emperor, the young lady who was rumored to have the strength of a lower-level ultimate god, Lang Chunwon. I saw Lang Chunwon kill more than 10 upper-level god emperors with my own eyes. Moreover, it was when nearly 30 upper-level god emperors were surrounding her. Although I didn't see what happened after that, I'm sure she set up the trapping formation and killed the remaining upper-level god emperors. I know a few of the remaining upper-level god emperors, but their names have all disappeared from the individual rankings. That Lang Chunwon is a monster. It's a nightmare for someone like her to enter the Heavens Canyon. It'll definitely be a nightmare if we encounter her. I just hope we don't encounter her. Perhaps she has already entered the lower-level ultimate god realm. Once she becomes an ultimate god, she won't be able to kill us anymore. That's true. In the Heavens Canyon, outsiders who have entered the ultimate god realm won't be able to kill the god emperors from the various divine nations. Feng Xiaoxiao, Lang Chunwon. After the topic changed for a while, it shifted back to Duan Lingtian. Speaking of which, the lower-level god emperor from the righteous divine nation, Duan Lingtian, is also very powerful. Previously, I saw him kill 2 upper-level god emperors with my own eyes. I heard about it too. It's said that although he's only a lower-level god emperor, his strength is comparable to that of a half-step ultimate god. You guys are all old news. Did you guys just come out of seclusion? Yes. Why? Did Duan Lingtian recently enter the middle-level god emperor realm? That's right. After Duan Lingtian entered the middle-level god emperor realm, his strength is comparable to that of a half-step ultimate god. When he entered the inner region, he killed quite a number of people, and now he's ranked first on the individual rankings. Didn't you guys notice? Damn, it's true. He's ranked first. Monster. Monster. This person is as monstrous as Lang Chunwon. No wonder he's chosen by an ultimate god faction. If there's no accident, both Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwon will go to an ultimate god faction after leaving the Destiny Canyon. Killings were everywhere in the Destiny Canyon. Outside of Heavens Canyon, the 30 monarchs of the divine nations stood there, their faces as calm as an ancient well. It was not because of anything else, but because they could not see the rankings in the Destiny Canyon. Whether it was the individual rankings or the divine nations rankings, they could not see it. They could only wait until the divine nations battle in the Destiny Canyon ended before they could see the divine nations and individual rankings. At that time, the 2 rankings would be displayed in the form of a mirror image above the Destiny Canyon. Now, they were all waiting. All they could do was wait. Everything was calm. Many monarchs of the divine nations sat cross-legged in the air with their eyes closed. No one knew if they were cultivating or just resting. According to past practice, the Divine Kingdom contest in Destiny Canyon should be coming to an end soon. Myriad Law Academy. The time in the trial grounds was the same as the time in the outside world. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed since the trial grounds opened. Although the Myriad Law Academy was calm, many people were constantly paying attention to the situation in the trial grounds. They were all curious about how those who had entered were faring. In the past year, many people's soul orbs had shattered. It was obvious they had died in the trial grounds. In the independent realm where the inner palace was located, a young man was sitting at a stone table in front of a small courtyard, drinking alone. In the blink of an eye, fourth junior sister and little junior brother have been in there for a year. I'm not used to fourth junior sister not being around. I wonder if she'll be able to enter the ultimate god realm this time. As long as she's not too unlucky, it should be fine, right? As for little junior brother, he should be able to enter the intermediate great god realm this time. Inside the divine trials, Tianan continent, Destiny Canyon. Whoosh. The girl's figure appeared in the core area of the inner circle. It was also the most dangerous place in the entire inner circle with 9 powerful demon beasts guarding it. Each demon beast had the strength of a half-step ultimate god. Although they did not have a full-soul high-grade divine weapon to rely on and might not be a match for an outsider half-step ultimate god in a one-on-one fight, the 9 of them worked together. Once their natal magic formation was activated, even a dozen or so outsider half-step ultimate gods would not be able to take them down. There were even half-step ultimate gods who had died there. Therefore, the core area had become a forbidden area in the eyes of outsiders. Even if they were forced into the inner circle's central area, no one dared to approach the core area, let alone enter it. However, the girl had entered the core area. I can't kill those who came in with me, but I can still kill the creatures in the Destiny Canyon. I heard that the 9 demon beasts are even stronger than an ordinary lower ultimate god after activating their natal magic formation. I wonder if they're as strong as the Black Armored Knight. The Black Armored Knight is too weak. If it's a fight to the death, I'll be able to kill him within 3 moves. I hope these 9 big guys won't disappoint me. If they disappoint me, I'll bring little junior brother here and turn them into the law of baptism for little junior brother. Chapter 4199. The central region of the Heavens Canyon was a forbidden area for the people from the various divine kingdoms. Almost no one dared to enter it. At this moment, a huge battle had broken out in the core area. A single young girl was fighting against 9 colossal creatures. There was a ferocious bird that could blot out the sun when it spread its wings, a giant beast that was as big as a mountain, and a giant python that was over 1,000 meters long as it rolled about. 9 completely different demonic beasts. Each of them had the strength of a half-step ultimate god. When they joined forces and activated their natal formation, they were so strong that they could kill some lower ultimate gods. Boom, 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 boom. The young girl was getting more and more excited as she fought against the 9 demonic beasts. Not bad, not bad. The 9 of you are much stronger than the Black Armored Knight. Interesting, interesting. In the midst of the fierce battle, the divine power on the girl's body surged, and then some seemingly subtle changes actually occurred, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. Back then, the fortuitous encounter allowed me to completely consolidate my cultivation after I stepped into the Upper God Emperor realm. Although I've consolidated half of my cultivation base after entering the Lower Ultimate God realm, I'm still a little far from fully consolidating my cultivation base. I didn't expect my cultivation base to be fully consolidated after the battle with you. Come on, let's continue. Although the young girl's body was small and weak, she seemed to carry an unparalleled divine power. She was fighting against the 9 demonic beasts with an earth-shattering battle. Naturally, the people in the outside world also heard the rumbling sounds from the core area and sensed it. However, no one dared to enter to watch the battle. What's going on? Someone's fighting inside? I can feel the aura of the 9 demonic beasts in the core area. Who's fighting against them? It's been so long, but they haven't lost yet? Although most people noticed this, no one dared to enter to watch the battle. They were afraid of being caught in the crossfire. After watching the battle from afar for a while, the crowd dispersed and went about their own business. Now that the demonic beast rebellion had ended and the people from the various divine kingdoms had gathered in the core area of the Destiny Canyon, it meant that the battle between the divine kingdoms was coming to an end. They didn't have much time left. I'll try my best to find as many secret realms as I can. Even if I'm unlucky and can't find any, I'll have to kill a few more of the inhabitants of Heavens Canyon or those from other divine nations. Don't provoke that young girl from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, Lang Chunwon. If you see her, just run. If you can't run away, then you can only accept your bad luck. Try not to provoke that freakish Duan Lingtian from the righteous Divine Kingdom. Although there were still many half-step ultimate gods in Destiny Canyon, none of them were willing to provoke Duan Lingtian. That was someone who had just stepped into the middle-level Divine Emperor realm and had the strength of a half-step ultimate god. Perhaps, if they were to fight now, they might not be able to do anything to them. But what happens after that? Duan Lingtian was young and had unlimited potential. If they were to provoke him now, it wouldn't be good for them in the future. As for the young girl from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, Lang Chunwon, not only did they not dare to provoke her, they even prayed in their hearts that they wouldn't encounter her. Duan Lingtian was very likely to have stepped into the lower-level ultimate god realm. Even if she hadn't stepped into the lower-level ultimate god realm, it would be easy for her to kill them. Duan Lingtian was unaware of the current situation in the core area of Destiny Canyon. Right now, he was fully immersed in absorbing the rewards of the laws and consolidating his cultivation base. He was completely focused on nothing else. He only woke up when his cultivation base was fully consolidated. My strength has improved a lot. Now, ordinary half-step ultimate gods are no match for me. Duan Lingtian stood up with a smile on his face. At the same time, an old figure flashed in his mind, causing his eyes to gleam fiercely. That old man from the Flying Yang Divine Kingdom. If I meet him again before I leave this place, I'll definitely kill him. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that if he didn't meet the old man in the Destiny Canyon, it would be difficult for him to kill the old man after he got out. That was because the monarch of the Feiyang Divine Nation would definitely protect him. A few days have passed. Now, it's almost time for the Destiny Canyon to send us out, right? I should try to get as much as I can in the remaining time. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he decided to leave the secret closed-door cultivation spot that he had found. He no longer bothered to conceal himself and openly flew through the air. Right now, in the entire Heavenswell Canyon, the only person who could suppress him was his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunyuan. As for the others, even if there were some half-step ultimate gods hiding their true strength, they were only half-step ultimate gods whose strength was comparable to the weakest ultimate gods. Even if he could not defeat them, it would be difficult for them to defeat him. After all, they weren't real half-step ultimate gods and were not much of a threat to him. If they were real half-step ultimate gods, even if they had the same strength, the difference in cultivation base was enough to make Jian Wushuang suffer. That was the natural suppression of cultivation base. It's Duan Lingtian. Wherever Duan Lingtian passed by, the 6 people who were gathered together saw him. Their eyes narrowed in unison. There's a half-step ultimate god among us, and he's alone. Should we join forces to take him down? I think it's feasible. Under Duan Lingtian's shocked gaze, the 6 higher god emperors flew forward and surrounded him before he could even make a move. They delivered themselves to his doorstep. Do they think they can kill me? Duan Lingtian saw the 6 of them attacking without saying a word. There was even a half-step ultimate god among them. They wanted to join forces to kill him. There was even a high-level great god who was good at the law of space who shook the space and sealed it so that Jian Wushuang couldn't teleport. I'll use you to test my saber. Duan Lingtian's body was surrounded by a spatial storm. Rays of colorful sword light formed a circle around him to form a defense. He then ignored the other 5's defense and casually stabbed at the half-step ultimate god among them. Boom! Rumble! The 5's attacks first landed on Duan Lingtian, but they were all annihilated by the colorful sword light around him. The sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Huang had also become more powerful after Duan Lingtian's strength had improved. She helped Duan Lingtian defend wholeheartedly. The 5 high-level great gods couldn't break through Duan Lingtian's defense. How is this possible? While the 5 of them were shocked, Duan Lingtian's 7 orifices exquisite sword had already met the half-step ultimate god's attack. The half-step ultimate god was good at the law of water. As soon as he attacked, an earth-shattering wave appeared. It then condensed into a blue saber light in the void and attacked Duan Lingtian. There was a faint blood-red glow in the saber light. A faint blood-red soul was faintly discernible. It was the sword soul of the half-step ultimate god's blood saber. The blood saber was dim. In addition to the blood-red glow, there was also a black mist surrounding it. It was like a demonic weapon. In his hand, it was extremely powerful. It shook the void and merged perfectly with the law of water. Hum. The saber light appeared and met the rainbow sword light from Duan Lingtian's 7 orifices exquisite sword. In the next moment, the two collided. The saber light and the sword light collided. At first, they were in a stalemate. Then, they exploded together. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The aftermath of the terrifying power spread out like a shockwave, shaking the void. At this moment, some fine visible spatial cracks appeared in the space. The 5 high-level great gods who were very close to Duan Lingtian and had just attacked him were hit by the shockwave. Even if they blocked it in time, they were still mercilessly sent flying. Wah! Blood spurted out from their mouths. Their faces were as pale as paper. At the scene, only the half-step ultimate god was unharmed. However, at this moment, his face was unusually solemn. His heart was in turmoil. This Duan Lingtian was so strong? He was on par with him while defending against the other 5? No. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed. When he attacked just now, the sword soul of his divine sword was still helping him defend. It did not merge with his attack. He knew very well what this meant. This meant that once the sword soul merged with his attack, it could easily crush his attack. One should know that in order to kill in one blow, he had used all his strength without holding back. I am no match for him. Just as this thought appeared in the half-step ultimate god's mind, the sound of a sword whistling rang out. It made the half-step ultimate god's heart tremble. In the next moment, he saw a rainbow sword light silently whizzing out from behind Duan Lingtian. It then made a circle and killed his 5 companions. They were the other 5 high-level great gods in his divine kingdom. Run! Without any hesitation, the half-step ultimate god suppressed the fear in his heart and turned around to escape. Waves rose under his feet and carried him away. However, the purple figure was 1 step ahead of him and blocked his path. He instinctively wanted to turn around and run, but he found that the space around him was confined. He could only give up on running and attack the confined space with all his strength again. Only by doing so could he have a chance to escape. As for fighting against Duan Lingtian, it would be a sure death situation. He was not that stupid. Too weak. With a sigh, Duan Lingtian appeared at the side of the confinement space. With a wave of his hand, the 7 orifices exquisite sword flew out and merged with Huang, who was clad in a 7-colored robe before they entered the confinement space. After about 2 breaths of time, a half-step ultimate god had fallen. My luck is not bad. With the reward of the principle of laws in his body, Duan Lingtian continued to move forward. He encountered a few more groups of people and similarly, he swept through them. During this process, Duan Lingtian's ferocious reputation had spread out through the scattered high-level great god emperors that Duan Lingtian could not catch up with. Duan Lingtian of the righteous divine kingdom has consolidated his cultivation base and is invincible. He can kill half-step ultimate gods like dogs. Chapter 4200. Duan Lingtian was a lower-ranked god emperor from the righteous divine nation. After entering the Destiny Canyon, he first stepped into the realm of a middle-rank god emperor and then completely consolidated his cultivation base. He was invincible. Now, I'm afraid only Lang Chunwan from the Yuhong divine nation can suppress him. Of course, Lang Chunwan's strength is comparable to a lower-rank ultimate god. Most likely, he has already stepped into the realm of a lower-rank ultimate god. If Lang Chunwan enters the realm of a lower-rank ultimate god, he won't be able to kill the people from the other divine nations. Of course, he can still injure, or even seriously injure them. If Lang Chunwan is willing to help me, I'm not afraid of Duan Lingtian. Within the Destiny Canyon, everyone was shocked as Duan Lingtian's invincible reputation spread. Especially the group of upper-rank god emperors from the righteous divine nation who entered the Destiny Canyon with Duan Lingtian. They were shocked when they heard the news. Duan Lingtian not only stepped into the realm of a middle-rank god emperor, but also completely consolidated his cultivation base? How did he do it? Is this a joke? Duan Lingtian broke through so quickly? And his strength is even stronger than an ordinary half-step ultimate god? I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. He wasn't even a half-step ultimate god before he came in, but now he has the strength to suppress a half-step ultimate god, especially Yunhe, who was closer to Duan Lingtian. He was shocked when he heard about Duan Lingtian's battle record. Duan Lingtian is so strong now? Yunhe had watched Duan Lingtian grow step by step with his own eyes. In the past, Duan Lingtian fought for the position of acting mansion master in the righteous divine nation's heaven's spiritual mansion. Although Duan Lingtian was not very strong at that time, Yunhe did not think Duan Lingtian could defeat him. This was because his strength was close to that of a half-step ultimate god. Even before entering the Destiny Canyon, Duan Lingtian was not as strong as him. How long had it been? Not only had Duan Lingtian surpassed him, but he had also left him behind. Could it be fake news? Due to his close contact with Duan Lingtian, when Yunhe received the news, he even suspected that it was fake news. However, while the news could be fake, the individual rankings could not be fake. Yunhe, at some point in time, a figure appeared in the air and blocked Yunhe's path. When Yunhe saw this person, his face darkened. Wang Chuanyi, why are you staring at me? You and I have already fought twice since we entered. You can't do anything to me. Yuan and Yunhe, S's Heaven Divine Nation's Heaven's Realm. Yunhe and Yunyun's king had had a fierce battle. Both of them could only give up trying to kill each other because they could not defeat each other. Later on, the creatures in the Destiny Canyon rebelled. They were driven to the inner area of the Destiny Canyon. The two of them met again and another great battle broke out. The reason why the battle broke out again was because the strength of the two of them had increased during this period of time. Their confidence had risen, and if they were not convinced, they would fight. The result was a draw. This was the third time they had met. The last time they met was the day before yesterday. Yunhe did not think Duan Lingtian's strength had improved by much. Wang Chuanyi, if you have time to waste on me, why don't you explore other places? Maybe you'll find some opportunities. Hee. Wang Chuanyi stared at Yunhe and chuckled. Yunhe, you're right. However, you don't think I'm alone today, do you? Yunhe seemed to have thought of something when Wang Chuanyi said that. His eyes narrowed and his expression changed. Just as his expression changed, a figure appeared silently behind Yunhe. Teleportation. A heaven divine emperor who was proficient in the law of space. Hu Bo. Yunhe's heart sank when he saw the other party. Hu Bo was also from the Pashun divine kingdom. His strength had always been on par with Wang Chuanyi, and he was Wang Chuanyi's junior. If Hu Bo and Wang Chuanyi teamed up, he would definitely die. Run. Without any hesitation, the first thing Yunhe did when he came to his senses was to flee. However, just as he was about to run, he realized that the space around him had been confined by a powerful force. It's the space imprisonment. Yunhe was struggling to break the space imprisonment. He had a bitter expression on his face. Previously, he had heard that Duan Lingtian had used the law of space's restraining profundity to kill all those who were targeted by him and turn them into rewards from the law of space. Now, he had encountered someone who used the space imprisonment ultimacy to imprison him. Qi. After shattering Hu Bo's spatial shackles, Yunhe, whose internal organs had been shaken by the joint attack of the two men, did not forget to mock them. Hu Bo, do you think you're Duan Lingtian? Do you think you can seal me with your spatial shackles? What a joke. As soon as he finished speaking, Yunhe's figure did not stop at all and immediately slipped away. However, at the same time as he fled, his complexion turned pale like a sheet of white paper. After that, he even spat out a mouthful of congealed blood that shot through the air like an arrow. After him, Wang Chuanyi's face turned cold as he chased after him. He can't escape. As for Hu Bo, his figure flashed and chased after him. In the central region of the Heavenswell Canyon, on a barren plain, an elderly figure flew across the sky with a gloomy expression. Damn it! Duan Lingtian managed to consolidate his cultivation as a medium emperor in the Heavenswell Canyon. He was worried that it would happen. Initially, he thought that Duan Lingtian would have to wait until they left the Heavenswell Canyon to consolidate his cultivation as a medium emperor. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to consolidate his cultivation so quickly. He could imagine that Duan Lingtian would not let him go if they met again. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have gone out to fight with him for the reward. It's not worth it to offend such a monster just for a reward. The old man was the one who had snatched food from Duan Lingtian's hands and killed a half-step ultimate god expert. He was a governor of Feiyang Divine Nation and was also a half-step ultimate god expert. Previously, although he had snatched food from Duan Lingtian, he could not do anything to him and could only let him leave. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's power after becoming a medium emperor, the old man regretted offending Duan Lingtian. He even thought of a way out. After he left the canyon, he would follow the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation to the capital and become his lackey. As for the governor of Feiyang Divine Nation, he did not dare to be one anymore. He was afraid of death. He was afraid of being killed by Duan Lingtian. However, he did not expect to hear news about Duan Lingtian not long after. It was news that he had consolidated his cultivation as a medium emperor. This was definitely bad news for him. There's no way I can leave the canyon before I reach the ultimate god realm. There's not much time left. I'll find a place to hide. I'll hide and wait for the Destiny Canyon to open. I don't want to meet Duan Lingtian here. Duan Lingtian is an expert in the law of space. He's fast and can imprison people. If I meet him, I won't even have the chance to escape. The old man became more and more frightened as he thought of this. He ran all the way forward, wanting to leave the barren plains as soon as possible. He wanted to find a place with complicated terrain to hide and wait for the Divine Kingdom battle to end before the Destiny Canyon would send him out. As long as he could get out safely, his life would be saved. Whoosh! After running at full speed for half a day, the old man saw a forest in front of him. His eyes lit up. The forest is right in front of me. I just need to find a place to hide, and I won't have to worry about Duan Lingtian finding me. Duan Lingtian? So what if you've consolidated your cultivation and are stronger than me? If you can't find me, you can't do anything to me. Once I get out, you won't be able to do anything to me. The old man snorted coldly and muttered to himself as if he was seeking comfort. At the same time, a purple figure flashed across the sky above the forest and entered the barren plains in the blink of an eye. There's such a barren land in the inner area of the Destiny Canyon? Duan Lingtian was surprised. He didn't expect to walk out of the forest and enter a barren land that stretched as far as the eye could see. There shouldn't be anyone wandering around in a place like this, right? It's not easy to hide here. Just as Duan Lingtian was muttering to himself, he seemed to have noticed something. He raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance. There was a small black that was growing bigger and bigger. There's someone here? Coming to a place like this, even if I kill you, you won't be wronged. With a thought, Duan Lingtian teleported twice and approached the other party. He appeared not far from the other party and stopped him. When Duan Lingtian saw the other party's appearance, he couldn't help but be stunned. It's you? At this moment, the old man opposite Duan Lingtian had a drastic change of expression when he saw Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. How could I meet you here at this time? Impossible. Although the old man said it was impossible, he didn't hesitate and wanted to leave. However, the moment he moved, Duan Lingtian moved as well. The power of space swept out in all directions. The speed at which the 99 heavenly veins activated divine power was incomparable to that of an ordinary person. In the blink of an eye, an imprisonment space appeared and stopped the old man. After being imprisoned, the old man's expression changed again. He took out his high-grade divine artifact and attacked with all his might in an attempt to break free. However, it was destined to be useless. With Duan Lingtian's interference, the old man's attacks were not enough to break the imprisonment space. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. Duan Lingtian crossed his arms before his chest as he stared at the old man with a smile on his face, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. I'm afraid you won't be able to escape this time. Chapter 4201. Duan Ling Tian. At that moment, the old man who was trapped in the confinement space, Feiyang Divine Nation's half-step ultimate god, did not continue to attack as he could see that it was pointless to continue attacking as it was impossible for him to escape. He knew that his life and death depended entirely on the purple-clothed young man in front of him. I'm very sorry about what happened last time. I can help you kill a high-level divine emperor and return that law reward to you. I owe you one, so I'll return you two. No, 3. What do you think? I'll return you 3 high-level divine emperor law rewards. In addition, as long as you don't kill me, I'll definitely help you if you need my help after we get out of here, as long as it's something that I can do. He was really scared in the face of death. Once he died, he would lose everything. He regretted that he had offended Duan Lingtian by stealing Duan Lingtian's food. Do you think I need you to help me get the law reward? Faced with the old man's apology, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at him indifferently and said unhurriedly, however, I really didn't expect to meet you again. The inner area of the Heavenswell Canyon is so big. You and I are really fated. Since we're fated to meet, then go ahead. As soon as his voice fell, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold and he immediately attacked again. The old man also resisted with all his might at the first moment. However, his resistance was negligible in front of Duan Lingtian's destructive attacks and was annihilated in the blink of an eye. He was also annihilated by Duan Lingtian's attacks very quickly. Whoosh! A law reward appeared and announced the death of a half-step ultimate god. Continue. The day of the Divine Kingdom battle in Destiny Canyon was getting closer and closer. Duan Lingtian did not plan to waste the remaining time in there. He was fully focused on obtaining more things. Even if he could only obtain the law reward, he would not let go of any opportunity to obtain it. The people from Jingming Divine Nation could stay put and do a favor to the monarch of Jingming Divine Nation, Chu Youngjun and Yunhe. However, he did not have any relationship with the people from other divine nations. In addition, the Divine Kingdom battle in Destiny Canyon was a platform for the various divine nations to compete. Regardless of life or death, he did not feel guilty about killing those people. In other words, if he was weak, he would be the one to die. It was the law of the jungle. Duan Lingtian didn't continue walking towards the desolate plain ahead. He turned around and walked along the vast mountain ridge to head in another direction. He had not gone in that direction before. However, he had not walked far when he saw a scene of 2 people chasing after one person. Most importantly, he knew one of them. Brother Yunhe? Yunhe was Duan Ling Yun. He was Yunhe who was Yunhe Yunhe who was Yunhe. He was Duan was Yun was he? Was he? Was Yun was? As for the other 2 people who were chasing him, he did not know them. They were obviously from other divine nations. At this moment, Yunhe's face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with despair. He could not hold on for much longer. After a while, the 2 people behind him would catch up. At that time, he would be dead for sure. The 2 people from Pushun Divine Nation who were chasing after Yunhe looked at him with disdain and mockery. They felt that Yunhe was doing something useless. No matter how hard he struggled, it would be useless in the end. Yunhe, you can't escape. Yunhe, you will die today. As the 2 of them spoke, they were like 2 death gods deciding Yunhe's life and death. I didn't expect to die here. Yunhe lamented. Yunhe felt a sense of loss in his heart. However, being able to meet a monster like Brother Ling Tian before I die, it can be said that my life was not in vain. It's a pity that I won't be able to see Brother Ling Tian again before I die. As he thought about it, Yunhe felt a sense of regret. Just as he thought about it, he seemed to have seen something. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then he laughed at himself. I didn't expect to see illusions before I die. At this moment, Yunhe saw the purple-robed Duan Lingtian standing not far away, looking at him. The first thought that came to his mind was that his consciousness was muddled. That was why he was seeing illusions. However, he soon realized that there was something strange behind him. The 2 people from Pushun Divine Nation who were chasing after him also stopped in their tracks and did not continue to chase after him. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the two people from Pushun Divine Nation stood far away, staring at the purple-robed figure. They felt their throats dry. They did not expect to meet each other here. Duan Lingtian, a medium god emperor from righteous divine nation. Moreover, it was said that he had already consolidated his cultivation base as a medium god emperor. Before he had consolidated his cultivation base as a medium god emperor, he already had the strength of a half-step ultimate god. Run. The two of them looked at each other and immediately turned around to flee. They had completely given up on chasing after Yunhe. If the heavens gave them another chance, they would definitely not chase after Yunhe. They would not even provoke Yunhe. Damn it, why is Duan Lingtian here? Isn't it impossible to use communication jades in Tianming Canyon? Yunhe is so lucky to meet Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the two of them were cursing in their hearts as they turned around. However, as soon as they turned around, Hu Bo, who was skilled in the law of space, wanted to teleport away. However, he quickly realized that he could not teleport away. Moreover, they could not go far away. This was because a large area of space around them had been sealed. The power that sealed the space was very strong. Even if they reacted and attacked with all their might, they still could not move the sealed space. Brother Yunhe, you're in a difficult situation. Duan Lingtian flew up to Yunhe and teased him. Yunhe was naturally embarrassed when he heard that. However, his eyes immediately focused. Brother Lingtian, don't let the two from Pushun Divine Kingdom escape. They are upper-level god emperors. Killing them is equivalent to killing 4 upper-level god emperors outside. Brother Yunhe, don't worry. They won't be able to escape. Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at the two who were still attacking with all their might in an attempt to break the sealed space. At this moment, Yunhe also turned around and saw that the two people who had been aggressively chasing after him were now attacking the air. To be more precise, they were attacking the space that was shrouding them. However, no matter how they attacked, they could not shake the space. Finally, the sealed space was shaken by their attacks. However, as Duan Lingtian casually struck out with his divine power, the space stabilized again. At this moment, the two from Pushun Divine Kingdom stopped their attacks in despair. Yunhe, Wang Chuanyi took a deep breath and looked at Yunhe. He grinned and said, "Just now, the two of us were just joking with you. You didn't take it seriously, did you? The two of us were chasing after you. If we didn't go easy on you, you wouldn't think that it would be so difficult for us to catch up with you, right?" Now, Wang Chuanyi's words were twisting the truth. It was a joke. It was really just a joke. It was just a joke. You can't kill us, right? It was just a joke. As he spoke, even Wang Chuanyi was convinced by his own words. It was really just a joke. Hu Bo, who was at the side, came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Yunhe, we were just joking with you. Don't take it seriously." Joking? Yunhe smiled coldly. "Do the two of you take me for a fool, or do you take Brother Lingtian for a fool?" Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, stood at the side and watched their performance quietly. As for whether they were joking with Yunhe, what did it have to do with him? In his eyes, this was a reward for 2 laws. It was double the reward for killing 2 upper divine emperors outside. Brother Yunhe, do you have anything else to say to them? From the beginning, Duan Lingtian did not look at Wang Chuanyi and Hu Bo. He looked at Yunhe and asked with a smile. Yunhe was startled at first and then shook his head. Wang Chuanyi and Hu Bo seemed to have realized something, and their expressions changed. Wang Chuanyi was the first to kneel in the void and kowtow to Duan Lingtian, begging for mercy. Hu Bo, on the other hand, kept saying that he knew the location of a secret realm in the inner area of Destiny Canyon. However, he did not have the ability to open it and needed the strength of a half-step ultimate god to open it. As long as he was not killed, he could bring Duan Lingtian there. However, on Duan Lingtian's side, what responded to them was not a single word but a merciless killing move. The two of them died in the blink of an eye in despair. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's purple robe fluttered in the wind. He was like a god who looked down on the common people. Yunhe, who was standing at the side, sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw this. He did not expect Brother Lingtian to have grown so much in just one trip to the Heavenswell Canyon. He had entered the realm of a middle divine emperor and consolidated his cultivation base. It seems, Brother Ling Tian was already so confident before he came in. At that time, not many people believed that he could do it. Yunhe suddenly remembered that before he came in, Brother Ling Tian had boasted in front of the people from the ultimate god forces that he might have entered the realm of a middle divine emperor and consolidated his cultivation base after leaving Destiny Canyon. However, not many people believed him. It was obvious that the people from the ultimate god forces did not believe him. I'm really curious about the expressions of the people from the ultimate god forces after Brother Ling Tian left this time. According to their agreement, if they want Brother Ling Tian to join the ultimate god forces, they must first help Brother Ling Tian to enter the upper divine emperor realm. Thinking of this, Yunhe's gaze became even more profound. In other words, Yunhe looked at the young man beside him. Brother Ling Tian has a chance of entering the upper divine emperor realm soon? At this time, Duan Ling Tian also looked at Yunhe and suggested, Brother Yunhe, now that everyone is in the inner area, I think it's safer for you to find a place to hide. Chapter 4202. Yunhe did not think much of it when he heard Duan Ling Tian telling him to hide. He even felt that Duan Ling Tian was being considerate. As for the matter of Duan Ling Tian bringing him along and allowing him to take advantage of the situation, he did not dare to have wishful thinking. Not to mention his friendship with Duan Ling Tian had not reached that stage. Even if it was, he would not take advantage of it. What was the difference between that and taking advantage of someone else? Brother Ling Tian. Yunhe suddenly thought of something and said to Duan Ling Tian with a serious expression, I know that with your current strength, there are very few people who can match you in the Destiny Canyon. However, I still have to remind you, don't lose your mind because you're ranked first on the individual leaderboard. You're ranked first on the individual leaderboard, but that doesn't mean you're the strongest among the people from the various divine nations. If you say that you're ranked in the top 3 among the people who entered the Destiny Canyon, I'll believe it. However, the first place is definitely Lang Chunwan from Yuhong Divine Nation. Lang Chunwan had previously obtained the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus and killed nearly 30 upper-rank ultimate gods, including a few half-step ultimate gods. She had yet to enter the ultimate god realm at that time. She's most likely in the ultimate god realm now. Moreover, even if she hasn't entered the ultimate god realm, I'm afraid she's stronger than you, Brother Ling Tian. In Yunhe's opinion, the strength displayed by Lang Chunwan from Yuhong Divine Nation was not even comparable to the current Duan Ling Tian. If they really wanted to compete, they would have to wait until Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had entered the upper-rank ultimate god realm. He also felt that Duan Ling Tian had the ability to kill a lower-rank ultimate god once Duan Ling Tian had entered the upper-rank ultimate god realm. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Yunhe. Duan Ling Tian seemed to be thanking Yunhe on the surface, but in reality, he did not think much of it. Yuhong Divine Nation's Lang Chunwan? That was his 4th senior sister. No matter how strong she was no threat to him. After bidding farewell to Yunhe, Duan Ling Tian continued his invincible journey. Almost everyone he encountered was killed by him and turned into rewards. Of course, the people of the righteous divine nation were an exception. During this period of time, many people from the righteous divine nation witnessed Duan Ling Tian's attack with their own eyes. Each and every one of them was astonished. Duan Ling Tian's strength is so strong now? Monster! Monster! Back at the Manor Heads banquet, it was like yesterday. Back then, his strength was far from this level. All the upper divine lordess of the righteous divine nation were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength. At the same time, they rejoiced that they were from the same divine nation as Duan Ling Tian, so Duan Ling Tian did not attack them. Duan Ling Tian's points have exceeded 10,000. Not only did he break the previous record, he even surpassed it. When many people's attention shifted to the scoreboard, it was not difficult to see that Duan Ling Tian, who was ranked first on the individual scoreboard, had more than 10,000 points. As for the Divine Nation scoreboard, the Righteous Divine Nation had unsurprisingly reached first place due to Duan Ling Tian's amazing performance. However, they were not far away from Yuhong Divine Nation. They were only 2,000 points behind. This was also because Yuhong Divine Nation had Lang Chunwan. Her individual points were only 2,000 points behind Duan Lingtian's. These two are worthy of being chosen by our Southern Heaven continent's godly venerable rank forces. They're both so outstanding. I was still unconvinced earlier. Why didn't any godly venerable rank forces come looking for me? Now, I'm convinced. Two monsters. Although Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan were fellow disciples, no one in the Destiny Canyon knew about it. Therefore, while they were shocked by their skills, they did not connect the two together. Some people were even looking forward to the two meeting in the end and having a fierce battle. The core area has been very lively during this period. The big movements have never stopped. Some people speculate that Lang Chunwan has entered the core area after entering the ultimate god realm and is fighting with the 9 great demons. The 9 great demons are not simple. When they join forces, even a lower ultimate god might not be their match. There have been similar invincible existences in the Destiny Canyon for generations. In the past, to defeat such existences, one would need to consume the earthly fire Buddhist lotus and enter the ultimate god realm before joining forces. Otherwise, it's almost impossible to defeat them. Before meeting a few people from other divine kingdoms and killing them, Duan Lingtian heard some useful news. His 4th senior sister, Lang Chunwan, might be in the core area of the Destiny Canyon. Moreover, she was fighting with the 9 great demons. The 9 great demons can form a natal magic formation and are stronger than an ordinary lower ultimate god. Duan Lingtian's face turned slightly solemn. Such existences were not something he could deal with. At the very least, there was a high risk of him dying if he encountered them. Unless there was no one among the 9 great demons who was proficient in the law of space. Otherwise, once the space was affected, he would not have a chance to escape if he was no match for them. However, I still have to go and watch the show. If it's really 4th senior sister, I'll see if she needs help. With that thought, Duan Lingtian began to walk toward the core area of the inner area. There was still some distance between here and there. The core area of the inner area. Somewhere in the canyon. Boom! With a loud bang, the canyon collapsed. Then, a figure rose into the air. The tall figure stood there with a 10-meter-tall shadow condensing around him and gradually solidifying into a solid body. I, He-Yulin, have finally entered the ultimate god realm. It was a tall young man with a cold face. His black robe fluttered without wind. He was originally a half-step ultimate god. Some time ago, he was lucky enough to obtain an earthly fire Buddhist lotus. After consuming it, he had the talent to become an ultimate god. Since he had accumulated enough strength, he went into seclusion and broke through to the ultimate god realm. Entering the ultimate god realm also meant that he could no longer kill the divine emperors from other divine kingdoms. If he tried to kill them, he would be sent out immediately. I'm not in a hurry to go out. Although He-Yulin could go out now, he was not in a hurry. With the strength of an ultimate god, he could continue to wander around the Destiny Canyon. Just like him, he could not kill the outsiders, but it did not mean that he could not kill the creatures in the canyon. They were all points. Moreover, suddenly, He-Yulin seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up. If the 9 great demons in the core area join forces, I'm no match for them. However, there might be other ultimate gods nearby. I can join forces with them to fight against the 9 great demons. That's the ultimate challenge in every divine kingdom battle. I heard that once the challenge is successful, although the points won't be much, they'll be rewarded handsomely by the god of creation. He-Yulin's eyes lit up even more when he thought of that. That's right. Let's go there. While He-Yulin was rushing towards the inner area of the Destiny Canyon, 2 lower ultimate gods were also heading towards the inner area from 2 other directions. Obviously, they were thinking of the same thing. Both of them were like He-Yulin. They had obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotus some time ago and successfully entered the ultimate god realm after consuming it. The fact that they were able to obtain the earthly fire Buddhist lotus was enough to prove their strength. They were both upper-rank great gods who had been accumulating strength for many years. If they did not make a breakthrough soon, they might be seriously injured in the next millennium tribulation. Of course, there was another person who had obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. Although he was also trying to break through to the ultimate god realm, he had yet to make a breakthrough. The three lower-rank ultimate gods who had obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotus were heading towards the inner area. Every time the Destiny Canyon opened, there would be a maximum of 6 earthly fire Buddhist lotuses. This time, among the 6 people who had obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotuses, 3 of them had entered the ultimate god realm. It was not an exaggeration in the Destiny Canyon's history. There was once a divine kingdom battle in the Destiny Canyon where 5 people had entered the lower-rank ultimate god realm before they came out of the canyon. The 3 lower-rank ultimate gods belonged to different divine kingdoms. As they were heading towards the inner area, they met some people from their respective divine kingdoms. These people were originally hiding in the dark and only came out when they sensed their auras or saw them. "Why are all of you hiding?" The 3 of them were puzzled to see the people of their respective divine kingdoms hiding. "There's only a few days left until Destiny Canyon sends us out. Why aren't you taking advantage of the last few days? Why are you hiding instead? Are you waiting for the Destiny Canyon to send you out?" Faced with the puzzled looks on their faces, the person who had hidden smiled wryly. "You might not know this, but during this period of time, Duanling Tian from the Righteous Divine Kingdom has completely consolidated his cultivation base as a medium divine emperor. His strength is above that of a half-step ultimate god. He has been killing people from various divine kingdoms. Many of our people have died in his hands. If we don't hide, we'll definitely die if we meet him. We know that this is a rare opportunity, but we don't dare to go out." The 3 divine kingdoms experts who had just become lower-rank ultimate gods felt invincible in the Destiny Canyon after becoming lower-rank ultimate gods. They were enraged when they heard the people from their respective divine kingdoms' grievances. "Follow me. I'd like to see if Duanling Tian dares to attack you." "Humph. Even if he doesn't, I'll injure him severely and send him to your deaths." Duanling Tian was only a middle-rank ultimate god. According to the Destiny Canyon's rules, they were not allowed to kill Duanling Tian after becoming ultimate gods. However, although they were not allowed to kill Duanling Tian, they could injure him severely. The eyes of the people from the 3 divine kingdoms lit up when they heard the words of the lower-rank ultimate gods from their respective divine kingdoms. Why would they be afraid of Duanling Tian if they had a lower-rank ultimate god with them? Although Duanling Tian's strength was above that of a half-step ultimate god, they did not think that he could fight against a lower-rank ultimate god. Even the weakest lower-rank ultimate god was not someone that Duanling Tian could fight against. Chapter 4203. The 3 lower ultimate gods led the people from their respective divine kingdoms to the core area. They did not forget their plan. They would join forces with the other lower ultimate gods to kill the 9 great demons in the core area. As for Duanling Tian, if they met him along the way, they would injure him severely and let the people from their divine kingdoms kill him. Duanling Tian did not know that he was being targeted by the 3 lower ultimate gods who had successfully become lower ultimate gods after consuming the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. He had successfully arrived at the core area of Destiny Canyon. From a distance, he could hear the roaring sounds coming from inside. The closer he got, the more he felt the earth-shattering vibrations. It's right in front. It's so loud even from such a distance. Even a battle between lower ultimate gods wouldn't be so intense, right? Who's fighting with the 9 great demons? Could it be 4th Senior Sister? 4th Senior Sister can only be so strong after becoming a lower ultimate god, right? Duanling Tian already had some guesses in his mind. He guessed that it was his 4th Senior Sister who was fighting with the 9 great demons. If it's not 4th Senior Sister, then it should be the other people who have obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotus and have entered the ultimate god realm working together to fight against the 9 great demons. Of course, Duanling Tian was not sure if it was his 4th Senior Sister, Lang Chun-Wan, who was fighting with the 9 great demons. There were other possibilities. Let's go closer and see. Duanling Tian went deeper into the canyon and encountered some demonic beasts in the core area blocking his way. Some of them were even half-step ultimate gods. However, they were all killed by him one by one. Many people who were hiding in the dark showed themselves when Duanling Tian went deeper into the canyon. Duanling Tian is as strong as the rumors say. The two demonic beasts that he killed almost killed us. I didn't expect him to kill them with just one strike. It's hard to believe that he's just a medium emperor god. He's really a medium emperor god. I sensed his divine power just now. Currently, the group of people who were hiding in the periphery of the core region were all upper divine lords. Although Duan Lingtian was strong, his consciousness was still inferior to that of an upper divine lord. If an upper god lord were to really hide, it would be hard for his divine consciousness to discover them, unless it was very close. Due to the distance between them, the difference in their cultivation realms and the difference in their divine senses, he was unable to find the high-level god emperor who was hiding. Of course, if a higher god emperor were to investigate him, he would be able to discover the location immediately. Even though he did not discover any high-level divine emperors, Duan Lingtian knew in his heart that there were definitely some high-level divine emperors hidden in the surroundings. The reason why he did not attack them was entirely because he did not want to waste time looking for them. At the same time, he was anxious to go in and see who was fighting fiercely with the 9 great demons. Fourth senior sister? Duan Lingtian continued for a while and finally arrived at the scene of the fierce battle. The surrounding forest had been completely razed to the ground. 9 colossal beings were currently working together in a strange blood formation. The strength they displayed caused Duan Lingtian's heart to tremble. He even felt that if he were to face these 9 colossal beings together, he would definitely die. On the other side, his fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan stood there, her face slightly pale. It was obvious that she had suffered a certain amount of damage. However, compared to the 9 colossal beings who were riddled with wounds, his fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan's current state was much better. Amen? When Duan Lingtian saw Lang Chunwan, who was temporarily avoiding the 9 great demons after another confrontation, also saw Duan Lingtian. Little junior brother? For a moment, Lang Chunwan's eyes also lit up. In the next instant, as if she had sensed something, Lang Chunwan said, "Little junior brother, you came at the right time. Later, help me restrain one of the demonic beasts, so that they can't use the natal blood formation for a short period of time. Then, I will take advantage of this opportunity to kill one of the other 8 demonic beasts. As long as one demonic beast dies, even if the demonic beast that you're restraining can free up its hands, it won't be able to reverse the situation." Lang Chunwan didn't waste any time and directly asked Duan Lingtian to help her. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate in the slightest. Practically at the same time that Lang Chunyuan erupted once again and charged towards the 9 demon beasts, he flashed out at the same time, and the 7 orifices exquisite sword flashed in his hand as he charged towards one of the demon beasts. The demonic beast that was targeted by Duan Lingtian was a mountain-like beast. Facing Duan Lingtian's attack, its emotions became restless, and its aura fluctuated. However, it didn't block Duan Lingtian's attack. This was because it couldn't afford to be distracted. Once it was distracted, the blood formation that it and its 9 brothers had formed together would lose its effect. By then, they wouldn't be a match for the female human. Whoosh! Although it didn't block Duan Lingtian's attack, a wave of divine power rose from the surface of the demonic beast's body. It merged with the precept ultimacy to form a layer of defense, giving off a sturdy feeling as if it was indestructible. "You're ignoring me? Then I'll kill you." Seeing this, Duan Lingtian was surprised. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and the sword radiance on the 7 orifices exquisite sword surged. Originally, he was holding back, but at the same time, he attacked with all his might. At this moment, the 7-colored sword radiance pierced through the air, and at the same time, it posed a great threat to the demonic beast targeted by Duan Lingtian. The demonic beast that was targeted suddenly shrank its huge pupils, and its body started to tremble. It even let out a series of hurried howls from its mouth. The other 8 brothers also felt the danger at this moment. They either roared, or their eyes turned cold. Then, they all abandoned Lang Chunwan and charged towards Duan Lingtian. The 8 demon beasts charged at him in unison. Coupled with the demon beast that he had his eyes on, Duan Lingtian instantly felt a powerful aura pressing down on him, causing him to almost suffocate. However, under such circumstances, his eyes were cold. He didn't care about the pressure at all, and the sword in his hand continued to stab forward. Whoosh! The seven-colored sword radiance successfully broke through the demonic beast's defense and penetrated its body. Go to hell. Then, as Duan Lingtian muttered in his heart, the seven-colored light suddenly surged within the demonic beast's body. Then, the demonic beast let out a series of desperate howls. Woo woo, ah woo. The shrill scream shook the void, and it was extremely ear-piercing to the group of upper divine emperors outside the core area. At the same time, they looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. A demonic beast was unlucky? Was it one of the 9 demonic beasts? Duan Lingtian went in, and a demonic beast was unlucky. Did he do it? If it was one of the 9 great demons, it means that he has teamed up with someone. I don't know if it's one person or a few people who are fighting against the 9 great demons. It could be one person, or it could be a few people. If it's one person, it can only be Lang Chunwan. And it has to be Lang Chunwan who has entered the ultimate god realm. I think so too. If it's a few people, it should be the other few who have entered the ultimate god realm. Deep in the core area, Duan Lingtian teleported away from the spot after his successful attack. However, it was still a little too late. Among the remaining 8 great demons, there was an existence who was skilled in the law of space. Long before Duan Lingtian teleported away, it vibrated the space, making it impossible for him to teleport away. Damn it! Duan Lingtian's expression changed, and he continued to retreat. If he couldn't teleport away, he would run. At the same time when Duan Lingtian's consciousness was about to retreat, the demon beast's huge eyes that were glowing with 7-colored light became lifeless. Then, thousands of 7-colored lights shot out from the surface of its body. A rule reward fell from the sky and enveloped Duan Lingtian. Little junior brother. At this time, Lang Chunwan wanted to save him, but it was a little too late. Although Duan Lingtian retreated at the first moment, he was still hit by the 8 demonic beasts. His entire body flew out like an arrow from a bow. At this moment, Duan Lingtian flew out with blood gushing out of his mouth. His heart trembled, and at the same time, there was still some lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he managed to kill one of the demonic beasts so that the remaining demonic beasts could no longer form the natal blood formation. Otherwise, he would be dead by now. The 9 demonic beasts had used the natal blood formation and could erupt with strength exceeding that of an ordinary lower ultimate god. However, when the 8 demonic beasts joined forces, even if they were angry, their strength was only close to that of an ultimate god. However, Duan Lingtian did not have time to defend himself after killing the demonic beast. Therefore, even if he hastily covered his body with the spatial energy, he still could not avoid the fate of serious injury. That was close. Although he was heavily injured, Duan Lingtian still heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he was not dead. You're all courting death. At this moment, Lang Chunwan had also arrived. Her eyes were glowing red, and the destructive energy on her body was surging with murderous intent. The current Lang Chunwan was like a young Shura, giving off an extremely bloodthirsty feeling. Then, in the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwan transform into a 10-meter-tall giant and casually kill a demonic beast with a punch. After that, seeing her kill another demonic beast, Duan Lingtian hurriedly said, 4th senior sister, don't kill them. Just don't let them leave this place. Leave them until I recover so that I can kill them. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the red in Lang Chunwan's eyes dissipated. Okay. Lang Chunwan responded and then restrained the remaining 7 demonic beasts, pinning them to the ground so that they could not break free. They were only 7 half-step ultimate god realm demonic beasts. With 2 dead demonic beasts, they could no longer form the natal blood formation and were equivalent to 7 scattered half-step ultimate gods. They were pathetically weak to her. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was sitting cross-legged in the void, frantically consuming healing elixir pills and absorbing the hidden law reward in his body. Although it was a little wasteful, he still did it as he could not wait to recover and kill the remaining 7 demonic beasts with his own hands. Previously, he had heard that the ultimate challenge in this Destiny Canyon was most likely the 9 demonic beasts that could form the natal blood formation. Killing these 9 demonic beasts would give him an additional reward from the Creator God. I need to recover quickly. Compared to the additional reward left by the ultimate God, consuming this little bit of law reward is nothing. Now, Duan Lingtian could not wait to find out what the so-called additional reward was. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. At this time, Duan Lingtian's injuries were already half healed. Suddenly, Lang Chunwan raised her eyebrows. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 3 figures appeared in front of Lang Chunwan like ghosts and stared fervently at the 7 demonic beasts that were restrained. Chapter 4204. The 3 people who appeared were none other than the 3 who had entered the ultimate God realm with the help of the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. They belonged to 3 different divine kingdoms. At that moment, they withdrew their gazes from the 7 bound great demons on the ground and looked at their surroundings. They saw Lang Chunwan, who had restrained the 7 great demons. They saw Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged in the void to recover from his injuries. At this moment, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and regained his senses when he saw the 3 of them. Duan Lingtian. The 3 of them recognized Duan Lingtian immediately. The monstrous genius from the righteous divine kingdom had attracted a lot of attention even before he entered the Heavenswell Canyon. Even they had been paying attention to him. Therefore, they recognized him at a glance. In the next moment, the 3 of them shouted at the same time, "All of you, come in." As the 3 of them spoke, the eyes of the people from the 3 divine kingdoms who were originally stationed outside the core area lit up as they entered the core area together. The people from the other divine kingdoms could only look at them enviously, but did not dare to follow. What a joke! The people from the 3 divine kingdoms dared to do so because they had the support of an ultimate God. I didn't expect the 3 of them to enter the ultimate God realm after obtaining the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. Since they just arrived, the one fighting with the 9 great demons in front should be Lang Chunwan from the Yuhong Divine Kingdom. Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan should be able to suppress the 9 great demons together. I just don't know what the situation is now. I really want to go in and take a look. I advise you to give up on that idea. If you go in rashly, they might mistake you for someone who wants to take advantage of the situation and kill you. The people from the 3 divine kingdoms entered the core area after the 3 lower ultimate gods shouted and saw Duan Lingtian, Lang Chunwan, and the 7 bound great demons, Duan Lingtian. However, their gazes were more focused on Duan Lingtian at that moment. This was the person who had killed many people from their divine kingdoms. Anyone who encountered him was killed by him. His points were also increasing rapidly. Now, he had more than 10,000 points, breaking the record of those who had entered the Destiny Canyon in the past. The people from the 3 divine kingdoms were glaring at Duan Lingtian like a tiger watching its prey due to the confidence of having 3 lesser ultimate gods. Scram! A soft shout was heard. It was Lang Chunwan. She glanced at the 3 lower ultimate gods coldly. Lang Chuanyuan's soft voice caused the 3 lower-level ultimate gods' expressions to change. Did this Lang Chuanyuan think that they couldn't see that she was already an arrow at the end of its flight? Otherwise, why did she only suppress the great demons and not kill them? There must be only enough power to suppress them and not enough power to kill them. Let's ignore her. Let's kill Duan Lingtian first. From the 3 lower ultimate gods' point of view, Lang Chunwan was going to die sooner or later. They only wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, who was still recuperating. Duan Lingtian. The 3 of them looked at Duan Lingtian. He Yulin was the first to speak. Many people from the Lamo Divine Kingdom have died in your hands. Today, it's your turn. As a lower ultimate god, He Yulin was not afraid of Duan Lingtian even if he was at his peak. Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Duan Lingtian was severely injured. Duan Lingtian, you must die today. Genius? Monster? You're nothing in front of absolute power. The other 2 lower ultimate gods were also looking at Duan Lingtian with disdain. At this moment, the 3 of them completely ignored Lang Chuanyuan because they all felt that Lang Chuanyuan was doing her best to suppress the 7 great demons. She was definitely barely able to do so and was no threat to them. unless she released the 7 great demons. However, if she did that, the great demons would most likely attack her even if they did not escape. Therefore, they did not think that Lang Chunwan was a threat to them. 3 lower ultimate gods. Duan Lingtian stood up and stopped recuperating. Although he had not recovered to his peak, he was not any weaker than a half-step ultimate god. Among the group of god emperors that the 3 of them had brought, there were very few who could be his match. You all want to kill me? Duan Lingtian asked with a grin. Duan Lingtian. The 3 lower ultimate gods looked at him coldly. Among the emperor gods they brought, one of them sneered. You should be satisfied that you're still alive after killing so many people. That's right. It's your good fortune to be injured by 3 supreme gods today. Duan Lingtian, after you're injured by 3 ultimate gods, we'll take all your gains from the Destiny Canyon. The eyes of the 3 divine kingdoms emperor gods were shining. Although there were close to 20 of them, Duan Lingtian's gains were too great. Even if they worked together to kill Duan Lingtian after he was injured, they would still get a lot of Duan Lingtian's rewards. Since you didn't leave when I asked you to, don't even think about leaving. Lang Chunwan flew out while restraining the 9 great demons. At first, her speed was slow, but in the blink of an eye, she was as fast as lightning. Then, he circled around the group of people present. During this process, every time she hit the void, a ray of light flashed and disappeared into the void. By the time the 3 lower ultimate gods realized what was going on, Lang Chunyuan had already returned to her original position and activated the formation that she had just set up with multiple formation discs. Whoosh! Whoosh! Once the formation was set up, the surrounding void seemed to have an additional layer of restriction, enveloping everyone in it. Not only that, but now, in this forbidden void, the space trembled. Even those who were proficient in the law of space could not use spatial teleportation here. Trapping formation. At this moment, other than the 3 lower ultimate gods who thought that Lang Chunwan was deliberately mystifying, the rest of the emperor gods were shocked. Previously, Lang Chunwan had trapped and killed more than a dozen upper ultimate gods with this formation. At that time, she was only a upper ultimate god. Now, she seemed to be a lower ultimate god. Lang Chunwan. At this time, the lower ultimate god from Lamo Divine Kingdom, He Yulin, spoke in an indifferent tone. If you were at your peak, even if the 3 of us joined forces, we wouldn't dare to say that we could defeat you. Now, you're fighting the 9 great demons and Duan Lingtian's sneak attack on you. Obviously, you're an arrow at the end of its flight. Otherwise, wouldn't you have bet on Lingtian and not kill the 9 great demons? As soon as He Yulin spoke, the other 2 lower ultimate gods agreed. Lang Chunwan, after we kill Duan Lingtian, it'll be your turn. Don't rush. Lang Chunwan, if you know what's good for you, you'd better leave Destiny Canyon with a thought. After entering the ultimate god realm in Destiny Canyon, one could leave Destiny Canyon directly. This was one of the rules of Destiny Canyon. Because of this, the 3 of them did not plan to attack Lang Chunwan in a hurry. Moreover, it was a good thing that Lang Chunwan was suppressing the 7 great demons. It indirectly helped them. Of course, even if Lang Chunwan left now and no longer restrained the 7 great demons, it would not affect their ability to kill the 7 great demons. The 3 of them could not kill the people from the Divine Kingdom who had not entered the ultimate god realm, but it would not affect their ability to kill the natives in Destiny Canyon. Idiots! Lang Chunwan spoke indifferently almost as soon as the 3 lower ultimate gods finished speaking. She no longer restrained the 7 great demons and directly attacked the 3 lower ultimate gods. Her destructive energy shook the sky as Lang Chunwan directly attacked the 3 lower ultimate gods. The energy that erupted from her attack caused the 3 lower ultimate gods' pupils to shrink as their expressions changed drastically. How is this possible? They never expected Lang Chunwan to have such strength. If she had such strength, why didn't she kill the 7 great demons and only restrain them? At that moment, they could not figure it out. However, even though they could not figure it out, they did not dare to be careless in the face of Lang Chunwan's aggressive and oppressive aura. They hurriedly attacked. The 3 lower ultimate gods joined forces to face Lang Chunwan, who was also a lower ultimate god. It was as if they were facing a medium ultimate god instead of a lower ultimate god. On the other side, Duan Lingtian had also attacked the group of emperor gods that the three lower ultimate gods brought over. Before they could react, the seven-colored sword ray whizzed past and took away the lives of two emperor gods. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. The remaining people only reacted after the two emperor gods died. Their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly attacked Duan Lingtian. "Let's attack together. Kill him. He's injured and not at his peak strength. Kill him. There are so many of us. I don't believe we can't kill him." A group of upper ultimate gods joined forces and attacked Duan Lingtian. Among them were two half-step ultimate gods. They gave Duan Lingtian a lot of pressure. If he was not injured, Duan Lingtian was confident that he could defeat them. However, he was injured now. Therefore, Duan Lingtian did not fight them head-on. In a flash, he was already on the other side, bypassing seven half-step ultimate gods' great demons. The seven great demons were originally attacking the trapping formation. Now that they saw Duan Lingtian coming over, their eyes lit up fiercely as they attacked Duan Lingtian together. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he saw this. He turned around and attacked the group of emperor gods again. Duan Lingtian was very fast. He dodged the attacks of some of the stronger emperor gods and took the attacks of some of the weaker emperor gods head-on. He brushed past the group of emperor gods. Then, this group of emperor gods was exposed to the seven great demons that were chasing Duan Lingtian. They blocked the path of the seven great demons. The seven great demons were chasing after the culprit who had broken the blood-natal formation of the nine brothers. Their anger had almost burned away their rationality. Now that they were being obstructed, they were naturally even more furious. They directly attacked the person who blocked their way. The group of emperor gods who were blocking the path were shocked. The two half-step ultimate gods were the first to dodge and shouted at the same time, "Get out of the way! Don't attack them. Their target is Duan Lingtian." However, the remaining emperor gods were not as fast as them. Even if they wanted to dodge, they were too slow. In addition, the two half-step ultimate gods did not allow them to attack the seven great demons. When the seven great demons attacked, they were like a wave of chives being harvested. In one move, 5 of the 7 great demons were killed and the rest were seriously injured. Then, they continued to chase after Duan Lingtian. The scene was filled with the smell of blood. It was extremely tragic. Of the dozen emperor gods, only the 2 half-step ultimate gods were unharmed. The rest were either dead or injured. Chapter 4205. Duan Lingtian. At that moment, the injured people from the 3 divine kingdoms were glaring at Duan Lingtian. Even the 2 uninjured half-step ultimate gods did not continue to pursue Duan Lingtian. They just stood aside and watched the 7 great demons chase after Duan Lingtian. Faced with the pursuit of the 7 great demons, Duan Lingtian did not continue to be entangled with them. He merely continued to flee. Moreover, in the process of fleeing, he was also analyzing and healing the injuries in his body. As for the little bit of divine power that he had used to escape, it was nothing. He could make up for it with the rewards. The rewards allowed him to convert his divine power directly, but it was a little extravagant. However, Duan Lingtian did not care if it was extravagant or not. It was better to use up the rewards than to lose his life. Give me a little more time to recover from my injuries. I'll be able to easily kill these 7 great demons. But I'm afraid I can't wait until then. Duan Lingtian glanced at his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwan as he ran. At that moment, his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwan's ultimate god apparition appeared and was fighting with the other 3 lower ultimate gods. The destructive power was earth-shattering. She was not at a disadvantage in the face of the 3 lower ultimate gods' joint attack. This caused the expressions of the god emperors from the 3 holy kingdoms to change. This Lang Chunyuan is actually so strong? No wonder people said she had the combat power of an ultimate god when she was a higher ultimate god. After breaking through to the lower ultimate god level, she can fight against 3 lower ultimate gods alone and not be at a disadvantage. I don't think she's at a disadvantage. I feel like she's slowly gaining the upper hand. The group of Emperor gods panicked when they saw that Lang Chunwan seemed to be gaining the upper hand, especially the two half-step ultimate gods who were not injured. They stared at the trapping formation around them, wondering if they could break out of it. The situation was getting worse for them. However, they soon discovered that no matter how they attacked, the trapping formation remained motionless and showed no signs of collapsing. This trapping formation is connected to the divine power in her body. As long as her divine power doesn't run out, the trapping formation will always be there. As long as she doesn't die or her divine power doesn't run out, we won't be able to break this formation. Our strength is too weak. The two half-step ultimate gods looked at each other and saw the despair in each other's eyes. It's over. If the three low-level ultimate gods were unreliable, they would be finished. Fourth senior sister's strength is so strong now. Duan Lingtian was surprised to see his fourth senior sister gradually overpowering the three lower ultimate gods. They were all lower ultimate gods, but the gap between them was a little exaggerated. Unlike him, his fourth senior sister had not mastered the Sword Dao and the Dao of Control. This fourth senior sister, even now, had only grasped the embryonic form of the Dao of Control. The embryonic form was something that he had only mastered recently. Even so, she had the battle prowess of a lower ultimate god when she had just become a lower ultimate god. It's only a matter of time before I defeat the three of them. I hope fourth senior sister ends the battle soon. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to retain much of the rewards stored in my body. Duan Lingtian's divine power was rapidly depleting. Although he did not need to replenish it all the time, he would need to replenish his divine power if the 7 great demons chased after him. Of course, the divine power of the 7 great demons was not limitless. There would be a time when it would be depleted. However, they also had the energy stored in their bodies to consume the rewards. Moreover, as the overlords of the Destiny Canyon, there was no telling how many rewards were stored in their bodies. It's a pity that I can't inherit the rewards. Otherwise, I'd be rich if I killed them. Duan Lingtian sighed to himself as he watched the 7 great demons become more lively. Killing people in the Destiny Canyon could rob them of their points, but the reward for killing them was the normal reward. Even if they had the rewards stored in their bodies, they would not be able to get them. It was the same for killing the natives of the Destiny Canyon. Of course, the reward for killing the natives of the Destiny Canyon was fixed. For example, Duan Lingtian would get a fixed 100 points for killing any one of the 7 great demons. If he killed the upper divine emperors from the other divine kingdoms, not only would he get 100 points, but he would also be able to keep the points for himself. That was why Duan Lingtian's points had exceeded 10,000 so easily. Die. About a quarter of an hour later, Lang Chunyuan suddenly roared and appeared behind a low-level ultimate god. Her destructive energy erupted and shrouded the low-level ultimate god. She did not care about the other 2 lower ultimate gods for the time being. She even carried her target with her and flew through the air, avoiding the attacks of the other 2 lower ultimate gods. In the process, she killed the lower ultimate god in front of her. Whoosh! With the lower ultimate god dead, a dazzling reward fell from the sky and entered Lang Chunwan's body. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and the others saw a flash in front of their eyes. Then, a vision of heaven and earth appeared. It was a huge figure that rose from the place where the lower ultimate god died. It was as if it was standing between heaven and earth. Then, it let out an earth-shattering cry of unwillingness and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Bang! When the figure fell to the ground, the light that swept in all directions and covered more than half of the central area of the Destiny Canyon quickly retracted and disappeared. However, the scene just now had been witnessed by all the living beings in the inner regions of Destiny Canyon. Regardless of whether they were outsiders or natives, they had all seen it. That's the vision of heaven and earth of a fallen ultimate god. Ultimate god has fallen. Duan Lingtian had heard of the vision of heaven and earth of a fallen ultimate god. He had also read about it in some ancient books, but it was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. He did not expect it to be so shocking. If the fall of a lower ultimate god is so grand, it must be even grander for a medium ultimate god or even an upper ultimate god, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. A lower ultimate god had fallen just like that. He did not even get out of the Destiny Canyon before he died. The remaining two lower ultimate gods did not continue to attack and retreated temporarily. They looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Healin, now that Zhang Chun is dead, we won't be able to escape death even if we continue to fight her. I think we should break out of the formation and leave. That's what I think too. Let's break the formation together. The two lower ultimate gods had lost their will to fight after Lang Chunwan killed a lower ultimate god. They immediately came to a consensus and attacked the formation together. Bang! It had to be said that the two of them were very wise. They joined hands and attacked the trapping formation. Instantly, a huge hole appeared at the trapping formation. It was big enough for several people to enter and exit at the same time. Let's go. Without any hesitation, the two of them flew out and tried to escape. I said, if you didn't leave just now, don't even think about leaving. Just as the two of them were preparing to escape, the hole in the trapping formation actually disappeared before their eyes, causing them to pounce on nothing. What's going on? How is this possible? Look behind her. The temporary exit of the trapping formation that we broke through was shifted to behind her. Damn it! How can the formation change like this? At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the hole that He Yulin and Luo Ruoxin had disappeared from its original position and appeared behind Lang Chunyuan. Moreover, the hole was shrinking at an extremely fast speed. In just a few breaths of time, this originally huge hole had completely disappeared, as if it had never appeared. A hole in the formation could be quickly repaired as long as the person who set up the formation had enough divine energy. At that moment, He Yulin and the other lower ultimate god looked at each other and no longer had any hope of escaping. Their bodies drifted and were suddenly sucked into a black hole that appeared out of nowhere. Whoosh! Whoosh! During this process, the two uninjured half-step ultimate gods wanted to use the teleportation portal, but were mercilessly blocked outside the spatial black hole. They could only watch helplessly as the spatial black hole took He Yulin and the other low-level ultimate god away. He Yulin and the other lower ultimate god had triggered the law of Destiny Canyon and were teleported out of the canyon. Once one entered the ultimate god realm in the Destiny Canyon, they could be teleported out of the canyon with just a thought. Of course, no one would do that unless they had no other choice. It was a good thing to be able to stay in the Destiny Canyon, as they might be able to gain something before they left. Earlier, He Yulin and the other lower ultimate god realm thought the same and decided to break out of the formation. Otherwise, they would have triggered the law of Destiny Canyon and been teleported out of the canyon. They actually left. Duan Lingtian felt it was a pity to see He Yulin and the other lower ultimate god run away. However, he also knew that his fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan could kill a lower ultimate god. But why didn't he ask the Destiny Canyon to send him out when fourth senior sister was about to kill him? In fact, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who could not figure it out. Even the others could not figure it out. Only Lang Chunwan herself knew that she had used some tricks to confuse the other party at the crucial moment. That was why the other party did not have time to ask the Destiny Canyon to send him out. It's over. The two unharmed half-step ultimate gods and the injured high-level god emperors looked hopeless when they saw one low-level ultimate god dead and the other two low-level ultimate gods fleeing. Bang! 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 A series of loud noises reverberated in the air as the seven great demons who were pursuing Duan Lingtian were suppressed by Lang Chunyuan again. They could not move at all. All they could do was to let out a series of indignant roars. You're too impulsive. Do you think it's safe with a lower ultimate god? At this time, Duan Lingtian, who was no longer being chased by the great demons, stopped and looked at the two half-step ultimate gods. He shook his head and sighed. Why didn't you hide somewhere else? Why did you have to come here to die? Humph! One of the half-step ultimate gods snorted and stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, do you think you're any better? We're going to die today because of her. Do you think you can live? In his opinion, not only would they die when Lang Chunwan attacked, but Duan Lingtian would also die. The remaining half-step ultimate god stared at the seven great demons and could not help but frown. He felt that something was not right. Why didn't Lang Chunwan just kill the seven great demons? She would not be sent out of the Destiny Canyon if she killed them. After all, she was not from the Divine Kingdoms. Also, if Lang Chunwan was so powerful, why did she allow Duan Lingtian to live and let Duan Lingtian recover? Chapter 4206. They reached an agreement to cooperate? The half-step ultimate god felt his scalp go numb at the thought of this. At the same time, he felt a little unwilling. Although Duan Lingtian is stronger than me, he doesn't deserve to cooperate with someone like her, right? Could it be because Duan Lingtian helped her kill the other two great demons? Previously, someone had fought the 9 great demons to a standstill and had even fought for several days. This was something that he knew. It was also because of this that he knew that the 9 great demons were defeated after Duan Lingtian arrived. However, even if they reached an agreement to cooperate, they might not be of one mind, right? Lang Chunwan will let Duan Lingtian go in the end. The half-step ultimate god felt a little better when he thought of this. The way he looked at Duan Lingtian also became a lot more indifferent. Duan Lingtian, most of the time, the so-called cooperation is only temporary. Do you really think that you can still live after we die? Ridiculous. Now, the 2 half-step ultimate gods felt that even if they were to die, Duan Lingtian would definitely be buried with them. Lang Chunwan would not let Duan Lingtian live. The remaining half-step ultimate gods who were injured also felt the same way. Although we will definitely die, with a demon like Duan Lingtian accompanying us, we can die in peace. That's right. With Duan Lingtian accompanying us, we won't be lonely. Duan Lingtian, you will not be the final winner. These half-step ultimate gods also knew that they would definitely die. Even if Lang Chunwan could not attack them, she could still borrow the hands of Duan Lingtian or the 7 great demons. The 7 great demons were still suppressed by Lang Chunwan and had not been killed. Perhaps, Lang Chunwan wanted the 7 great demons to kill them. As for the 7 great demons being suppressed by Lang Chunwan and not killing Duan Lingtian, it must be because of Lang Chunwan. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not be alive. You all thought that I would definitely die? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the crowd's words. Then, he could not help but laugh. A bunch of idiots. At this moment, Lang Chunwan spoke with a mocking smile. This is my little junior brother. My only junior brother. I can't wait to protect him. And you all think I will kill him? Do you know why I attacked the 3 of them first and not the 3 of you first? Because they want to kill Duan Jr. Duan Lingtians? Idiots. Lang Chunwan did not forget to scold them at the end of her sentence. As soon as Lang Chunyuan finished speaking, all the upper divine emperors from the 3 divine kingdoms, including the 2 half-step ultimate gods, were stunned. After that, those who were the first to regain their senses had a huge change in expression. How is this possible? Duan Lingtian is Lang Chunwan's junior brother? Aren't they from different divine kingdoms? How is this possible? Everyone's expression changed. Everything that Lang Chunwan said was something that they did not dare to imagine. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan had such a relationship. If this was true, then their previous thoughts were just wishful thinking. Duan Lingtian could not possibly die. Kill him. Let him be our scapegoat. One of the half-step ultimate gods was the first to speak. Then, he flew towards Duan Lingtian without caring about his injuries. His eyes were completely red, and it was obvious that he was desperate. However, Duan Lingtian killed him with a casual swing of his sword. At the same time, he said calmly, 2 half-step ultimate gods and a group of crippled soldiers. Even if all of you attack together, it would still be difficult to kill me. A mere injured half-step ultimate god who is not even a half-step ultimate god wants to kill me? Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lang Chunwan snorted coldly and immediately attacked. A group of ants? How dare you target my junior brother? In the next moment, a terrifying destructive power vibrated across the air and injured the 2 half-step ultimate gods. Then, in the instant that the 2 half-step ultimate gods' faces changed, Duan Lingtian moved. Whoosh! His figure floated and directly swept towards the group of half-step ultimate gods. In the next moment, He was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. Every time he attacked, there would be half-step ultimate gods falling. Even the two half-step ultimate gods who had been injured a moment ago could not fight back against Duan Tian. Together with the group of half-step ultimate gods, they were killed by Duan Tian. In less than 15 minutes, the half-step ultimate gods of the three divine kingdoms were all killed by Duan Tian. In the sky, the rewards fell as if they did not cost money and enveloped Duan Tian. Duan Tian was initially feeling heartache over the loss of the rewards stored in his body. Now, there was a large pile of rewards that were even more than before. For a moment, he could not help but smile. Junior brother, continue to recover from your injuries. Once you've recovered, you can kill these demonic beasts as well. It is said that if you pass the ultimate challenge in Tianming Canyon, you will receive additional rewards from the strongest experts. I wonder if I can enter the realm of a middle-level ultimate god, and you can enter the realm of a half-step ultimate god if we pass the ultimate challenge together. Lang Chunwan's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears at the right time. When Duan Lingtian heard this, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch violently. This fourth senior sister was too greedy, wasn't she? She wanted to enter the realm of a middle-level ultimate god when she had just entered the realm of a low-step ultimate god? But then again, did he have a chance to enter the realm of a half-step ultimate god? Duan Lingtian sat down cross-legged and continued to heal while thinking about this question. In the end, he guessed that it should be impossible. It would be good enough if he could walk halfway to the realm of a half-step ultimate god. Of course, it was just that it should be impossible. After all, he did not know what kind of rewards the strongest experts would give. The more he understood the methods of the strongest experts, the more he felt that it was terrifying. They could actually make people grow so quickly. Did they create the rewards themselves? If that was the case, their descendants should also be very powerful and terrifying. The only thing he did not know was if there was a limit. However, he had a feeling that there was a limit. Otherwise, why would those who were related to the strongest experts still stay in the Devata realms? Wouldn't it be fine to send them to the realms of gods and enter the realm battlefield, or the trial of gods to enjoy the rewards? If there's a limit, I wonder what it is. Duan Lingtian was even more curious about the rule reward now. This was because the places where the rule reward appeared were basically related to supreme powerhouses. However, in the realms of gods, which were the little worlds in the bodies of the strongest experts, there was no such thing as a reward. In the various divine planes, even if a godly venerable killed a godly emperor, there would not be any rewards. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. Maybe one day, I'll be lucky enough to meet a supreme expert and they're willing to talk to me. Then, I'll know how the rewards are formed. I don't think it's that simple. Otherwise, why isn't there such a rule in the realms of gods? Currently, Duan Lingtian only knew of 3 places where the rule reward existed. The first was the realm battlefield. The second was the trial of gods created by the few strongest experts in the realms of gods. The third was the ruin of a supreme expert in the myriad jurisprudence palace's inner court. Apart from these 3 places, Duan Lingtian did not know of any other places where the rewards existed. Due to the lack of such rewards in the realms of gods, he felt there must be a limit to how many rewards a world could receive. Even a supreme expert would not be able to casually bestow such a rule to a world. There must be a certain condition. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. It's useless to think about it. I should make the most of my time to improve my strength. When I become a supreme expert one day, I'll naturally understand all of this. Duan Lingtian had never doubted that he would become a supreme expert in the future. He was certain he would become a supreme expert. Perhaps, only then would he be able to truly retire. In the past, he did not have such high aspirations. He felt he could bring his wife, Kerr, and his children away from the divine offering land and live in seclusion in the mountains. However, the more he traveled in the realms of gods, the more he felt the mysteriousness and power of a supreme powerhouse. He felt insecure as long as he did not become a supreme powerhouse. Perhaps, only by becoming a supreme expert could he truly transcend worldly desires and desires. At the same time, he would be able to better protect his loved ones. Outside Destiny Canyon. RIP. Two spatial rifts tore open outside Destiny Canyon almost at the same time. Then, two figures were pushed out of the spatial rifts by a huge force. When the two of them appeared, all the monarchs outside, whether they were chatting, in a daze, or resting with their eyes closed, all focused their gazes on them. Linyu, you've made a breakthrough? The Lamo Divine Kingdom Palace Master looked at one of them with bright eyes and an excited expression on his face. At the same time, the monarch of the other divine kingdom also looked at the other person in surprise. Mansion Master Han, you've become an ultimate god? However, unlike the monarchs of the two divine kingdoms, the monarchs of the other 28 divine kingdoms were frowning slightly. They knew what it meant. It meant 2 of the 6 earthly fire Buddhist lotuses that appeared in Destiny Canyon were obtained by the 2 people in front of them. These 2 people knew it was almost impossible for them to become an ultimate god in their lifetime without the help of the earthly fire Buddhist lotuses because they were close to the end of their lifespan. For example, He Yulin of the Lamo Divine Kingdom could only survive 3 or 4 millennium tribulations at most. It was almost impossible for him to survive the 5th millennium tribulation. The other person was about the same. However, He Yulin and Mansion Master Han who came out did not look too good. After all, they did not come out voluntarily. What's wrong? Noticing that something was wrong with their expressions, the monarch of their divine nations narrowed his eyes and asked them curiously why they were behaving like this. Monarch. He Yulin looked at the monarch of the Lamo Divine Kingdom and said bitterly, this time, I'm afraid more than half of our people in the Lamo Divine Kingdom have died in there. Half was He Yulin's conservative estimate. The monarch of the Lamo Divine Kingdom's expression changed drastically when he heard that. Chapter 4207. More than half of the people had died in the Destiny Canyon? Upon hearing He Yulin's words, the joy on the monarch's face disappeared and was replaced with disbelief. As for the situation in Heavenswell Canyon, those outside had no way of knowing. If they wanted to know, they could only wait for the people inside to come out. Furthermore, in the history of the Destiny Canyon, there had rarely been a case where more than half of the people from a divine kingdom had died. Even in 10 divine kingdom battles, there might not even be one such case. Therefore, the monarch's expression changed when he heard He Yulin's words. Yulin, why do you say that? Speak clearly, asked the monarch anxiously. At this moment, everyone's attention was on He Yulin. They were curious as to why He Yulin would say that. At the same time, they began to mourn for the monarch. This time, the monarch divine kingdom doesn't seem to be in a good situation. Although they have a lesser ultimate god, the price they paid is rather high. Many monarchs thought to themselves. At the same time, they felt a little better. At this moment, another lesser ultimate god who had come out with He Yulin, the Rockrise Divine Kingdom's Mansion Master, Han Shaokuan, said bitterly to the monarch of Rockrise Divine Kingdom, Monarch, our Rockrise Divine Kingdom is in a similar situation. At least more than half of our people have died in there. From what he knew, many people had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. In addition to the people he had brought to the center of the Destiny Canyon, almost half of them had died. In addition to the others who had died, more than half of them had died. As soon as Han Shaokuan finished speaking, all the monarchs of the divine kingdoms shifted their gazes to Han Shaokuan and the monarch of Rockrise Divine Kingdom. Even the monarch of the Lamo Divine Kingdom was looking at Han Shaokuan in astonishment. Originally, when he heard He Yulin's words, he had already prepared himself for the worst. However, it seemed that another divine kingdom was as unlucky as them. Even the monarch of Ramo Divine Kingdom didn't know why, but at this moment, the discomfort in his heart lessened. Losing half of their people didn't seem so strange or shocking anymore. Another divine kingdom was in a similar situation to their Ramo Divine Kingdom. What's going on? The monarch of the Rockrise Divine Kingdom was originally mourning for the Lamo Divine Kingdom, but when he heard Han Shaokuan's words, he immediately panicked. His face became extremely grave and ugly. Han Shaokuan didn't immediately respond to the king of Rockrise Divine Nation. Instead, he looked at the king of another divine nation who was obviously trying to hold back his laughter. In just a moment, the king's expression changed. He was no longer trying to hold back his laughter. His expression became calm and collected, as if he could maintain his composure even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. I was calm. I'm really calm. I wasn't happy that so many people from the Rainbow Divine Kingdom and the Rockrise Divine Kingdom had died. He really didn't. It shouldn't be that obvious, right? If it was too obvious, the kings of the Rainbow Divine Kingdom and the Rockrise Divine Kingdom would definitely view him as an enemy. But why was Han Shaoquan from the Rockrise Divine Nation looking at him? Could it be that the loss of the Rockrise Divine Kingdom had something to do with the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom? At this moment, even the other monarchs thought the same. Could the loss of the Rockrise Divine Kingdom have something to do with the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom? If that's really the case, isn't the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom a little too ruthless this time? Could it be that the Rockrise Divine Kingdom paid the price of half of their forces to obtain the Earth Fire Buddhist Lotus? If that's the case, then it's hard to say what the gains and losses are. The Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom is a little too ruthless. Even the monarch of the Rockrise Divine Nation, who was directly involved in the matter, had the same thought. He glared at the monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom and growled. The Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom is really something this time. In the face of the Rockrise Divine Nation's monarch's wrath, the monarch of the Xuanheng Divine Nation remained calm and unhurried. Monarch Yuan, the rules of the Heavenly Mandate Canyon have always been that life and death don't matter. Even if the loss is related to the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom, it can only be said that your people fought too hard. They were willing to fight to the death for the Earth Fire Buddhist Lotus. However, it's not a loss for the Rockrise Divine Kingdom to obtain the Earth Fire Buddhist Lotus and have a lower-level ultimate god. The monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom suddenly frowned as he thought of something. The Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom's people must have paid a heavy price for the Rockrise Divine Kingdom's losses, right? Moreover, the Earth Fire Buddhist Lotus was taken away by the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom's people. As for why the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom's lower-level ultimate god in the Destiny Canyon, it was most likely because the lower-level ultimate god wanted to kill the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom's people and was forcefully sent out by the canyon's rules. At this time, many monarchs of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom also thought of this problem and started chatting. The Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom must have suffered a heavy loss this time. The monarch of the Rockrise Divine Kingdom frowned after hearing the monarch's words. He wasn't as angry as he was before, that's right. Why didn't he think of this before? The Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom must have suffered a heavy loss as well. Monarch, you've misunderstood. Han Shaoquan, who had been wanting to speak but never had the chance, finally had a chance to speak. He looked at his monarch with a bitter smile and said, Our Rockrise Divine Kingdom's sudden loss has nothing to do with the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom. Nothing to do with it? The monarch of the Rockrise Divine Kingdom was stunned. The monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom was also stunned. The other monarchs were also stunned. What was going on? Before Han Shaoquan could speak, Heilin, the lower-level ultimate god who was sent out of the Destiny Canyon with Han Shaoquan, spoke first. He looked at the monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom and said, Monarch Wu, your Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom's Lu Shaofeng also obtained an Earth Fire Buddhist Lotus and stepped into the ultimate god realm. The monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom was stunned at He Yulin's words, then he was pleasantly surprised. Their Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom also had an ultimate god? Pleasantly surprised. Too pleasantly surprised. Moreover, the lesser ultimate god from Xuanheng Divine Nation had not been sent out, which meant he was still inside. Not bad. Not bad. Lu Shaofeng was stronger than the Rockrise Divine Kingdom's Han Shaoquan and the Lamo Divine Kingdom's He Yulin. The monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom straightened his back. Since his subordinate was so capable, he had to pay attention to his image and not act so casually. At this moment, the monarchs of the various divine kingdoms looked at the monarch of the Xuanheng Divine Kingdom with envy. Someone from the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom had also obtained an Earth Fire Buddhist Lotus and stepped into the ultimate god realm. Moreover, he hadn't come out yet. If he hadn't come out, even if he couldn't kill people from other divine kingdoms, he could still help his own divine kingdom's people gain points and opportunities. At this moment, They weren't so envious of the Rockrise Divine Kingdom and the Lamo Divine Kingdom. The Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom was the one that made them envious. He-Yulin, who didn't have time to continue, was also shocked by the sudden change in front of him. That wasn't what he meant. He-Yulin looked at Han Xiaoquan, and the two of them looked at each other in confusion. How could this be? Why couldn't these people hear them out? Congratulations, Monarch Wu. Monarch Wu, your Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom is in the limelight this time. Monarch Wu, I didn't expect your Lu Shaofeng to be so powerful. He's already in the ultimate god realm and still hasn't come out. Although the monarchs of the other divine kingdoms were jealous of the monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom, they still said nice things to show their magnanimity. I'm not jealous of your Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom's amazing performance in the Divine Kingdom battle in Destiny Canyon. I even congratulate you. This is the magnanimity a monarch should have. This is the magnanimity I should have. Should we continue? He-Yulin sent a voice transmission to Han Xiaoquan. Right now, he really didn't know if he should continue speaking. If he really did, he was worried that he would be beaten to death by the Xuanheng Divine Kingdom's monarch. The monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom must be immersed in surprise right now, right? Why don't you tell him? He-Yulin probed. I won't. Han Xiaoquan immediately refused. He-Yulin, if you hadn't taken over the conversation just now, it wouldn't have been a big deal for me to continue. Now that you've taken over the conversation and caused this situation, it's entirely your fault. Don't expect me to take the blame for you. I won't take the blame for this. Han Xiaoquan wasn't stupid. If he continued, what if the monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom vented his anger on him? Even if he was protected by the monarch of the Rockrise Divine Kingdom and wouldn't die, it was very likely that he would be injured. There's nothing wrong with what I said just now. He-Yulin was helpless and speechless at Han Xiaoquan's refusal. That was just the beginning. What I want to tell him next is that Lu Shaofeng has been killed. Lu Shaofeng was the unluckiest one this time. He could have come out at any time after entering the ultimate god realm, but he still died in there. Lu Shaofeng was the other lesser ultimate god who had fought Lang Chunwan with He-Yulin and Han Xiaoquan in the core area of Destiny Canyon. However, unlike He-Yulin and Han Xiaoquan who had survived unscathed, Lu Shaofeng was dead. He had been killed by Lang Chunwan. Due to Lu Xiaofeng's death, He-Yulin and Han Xiaoquan realized they couldn't break through Lang Chunwan's trap formation and decided to use the Destiny Canyon to send them out. However, they didn't expect the situation to turn out this way as soon as they came out and started talking. I still have to make things clear. Otherwise, it'll be even more terrifying if the monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom gets angry after being happy for a long time. He-Yulin's forehead began to break out in cold sweat when he thought of this. I should inform the monarch about this through voice transmission. Tell him to keep an eye on the other party and don't let him make a move on me. Chapter 4208. Your Majesty. He-Yulin didn't dare to wait any longer. If he did, the Xuanheng Divine Nation's monarch's joy would turn into sorrow. He immediately transmitted a message to his monarch, informing him of the situation. The monarch of Lamo Divine Nation was originally a little unhappy. After all, although they had a lower ultimate god, he was sent out in advance and more than half of his people had died. On the Xuanheng Divine Nation side, a lower ultimate god had yet to come out. Now, after hearing He-Yulin's words, his heart was at peace. He even felt that his Lamo Divine Nation situation wasn't as bad as it seemed. In the Xuanheng Divine Nation, a lower-level ultimate god had fallen. Xuanheng Divine Nation's loss in Destiny Canyon was no less than that of Lamo Divine Nation and Rising Rock Divine Nation. I'll tell him about this. The monarch of the Lamo Divine Kingdom said to He-Yulin, "You don't know how angry that guy will be later. Although I can protect you, once he targets you, you might be injured even with my protection. I'll tell him. He won't dare to vent his anger on me." Hearing his monarch's words, He-Yulin's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Your Majesty." At the same time, the monarch of Rising Rock Divine Nation, who was standing on the other side, heard from Han Xiaoquan about the Xuanheng Divine Nation's upper ultimate god Lu Xiaofeng's encounter in Destiny Canyon, as well as the Xuanheng Divine Nation's people's encounter. For a moment, He didn't feel that his Rising Rock Divine Nation was in a bad situation. Our Rising Rock Divine Nation didn't seem to be in a bad situation compared to the Xuanheng Divine Nation. At the same time, the monarch of Rising Rock Divine Nation looked at the Xuanheng Divine Nation's monarch, who was still smiling brightly amidst everyone's congratulations. He couldn't help but shake his head and think to himself, "This Wu Yu will probably go crazy when he finds out the truth." Almost at the same time, the monarch of Lamo Divine Nation spoke. His voice was loud and clear, drowning out everyone's voices. "Everyone, don't be in a hurry to congratulate Wu Yu." He Yulin didn't finish speaking just now. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even the monarch of Xuanheng Divine Nation, Wu Yu, couldn't help but change his expression. Didn't finish? What did that mean? For a moment, Wu Yu looked at He Yulin. At this moment, the Lamo Divine Kingdom's monarch sighed. "Monarch Wu, my condolences." Hearing this, Wu Yu's heart skipped a beat. An ominous premonition rose in his heart, but he couldn't help but comfort himself. Impossible. It was impossible. After reaching the ultimate god realm, even if they were no match for the others, they could still come out alive. He could come out with a single thought. As for the other kings of the divine kingdoms, they were also at a loss. At the same time, their gazes fell on the king of the divine kingdom. What is this King Yuan trying to say? My condolences to the Wu Emperor? Could it be that the Xuanheng Divine Nation also suffered heavy losses in there? No matter how bad the situation is, with Lu Shaofeng alive, it's still better than the Ramo Divine Kingdom and the Rockrise Divine Kingdom. Most of the sovereigns of the Divine Kingdoms were whispering to each other. Just as the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom monarch, Wu Yu, was fantasizing, the monarch of Lamo Divine Kingdom's next words mercilessly shattered his fantasies. Lu Shaofeng has fallen. That one sentence caused Wu Yu's expression to change instantly. His aura suddenly became restless as he said in disbelief, "Impossible. Lu Shaofeng has reached the lower ultimate god realm. He can come out with a single thought. How could he have fallen? Impossible." Wu Yu couldn't believe it. At the same time, he glanced at He Yulin. "It's best not to joke around. Otherwise, even if you're a lower ultimate god, I, Wu Yu, am not someone to be trifled with." He Yulin could only smile bitterly when he heard this. There was nothing he could do if the monarch of Xuanheng Divine Kingdom did not believe him. "Monarch Wu." The monarch of the Rockrise Divine Kingdom sighed and said, "He Yulin is not joking. I also heard from Han Xiaoquan that Lu Shaofeng has indeed fallen." They witnessed Lu Xiaofeng's death with their own eyes. They even joined forces to deal with a person who killed Lu Shaofeng. Then, they decided to leave Destiny Canyon with a single thought when they realized they were no match for their opponent. If the monarch of Lamo Divine Kingdom was the only one who spoke, some of them wouldn't dare to believe him completely. However, now that the monarch of Rockrise Divine Kingdom had spoken, they had no choice but to believe him. Even the monarch of Xuanheng Divine Kingdom, Wu Yu, was no longer as exasperated as before. His expression was as dark as it could get. How could this be? Lu Shaofeng had reached the ultimate god realm, but he was still dead? Who killed him? Was it one of the living beings inside? Many of the monarchs were curious about this. Lu Shaofeng is dead. As long as the rest of the Xuanheng Divine Kingdom survives a little longer, their losses won't be too great. After all, more than half of the people from the Rockrise Divine Kingdom and Lamo Divine Kingdom are dead, said one of the monarchs. Wu Yu's gloomy expression improved slightly when he heard the monarch's words. That was right. Although Lu Xiaofeng's death was a great loss, as long as the others survived, the total losses might not be as great as the Rockrise Divine Kingdom and Lamo Divine Kingdom. It was Lang Chunwan who killed him. At the same time, the monarch of Lamo Divine Nation looked at the monarch of Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, Guan Baoyu, and said with a complicated expression, "Monarch Guan, your Jade Rainbow Divine Nation has really stolen the limelight this time." In an instant, everyone's gazes shifted to Guan Baoyu. Guan Baoyu was a little stunned. He'd been thinking about how one of the three lesser ultimate gods had been killed even after joining forces. Could this be the final challenge of the Destiny Canyon? However, he was completely stunned when he heard the monarch of Lamo Divine Kingdom's words. Lang Chunwan? She had fought three lesser god emperors, killed one of them, and scared off the other two? she broke through? Asked Guan Baoyu as he looked at He Yulin behind the monarch of Lamo Divine Kingdom. He completely ignored the monarch of Xuanheng Divine Kingdom, Wu Yu's cold gaze. A battle between divine kingdoms in the Destiny Canyon was a matter of life and death. Death could only be attributed to lack of skill. In the past, many of the Jade Rainbow Divine Kingdom's people had died at the hands of the Xuanheng Divine Kingdom's people. Yes, He Yulin smiled bitterly. She entered the Lesser Ultimate God Realm and fought to a draw with the final challenge of the Destiny Canyon alone. Then, with the help of Duan Lingtian from the Righteous Divine Kingdom, she broke through the final challenge. Duan Lingtian from the Righteous Divine Kingdom. This was the first time Duan Lingtian's name had been mentioned after He Yulin and Han Xiaoquan had come out. Many people subconsciously looked at the monarch of Righteous Divine Kingdom, Chu Youngjun. Chu Youngjun was also a little stunned. He'd thought that this had nothing to do with the Righteous Divine Kingdom, but he hadn't expected it to be related to them. At the same time, he was also a little curious. How did Duan Lingtian, that little fellow, end up working with Lang Chunwan from the Jade Rainbow Divine Kingdom? Was he coerced? Or was he really working together? Would Lang Chunwan burn the bridge after crossing it? Now, Chu Youngjun was really worried after all. He'd placed a lot of hope on Duan Lingtian and had even given him some investment. If Duan Lingtian died in there, he'd really suffer a great loss. Before Han Xiaoquan and I came out, the three of us wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. He Yulin continued. However, Lang Chunwan chose to protect Duan Lingtian and stop the three of us. This time, before He Yulin could finish, he was interrupted by a monarch of a divine kingdom. Why are you targeting Duan Lingtian? No matter how strong he is, he's just a lesser god emperor. Could it be that he obtained some amazing opportunity inside that made them all green with envy? As soon as this question was asked, the group of monarchs looked at He Yulin expectantly. He Yulin smiled bitterly when he heard this. Duan Lingtian was indeed a lesser god emperor before he went in. However, he's already a medium god emperor now. Moreover, he's completely consolidated his cultivation as a medium god emperor. He's even stronger than a half-step ultimate god, and might even be comparable to an ordinary lesser ultimate god. He killed a half-step ultimate god dog butcher in the Heavenswell Canyon and is ranked first in the individual rankings. Before I came out, his points had already exceeded 10,000. Now, it must be even higher. He Yulin thought of the three divine kingdoms' upper god emperors that he, Han Xiaoquan, and Lu Xiaofeng had brought along. He felt that they would most likely be killed by Duan Lingtian to help Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian, unless Lang Chunwan wanted to kill him, he would definitely live a better life than anyone else. As soon as He Yulin finished speaking, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Duan Lingtian had entered the realm of a medium god emperor. In fact, many people were not surprised by this news. However, when they heard that Duan Lingtian had completely consolidated his cultivation as a medium god emperor, everyone was shocked. Even when Duan Lingtian had said this in front of the ultimate god emperor's emissary, they had thought that Duan Lingtian was joking. Who would have thought that it would actually come true? Moreover, there was still some time before the kingdom battle in the Heavenswell Canyon ended. There was still time, which meant that there was still time for him to improve further. Perhaps there was no hope for him to become an upper god emperor, but he would definitely be able to improve further after thoroughly consolidating his cultivation as a medium god emperor. Duan Lingtian, Chu Youngjun was also stunned. He never thought that the young man he had placed such high hopes on would not only not disappoint him, but also give him such a big surprise. But will he be able to come out? With so many points, won't Lang Chunwan be jealous? That's not right. Lang Chunwan is now a lower ultimate god. Unless he can kill Duan Lingtian before the power of laws in the Heavenswell Canyon sends her out, there's no way he can kill Duan Lingtian. Within the Heavenswell Canyon, if a person who had entered the ultimate god realm wanted to kill an emperor god who was participating in the kingdom battle, the power of laws in the Heavenswell Canyon would interfere before he could succeed. It was very, very difficult to succeed. Also, while everyone was shocked by the news regarding Duan Lingtian, they did not care whether He Yulin had done it on purpose or not. Lu Xiaofeng of the Xuanheng Divine Nation is the same as us. He also brought a group of people from his own divine nation to kill Duan. This time, the Xuanheng divine nation's losses will not be smaller than the Laimo divine nation and the Rising Rock divine nation. End of chapter. Chapter 4209. Our Lamo Divine Kingdom and Rockrise Divine Kingdom also lost a large number of divine emperors in the process of killing Duan. Heulin did not hide anything as there was no need to. The Divine Kingdom battle at Destiny Canyon was a stage for all the Divine Kingdoms to compete with each other. Even if a Divine Kingdom's entire army was wiped out, they could only blame it on their bad luck. Therefore, he did not hide the fact that he and two other lesser ultimate gods had led people to kill Duan. Even if Duan had succeeded and the King of the Righteous Divine Kingdom found out about it, the King of the Righteous Divine Kingdom would not be able to say anything. This was because Duan had bet his life on the Heavens Will Canyon battle. Similarly, the Lamo Divine Kingdom, Rockrise Divine Kingdom, and Xuanheng Divine Kingdom's people who had died because of Duan were the same. No matter how angry they were when Duan came out, they could not say anything as everything was in accordance with the rules. If the monarchs of the three divine kingdoms really wanted to take action, not only would the monarch of the Righteous Divine Kingdom protect Duan, but even the monarchs of the other 20 divine kingdoms would also join in to protect Duan. There was no reason other than to protect the rules. If they allowed Duan to be killed, wouldn't it mean that their people could only accept their fate after killing a few more people in the Divine Kingdom battle at Destiny Canyon in the future? Some things could not be started. Once a bad start was started, there was no turning back. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. Under normal circumstances, no matter how angry the monarchs of the Lamo Divine Kingdom, Rockrise Divine Kingdom, and Xuanheng Divine Kingdom were, they could not openly attack Duan. As for what happened behind their backs, no one could control them. The monarch of Xuanheng Divine Kingdom, Wu Yu, who was filled with joy and excitement not long ago, was so angry at Heulin's words that he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body tensed up. The Xuanheng Divine Kingdom had suffered such a heavy loss this time. So many people had died. Moreover, a person who had just ascended to the ultimate god realm had died. How could this be? How could this be? Wu Yu couldn't accept it. My condolences, Emperor Wu. My condolences, Emperor Wu. At this time, the various monarchs who were congratulating Wu Yu, the Black Hung Divine Country's monarch, suddenly changed their words and started comforting Wu Yu. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. The Xuanheng Divine Nation was really miserable this time. Even if someone obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotus and entered the hierarch realm, he still couldn't come out. At this moment, they silently remembered a name in their hearts. Duan. That Duan was definitely someone with great luck. What a joke. If it wasn't for his great luck, how could a lower god emperor enter the Heavens Will Canyon and consolidate his cultivation not long after entering the god emperor realm? Ruler Zhu, your righteous divine nation is in the limelight this time. Many monarchs looked at the righteous divine nation's monarch, Chu Youngjun, and sighed. There was no lack of envy in their words. Although it was obvious that Duan couldn't stay in the righteous divine nation, as long as Duan didn't die, the righteous divine nation would definitely get the most of the rewards from the God Kingdom battle in the Heavens Will Canyon when he came out. Based on Duan points, as long as there were no accidents, the righteous divine nation would definitely rank first in the God Kingdom battle in the Heavens Will Canyon this time. This time, the righteous divine nation will probably break the previous record in the God Kingdom battle. At that time, there will be additional rewards for breaking the record. As soon as one of the monarchs mentioned this, the group of monarchs looked at Chu Youngjun again. Their eyes were no longer filled with envy but jealousy. Jealousy. They were really jealous. Chu Youngjun and the righteous divine nation were too lucky. A god of creation wouldn't be stingy with the rewards for breaking the record. At this moment, Wu Yu, who had just recovered a little, felt his chest heave up and down in anger when he heard the words of the monarchs around him. He almost spat out another mouthful of blood. If the righteous divine nation received additional rewards for breaking the record, it would be due to the efforts of the god emperors and a lesser ultimate god from the Xuanheng divine nation. In other words, It would be due to the help of the people from the Xuanheng divine nation who had perished in the Heavens Will Canyon. No one knows what will happen until the end. In my opinion, the Jade Rainbow divine nation will surpass us at any time. Chu Youngjun said humbly as he looked at the monarch of the Jade Rainbow divine nation, Guan Baoyu. The strongest person in the Heavens Will Canyon was undoubtedly Lang Chunwan from the Jade Rainbow divine nation. At this moment, the monarch of the Feiyang divine nation, Xiao Yuan, was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Lang Chunwan had stepped into the ultimate god realm. Judging from the profundities of the laws that Lang Chunwan had mastered, he might not have been a match for Lang Chunwan after stepping into the ultimate god realm without the help of the monarch token. When he thought of the possibility that Lang Chunwan's strength was due to the fact that she had massacred all the higher god emperors from the Feiyang divine nation, Xiao Yuan felt extremely resentful. He looked at the monarch of the Xuanheng divine nation, Wu Yu, and sympathized with him. Monarch Zhu, you must be joking. The monarch of the Jade Rainbow divine nation, Guan Baoyu, smiled faintly. Although Lang Chunwan has stepped into the ultimate god realm, it also means that she can no longer kill the people from the other divine nations. It's very difficult for her to surpass Duan Lingtian by killing the living beings in the Heavens Will Canyon. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, still has time. I only hope that when he encounters the people from our Jade Rainbow divine nation, he will hold back a little for Lang Chunwan's sake. Now, I only hope that at least half of the people from our Jade Rainbow divine nation who walk out of the Heavens Will Canyon will survive. As soon as Guan Baoyu finished speaking, the expressions of the other monarchs changed as well. That's right. They had completely forgotten. Duan Lingtian was so terrifying that he could kill the people from the other divine nations in the Heavens Will Canyon, including those from their own divine nations. I hope they'll know what's good for them and hide. As long as they've heard of Duan Lingtian's strength or witnessed it with their own eyes from afar, they shouldn't be so foolish as to go head-to-head with Duan Lingtian. I hope they'll be smarter. Currently, the monarchs of the other divine nations were praying in their hearts that the people from their divine nations who were still in the Heavens Will Canyon would be smarter and not provoke Duan Lingtian. It would be best for them to hide and be teleported out after the divine nation battle in the Heavens Will Canyon ended. By then, they would be safe. As they waited, some of the monarchs could not help but ask the two lower ultimate gods, He Yulin and Han Shaoquan, if they knew anything about the people from their divine nations. Many of the monarchs of the other divine nations did not look too good when they learned that their divine nations had suffered heavy losses. As for the monarch of Windchime divine nation, he was initially very happy when he heard that his son had obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. However, his expression changed drastically when he heard Han Shaoquan's words. His son, the crown prince of Windchime divine nation, Feng Xiaoxiao, had died in the Heavens Will Canyon after obtaining the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. The other monarchs of the other divine nations were also shocked when they heard that Feng Xiaoxiao had obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. They did not expect Feng Xiaoxiao to have hidden his strength so well. If it were any other time, they would definitely have ridiculed the monarch of Windchime divine nation for hiding such a huge trump card. Now that they knew that Feng Xiaoxiao had died after obtaining the earthly fire Buddhist lotus, no one had any thoughts of ridiculing the monarch of Windchime divine nation, as they did not want to get into trouble. Only a few monarchs of the divine nations who had a good relationship with the monarch of Windchime divine nation comforted him. At this moment, many people were guessing if Feng Xiaoxiao had died in Duan Ling Tian's hands, or Lang Chuanyuan's hands, or perhaps she had been killed by the joint attack of many half-step ultimate gods. If it was just a single half-step ultimate god, there was a high probability that it would be impossible to kill Feng Xiaoxiao. Inside the Heavens Will Canyon, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the situation outside. He had successfully recovered from his injuries under the protection of his senior sister, Lang Chunwan. Duan Lingtian then opened his eyes and looked at Lang Chunwan. Fourth senior sister, I've recovered. Good. Lang Chunwan replied with a smile. Since you've recovered, you can kill these guys while you're at it. There won't be much reward for killing them. However, they and the other two great demons that died earlier are considered the ultimate challenge of the Divine Kingdom battle in the Destiny Canyon. I heard that there will be additional rewards if you defeat them. Now, I just hope that the few supreme experts left behind in the trial grounds won't be too stingy, Lang Chunwon said. Only outsiders like them who saw this world as the trial grounds of God knew that the so-called creator of this world was actually the supreme experts of the outside world. The Heavenswell Gorge was only a hidden space within the trial grounds. I'm looking forward to it too. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard that. He then said, "Fourth senior sister, let them go. You can just watch my performance next." Hee hee, Lang Chunyuan giggled. All right, then your senior sister, will watch your performance next, junior brother. Then, she casually let go of the 7 great demons. The 7 great demons were actually intelligent, but now that they were trapped in Lang Chunwon's trap formation and couldn't do anything to Lang Chunwon, they targeted Duan Lingtian. They were almost certain to die. Now, the only thing they could do was to kill this purple-clothed human youth before they died and avenge their 2 fallen brothers. Roar! Awua! The 7 great demons attacked Duan Lingtian at the same time. The greater demons swept through the sky, causing space to tremble. It caused the trapping formation that Lang Chunyuan had set up to shake and sway. Ripples that were like water ripples appeared in space, and it was extremely beautiful. However, no one appreciated this at the moment. Duan Lingtian faced the 7 great demons again, but this time, he didn't avoid them like before. Instead, he directly faced them and prepared to meet them head-on. The reason he avoided them in the beginning was because he was heavily injured at that time. Now that his injuries were healed, he was fearless. The 7 half-step ultimate gods had lost their natal blood formation and were like a plate of loose sand. As long as he had time, he could kill them one by one. Chapter 42:10. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of the sword whistling could be heard as the rainbow-colored sword radiance scattered across the sky. It looked dazzling as if countless rainbows were intersecting with each other, but in reality, it contained a cold, murderous intent. Every strike of the sword caused the void to tremble as if it would collapse at any time. Even if the 7 half-step ultimate god great demons joined forces, without the natal blood formation, they would not be able to communicate telepathically. In the beginning, they were still in a stalemate with Duan Lingtian for a while. However, after Duan Lingtian found an opportunity to kill one of the great demons, the situation became one-sided. Duan Lingtian spent more than half an hour to kill the first great demon. Killing the second great demon took less than a quarter of an hour. The third great demon took less than 10 breaths of time. Killing the fourth great demon took less than 10 breaths of time. As for the remaining 3 great demons, it took him less than 10 breaths of time to kill them all. Whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, the rewards fell and covered Duan Lingtian's body. They were the rewards given to Duan Lingtian by the heaven and earth after each great demon's death. I've absorbed the normal rewards. Next, should be the reward for killing the final challenge of the Destiny Canyon. After Duan Lingtian absorbed the rewards, he could not help but look up at the sky again. Even Lang Chunwon was looking up at the sky. The sky was originally calm and tranquil. However, in the blink of an eye, something strange happened. First, the blue sky and white clouds turned into dark clouds. Then, within the dark clouds, thunder and lightning intersected. No one knew where it came from, but it was very sudden. After that, 9 streaks of lightning intertwined with each other and gradually revealed themselves. They were the 9-headed great demons that were killed by Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwon. The 9-headed great demons looked down, 9 pairs of eyes staring at Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwon with hatred. Then, they opened their mouths as if they were roaring with unwillingness and hatred. Boom! Rumble! There was no beast roar. Only the deafening sound of thunder could be heard from the sky. After a while, the 9-headed great demon's shadows dissipated and turned into light spots that sprinkled down from the sky. When they reached the sky, they turned into a 9-colored light pillar and fell on Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwon. The 9-color light pillar was so huge that even though Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwon were quite a distance away, they were still shrouded by it. This is the reward for the final challenge of the Destiny Canyon? Duan Ling Tian could feel the reward from this law was even more amazing than everything he had obtained in the Heavenswell Canyon. As soon as it shrouded his body, the law energy in his body dissipated and turned into specks of light that entered his body. It was as if this rule reward was extremely overbearing and did not wish to be placed together with the other rule's rewards. As for the shattered reward, although it seemed to have merged into Duan Lingtian's body, it did not bring much benefit to Duan Lingtian. Most of the essence dissipated into the air, which made Duan Lingtian's heart ache. I hope you can give me a bigger upgrade. Otherwise, I'll suffer a great loss this time. If Duan Lingtian was not confident that he would be able to enter the upper-level Emperor realm in this trip to the Destiny Canyon, at this moment, he was excited again. I'm not greedy. Just help me enter the upper-level Emperor realm, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Lang Chunyuan was also absorbing the reward from the law. Moreover, the speed at which the reward from the law entered her body was much faster than when it entered Duan Lingtian's body. After all, she was a lower-level ultimate god. Moreover, she was a lower-level ultimate god who had completely consolidated her cultivation base. 9 great demons died one after another. In addition, one of the lower-level ultimate gods from the 3 divine kingdoms died and 2 fled. Although the people from the divine kingdoms outside the core region of the Destiny Canyon did not witness all of this with their own eyes, the chaotic rewards still vaguely informed them of the danger inside. I don't know what's going on. However, the people from the 3 divine kingdoms came with great ferocity. They will most likely clash with Duan Lingtian and the others. So many people have died. It must be the people from the 3 divine kingdoms who died. In other words, the 3 lower-level ultimate gods from the 3 divine kingdoms did not protect the others? Maybe they've already left before us. After all, once you enter the ultimate god realm, you can leave the Destiny Canyon with just a thought. I'd better not stay here and watch the show. I'll find a place to hide and wait for the time to come before leaving the Destiny Canyon. I think so too. Most of the people from the divine kingdoms who had gathered outside to watch the show had left. The remaining small group of people did not leave. At that moment, they were all hoping that the people from the 3 divine kingdoms were eliminated. Even if Duan Lingtian survived, he would be an arrow at the end of its flight. They might be able to take advantage of the situation. Moreover, there was still Lang Chunyuan. Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunyuan were currently first and second on the individual scoreboard. One of them had more than 10,000 points, and the other was close to 10,000 points. Even Lang Chunyuan, who was second, had more than double the points of the person in third place. If they could kill either of them, then they would be rich. These people waited patiently. A few days later, Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunyuan indeed appeared. However, what they waited for was Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunyuan in their prime. The result was self-evident. These people from the divine kingdoms who had wanted to take advantage of the situation, as long as they did not leave, all died in the hands of Duan Lingtian without exception. These people, before they died, naturally regretted not leaving with the others. However, it was useless to regret. It's gone again. Duan Lingtian was speechless. The reward for killing this group of people had not even entered his body before it was shattered by the reward stored in his body. Although it helped him to digest some of it, most of it was wasted. 4th senior sister. Duan Lingtian looked at Lang Chunyuan with a bitter smile. The reward I received just now was too deceptive. It actually made it so that I can't store any other reward in my body. Lang Chunyuan smiled. Little junior brother, why don't you finish digesting it? If you finish digesting it, even if you can't enter the realm of Upper God Emperor, you should be close, right? Lang Chunyuan had gained a lot this time and was in a good mood. How can it be so easy to digest? Duan Lingtian sighed. 4th senior sister, there's not much time left. I plan to find a place to go into seclusion to digest the reward and wait for the Destiny Canyon to send me out. What do you plan to do? Do you want to come with me or go out first? Duan Lingtian asked. Naturally, I'll go with you. Lang Chunyuan giggled. This way, little junior brother, you can cultivate here alone and put your heart and soul into it. This way, you'll be able to digest the reward faster. It's useless for me to rush out. Lang Chunyuan had completely digested the reward. In fact, Although the reward was extraordinary, Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan only took half a day to absorb it into their bodies. The reason why they came out a few days later was that Duan Lingtian was digesting the reward while waiting for his fourth senior sister, Lang Chun. Lang Chunwan was also digesting the reward. Moreover, after a few days, Duan Lingtian had only digested a small portion of the reward while Lang Chunwan had completely digested it. Although she didn't say anything, Duan Lingtian could vaguely feel that his fourth senior sister had become stronger. Fourth senior sister. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of something. Say, do you think the master of the frozen mountain Heavenly Lake, Nangong Su Yi, will still want you to enter the frozen mountain Heavenly Lake after you leave? Do they have enough resources to help you enter the realm of medium supreme gods? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he reached the end of his sentence. Previously, not only did no one think highly of him, no one thought highly of his fourth senior sister. He'd only said that he had a chance to enter the realm of medium supreme gods and the heavens will canyon and consolidate his cultivation. Of course, he'd already achieved that. As for his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, she'd said that she could enter the realm of lower supreme gods and consolidate her cultivation. Moreover, she'd also achieved it. Then, according to the previous agreement, if the ultimate god force, Frozen Mountain Heavenly Lake, wanted to give up, there should be. Lang Chunwan smiled when she heard her fourth junior brother mention this. Before I came in, I asked the ruler of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation. He said that Frozen Mountain Heavenly Lake can still take out resources to help me enter the realm of medium supreme gods after I enter the realm of lower supreme gods and consolidate my cultivation. Duan Lingtian was startled when he heard this, then smiled wryly. He hadn't expected his fourth senior sister to even ask about this beforehand. Now, I'm just afraid that they'll go back on their word. Lang Chunwan continued. In any case, after we leave, we'll stick to our principles. If they're willing to fulfill their promise, it's fine for us to join them. Little junior brother, you don't have to feel any psychological burden, thinking that we won't be able to give them what they want because we'll be leaving the trial grounds in 2 years. When Duan Lingtian heard Lang Chuanyuan's words, he shook his head and interrupted her. Fourth senior sister, as you said, this is the trial of gods. Everything here is arranged by a supreme powerhouse. Why would I feel burdened? That's for the best. Lang Chunwan nodded. I knew that little junior brother wouldn't be so pedantic. However, third senior brother told me to find an opportunity to tell you this before we came in. Since I've said it, it can be considered that I've completed the task he gave me. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled when he heard this. Warmth flowed through him. Third senior brother, during the last period of time in the Destiny Canyon, Duan Lingtian found a place to cultivate in seclusion, digesting the rewards from the laws in his body. His fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, stood guard by his side, allowing him to fully immerse himself in cultivation. In this state, the efficiency of digesting the rewards from the laws was also much higher. Little junior brother, we should be leaving soon. Finally, there was a change in the Destiny Canyon, and Lang Chunwan reminded Duan Lingtian at the right time. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and felt the world spinning before him. When light reappeared in front of him, he discovered that he had left the Destiny Canyon and appeared outside the canyon, where he had been before entering. The figures of the monarchs of the various divine kingdoms also appeared in front of him at the right time. Now, he also discovered that there was a group of people around him who had followed him out. They're out. The gazes of the monarchs of the various divine kingdoms all turned to Duan Lingtian and the others. Chapter 42:11. As soon as Duan Lingtian and the others came out, they were immediately led over by the monarchs of the divine nations. Every king possessed strength comparable to a higher ultimate god with the king token in their hands. As soon as Duan Lingtian came out, he felt an invisible force coming toward him before it brought him far away. During this process, he could even feel that the divine power in his body that was not deliberately suppressed had become much slower. A sense of powerlessness enveloped him. Is this the strength of a higher ultimate god? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He had seen the strength of a lower ultimate god. Although he was not as strong as a lower ultimate god now, the gap was not that big. He was confident that he could crush an ordinary lower ultimate god if he entered the realm of a higher ultimate god. However, he was shocked when he faced the monarch of Jingming Divine Nation, Chu Youngjun's strength that was enhanced by the monarch token. He felt that a lower ultimate god was just so. In his opinion, there was a world of difference between a higher supreme god and a lower supreme god. No wonder it's said that a higher ultimate god can kill a lower ultimate god with just a finger. The gap is too big. Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he was still in a daze when he reached Chu Youngjun's side. He only came back to his senses when Yunhe sent him a voice transmission and said, "Brother Lingtian, His Majesty is talking to you." After he came back to his senses, Duan Lingtian could see that the other people from Jingming Divine Nation had also come out. Moreover, they were all very well. Even if he did not count them, he could see that the Jingming Divine Nation had lost less than 10 people who went in this time. Monarch? Duan Lingtian looked at Chu Youngjun. What did he say to him just now? Chu Youngjun was smiling as usual when he saw Duan Lingtian spacing out. He was not angry at all. Mansion Master Duan, you've really made our Jingming Divine Nation proud this time. He was first in the individual rankings. He had broken through 10,000 points. He had broken the personal record of the Divine Kingdom contest in Destiny Canyon. Not only that, but he'd also helped the Righteous Divine Nation break the record of the Divine Nation tournament in Destiny Canyon. Congratulations, Manor Head Duan. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The group of survivors from the Righteous Divine Nation also congratulated Duan Lingtian and Chu Youngjun. Many people looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes full of gratitude. They had met the Duan Lingtian in Heavenswell Canyon. They had thought that the Duan Lingtian would treat them like the other Divine Nations people, but they didn't expect that the Duan Lingtian didn't have any intention of targeting them. The more people from the other Divine Nations died, the more they were grateful to Duan Lingtian. The people from the other Divine Nations seemed to have suffered the least losses. More than a dozen of them are trapped inside forever. Suddenly, a manor head from the Righteous Divine Nation looked around and couldn't help but sigh. Many people's gazes subconsciously fell on Duan Lingtian. The people from the other Divine Nations had suffered heavy losses this time, and it was all related to the youth in front of them. However, no one thought that Duan Lingtian was a murderer. After all, even if they were strong enough, they would have done the same thing as Duan Lingtian. The Divine Kingdom contest in Destiny Canyon was a competition for the individual rankings. It was a competition for everything one saw inside, including points, wealth, and the rewards one would receive after killing the other party. In particular, the fact that killing someone from another Divine Nation would result in double the rewards of the rules made it very tempting. Unlike the Righteous Divine Nations people who were in high spirits, the rest of the Divine Nations, including the Manor Heads, didn't look too good. Their losses this time were too great. Of course, there was a Manor Head whose face was gloomy for a moment, but he recovered quickly. It was the Manor Head of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, Guan Baoyu. Little girl, thank you. Guan Baoyu looked at Lang Chunwan and thanked her through voice transmission. At the same time, a smile bloomed on his face as he bluntly said, "Congratulations on entering the ultimate god realm." At this time, the other people from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation also reacted and repeatedly congratulated Lang Chunwan. Even if they weren't familiar with her, they still did their best on the surface. As for the rest of the Divine Nations, those who had suffered less losses and whose own Divine Nations had also made it into the top 10 of the Divine Nations rankings quickly recovered. As for those who had suffered greater losses, such as the Mystic Eternity Divine Nation, Ramo Divine Nation, and Rockrise Divine Nation, their expressions didn't look good from beginning to end. This time, they had suffered great losses and naturally wouldn't be able to enter the top 10 of the Divine Nations rankings. Let's go. Soon, the 3 Divine Nations people left under the lead of their manor heads. They didn't even say goodbye to the others. Following that, another Divine Nations person left. It was someone from the Feiyang Divine Nation. This time, the top 10 of the Divine Nations rankings had nothing to do with the Feiyang Divine Nation, so there was no point in staying. If they entered the top 10 and stayed, they could still wait for the Destiny Canyon's rewards. If it was any other time, even if their Divine Nations didn't enter the top 10, they could wait and see what the other Divine Nations' rewards were. but this time, they weren't in the mood. Before the Feiyang Divine Nation's manor head, Xiao Yuan left. He glanced at the young lady who was surrounded by the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's people. While killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes, there was also a hint of helplessness. The young lady had entered the ultimate god realm. If he entered the Feiyang Divine Nation, he could kill her with the manor head token. Once he left the Feiyang Divine Nation, he knew that he might not be a match for the young lady. Soon, more than half of the remaining 20 Divine Nations people left one after another. Since they didn't enter the top 10 and had suffered great losses this time, they weren't in the mood to stay. Soon, only 12 Divine Nations people were left. Among them, 10 of the Divine Nations had obtained the top 10 rankings. As for the other 2 Divine Nations, they had stayed because someone from those 2 Divine Nations had killed their way into the top 10 rankings. According to the usual practice, the final ranking rewards would be calculated one day and one night after the Divine Nation battle in the Destiny Canyon. Although they didn't know why they had to wait for such a long time, they still waited patiently. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At some point in time, 3 elderly figures had appeared. They were none other than the 3 Scorpion Elders from the Ultimate God Sect, Inyuan Tianzong. The 3 medium ultimate gods could fight against an ordinary high-level ultimate god if they joined forces. The 3 of them had appeared earlier to try to rope in Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan. However, Lang Chunwan decided to join the Hanshan Heavenly Lake in the end, so they had no choice but to target Duan Lingtian. However, what they didn't expect was that their second-best target would have such a stunning performance in the Destiny Canyon's Divine Nation battle. First on the individual rankings. He had even helped the Righteous Divine Nation obtain first place in the Divine Nation rankings. His performance in the Destiny Canyon was astounding. Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the intermediate Divine Emperor stage in the Heaven Fate Canyon. Moreover, he had even consolidated his cultivation base. This was something they had never expected. Monster! Although the 3 of them had lived for a long time and had seen many geniuses, they couldn't help but exclaim at the same time when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, our Inyuan Tianzong will help you enter the high-level ultimate god realm. At that time, you can officially go through the formalities and join our Inyuan Tianzong. One of the 3 Scorpion Elders said loudly to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard Elder Imo Scorpion's words, under the watchful eyes of the surrounding people, he smiled faintly and said, "Senior, my gains this time are beyond my imagination. My body contains the rewards from the final challenge in the Destiny Canyon, but I haven't fully digested them yet. In addition, I'm about to receive the rewards from the individual rankings. Perhaps these alone will be enough to help me enter the high-level ultimate god realm." When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he looked deeply at the other party. The other party's expression froze in an instant. Then, he exchanged glances with the other 2 of the 3 Scorpion Elders. After communicating through voice transmission, he said to Duan Lingtian, "Duan Lingtian, if you enter the high-level ultimate god realm on your own before joining our Inyuan Tianzong can help you completely consolidate your cultivation as a high-level ultimate god realm. In addition, our Inyuan Tianzong will also give you." As the old man continued speaking, the monarchs of the 12 divine kingdoms were shocked. They didn't expect that Inyuan Tianzong would be willing to pay such a huge price to rope in Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian also felt Inyuan Tianzong's sincerity because the things the old man promised were also things he desperately needed. They were all treasures that could help him enter the ultimate god realm faster. "If Senior can really represent our Inyuan Tianzong and fulfill your promise, I'm willing to join the Inyuan Tianzong." Duan Lingtian agreed without hesitation. He would be a fool if he didn't agree. As for Inyuan Tianzong's request, it was nothing more than hoping for a great person to appear in their sect to take charge of the sect. This person could attack from the outside and defend from the inside. Duan Lingtian wasn't someone who was willing to be tied down. However, once he entered the hidden Yuan Sky sect, he did not need to worry about being restricted because he would be sent out of the Trial of Gods after casually staying there for 2 years. He would return to the outside world, to Myriad Arts Academy. Congratulations to the 3 elders. Following Duan Lingtian's agreement, the monarchs of the divine kingdoms expressed their gratitude to the 3 demon scorpion elders. Lang Chun-won. The scholarly middle-aged man reappeared. It was the master of Han's Han Heavenly Lake, Nangong Sui. The moment he appeared, he approached Lang Chun-won and looked at her with a smile. Congratulations on entering the ultimate god realm. My previous promise is still valid. If you enter the ultimate god realm, Han's Han Heavenly Lake can help you completely consolidate your cultivation before you enter. Nangong Sui straightforwardly promised. However, almost as soon as Nangong Sui finished speaking, the divine power on Lang Chunwon's body surged. That condensed divine power was freely manipulated as if it was her own arm, without any sign of instability. Noticing this, the monarch of Jade Rainbow Divine Kingdom, who was closest to Lang Chunwon, narrowed his eyes in shock. How is this possible? End of this chapter. Chapter 42:12. The monarchs of the divine kingdoms present were either lower ultimate gods or medium ultimate gods. The weakest among them were lower ultimate gods who had completely consolidated their cultivation base. Therefore, they were very familiar with the aura of a lower ultimate god who had also consolidated her cultivation base. It was precisely because of this that as Lang Chunyuan released her divine energy, the familiar aura that came over caused them to be indescribably shocked. Not only has Lang Chunwon entered the ultimate god realm, but she has also completely consolidated her cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. How did she do it? How is this possible? It seems like she was so confident before she went in. That's why she said it. But no one believed her. If it wasn't for the reality, I wouldn't have believed it even if my father came back to life and told me. The monarchs of the divine kingdoms were shocked. Everything that had happened to the girl in front of them had completely overturned their understanding of the world. They would believe it if the Destiny Canyon had an opportunity to help someone enter the ultimate god realm. However, they did not believe it could help someone enter the ultimate god realm and also help them consolidate their cultivation base. This was because they had all entered the Destiny Canyon before. Many of them had even entered the ultimate god realm in the Destiny Canyon. I remember. You promised me that if I entered the lower ultimate god realm and consolidated my cultivation base, you would give me a medium ultimate god as a welcome gift? Lang Chunwon looked at Nangong Sui with a gleam of excitement in her eyes. Later, I will be rewarded with second place on the individual ranking. It should help me move forward a little. Han's Han Heavenly Lake can save some money by helping me enter the medium ultimate god realm. Lang Chunwon's words left the monarchs and others speechless. Compared to the path from a lower ultimate god to a medium ultimate god, the reward for second place on the individual ranking was nothing. Even if it was helpful, it would be very little. In the Destiny Canyon, only the Divine Kingdom rankings rewards would be of great help to ultimate gods. The individual rankings rewards were mainly for emperor gods. Of course, it would also be of some help to ultimate gods, but it was very little. Monster. Terrifying. Inyuan Tianzong's three devil scorpion elders looked at Lang Chunwon with mixed feelings. They felt that they had misjudged her. This girl was even more monstrous than they had imagined. However, if he really wanted the girl to enter Inyuan Tianzong, he would have to pay a huge price. This price was not something they could decide. And even if they sent a message back, it would still be too late, unless the heavenly lake of Mount Han did not want girls. However, they felt that this possibility was very small. As it turned out, their guesses were correct. The master of Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake, the higher supreme god Nangong Sui, looked at Lang Chunwon after a short moment of shock. His originally calm face was replaced with a look of surprise. Lang Chunwon, I expected that you would become a lower supreme god in there. However, I really didn't expect you to not only enter the lower ultimate god realm, but also completely consolidate your cultivation base. Nangong Sui exclaimed repeatedly. Then do you still want me to enter Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake? Lang Chunwon asked. Hearing this, Nangong Sui smiled faintly. Of course. After all, I made such a promise to you from the start. Now, follow me back to Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake. Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake will do all it can to help you enter the Middle Supreme God Realm as soon as possible. Once you've entered the Middle Supreme God Realm, Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake will accept you as a disciple. Nangong Sui said. All right, I'll go with you. Lang Chunwan agreed straightforwardly, then moved to Nangong Sui's side. Nangong Sui nodded to Inyuan Tianzong's 3 Devil Scorpion Elders, then nodded to the Master of Jade Rainbow Divination before leaving with Lang Chunwan. Going to Cold Mountain, Heavenly Lake. This girl is destined to soar. Many people sighed with emotion. In the future, Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake's third higher supreme god might be this girl. Someone else said. Even after Nangong Sui left with Lang Chunwan, the people present were still sighing with emotion. There was no lack of people who envied the girl, but almost no one was jealous. There was no point in being jealous. I hope fourth senior sister can enter the medium-level ultimate god realm before leaving the divine trial grounds. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He didn't think that Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake would go back on their word, but even if Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake wanted his fourth senior sister to enter the middle supreme god realm as soon as possible, they still needed time. Was 2 years enough time? Now, there were only 2 years left before they, the outsiders, would be sent out of the trial grounds of the divine lands. His fourth senior sister was like this, and so was he. So was everyone else. Duan Lingtian. Soon, Inyuan Tianzong and the 3 Devil Scorpion Elders' gazes fell on Duan Lingtian. It's time for us to leave. Although the individual rewards for the Divine Kingdom battle in Destiny Canyon hadn't been announced yet, they didn't need to wait outside the canyon to obtain them. They could be obtained anywhere in the world. Only the rewards of the Divine Kingdom rankings could be obtained outside the Destiny Canyon. This was because the aura of the Ruler of Destiny's medallion had to be sensed within the canyon. Your Majesty, Brother Yunhe, farewell. After responding to the 3 Devil Scorpion Elders, Duan Lingtian immediately bid farewell to Chu Youngjun and Chu Youngjun, the righteous Divine Kingdom's ruler, and Yunhe, who was following behind Chu Youngjun. He then nodded to the others, and under their envious gazes, he followed Inyuan Tianzong and the 3 Devil Scorpion Elders out of Destiny Canyon. After Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan left in succession, many of the people present began to compare Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan. Duan Lingtian is also a monster. Although Lang Chunwan is more outstanding than Duan Lingtian based on the current situation, that might not necessarily be the case in the future. Perhaps. No matter what, I'm afraid no one will be able to break the record they set in the Divine Kingdom battle in the future. This time, it wasn't just Duan Lingtian who broke the record in the Divine Kingdom battle. Lang Chunwan's final score also broke the previous record. However, because Duan Lingtian had broken the record first, she couldn't enjoy the additional reward for breaking the record. This time, Duan Lingtian's reward will definitely be greater. Coupled with what he obtained in Destiny Canyon, he might actually have a chance of becoming a higher god emperor. Amidst the exclamations of the people from the various divine kingdoms, Duan Lingtian followed Inyuan Tianzong and the 3 Devil Scorpion Elders into the distance. However, not long after they left, Duan Lingtian was still hurrying on his way when the sky rumbled. Then, 2 beams of different colors descended from the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next instant, Duan Lingtian was enveloped by the 2 beams of light. The 3 Devil Scorpion Elders stood by the side and looked at Duan Lingtian, who had stopped before them. Their eyes flashed. This time, Duan Lingtian didn't just get the reward of ranking first. He should also be rewarded for breaking the record. Duan Lingtian is the biggest winner of this Divine Kingdom battle in Destiny Canyon. I just don't know how Lang Chunwan managed to break through to the lower ultimate god realm and completely consolidate her cultivation base. In my opinion, even if Duan Lingtian gets all the rewards, she might not be able to reach that stage. Under the watchful eyes of Inyuan Tianzong and the 3 Devil Scorpion Elders, Duan Lingtian successfully received the 2 rewards that fell from the sky. One of the 2 rewards was for ranking first in the individual rankings. The other was a reward for breaking a record. Of the 2 rewards, the latter one was obviously better. Originally, Duan Lingtian was still worried that the 2 rewards would be dispelled by the domineering reward in his body. After all, the reward that came from the final challenge in Destiny Canyon would repel the normal rewards. In fact, he had even shattered and wasted quite a few of the rule law's rewards before that. However, when he saw the 2 rewards enter his body and coexist harmoniously with the 1 rule reward, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief and completely relaxed. If I fully absorb these 3 rewards, even if I still can't enter the upper ultimate god realm, I'm sure I won't be far from it. At that time, with Inyuan Tianzong's help, I'll consolidate my upper ultimate god realm cultivation base. I hope I can consolidate my upper ultimate god realm cultivation base before I go out. Duan Lingtian knew very well that the main reason he went to Inyuan Tianzong this time was to cultivate. Relying on the 3 rewards in his body to cultivate, relying on Inyuan Tianzong's help to cultivate. In the next 2 years, if there were no accidents, it would be impossible for him to improve as quickly as he did in Destiny Canyon. He could only rely on himself to obtain the reward that required quantity. I wonder how the others are doing except for me and 4th senior sister. However, there's a high probability that they're not as good as us. When Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan went to Inyuan Tianzong and Hans Han Heavenly Lake respectively, the people who entered with them were also in the Heavenly South Continent and Earthly North Continent, seeking their own opportunities. Some of them had perished. Some people survived and became stronger at the same time. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years passed. In the outside world, 10,000 Arts Academy, outside the formation that originally only had 1 expert left to guard, figures gathered one after another. Clearly, they were all here to watch the show. The 3 years are almost up. They're coming out. It's said that many people have died this time. That's right. Many people's soul orbs have shattered. Now, the people who had gathered here were the teachers and students of the Myriad Arts Academy. Do you think someone has entered the godly venerable realm this time? One of the legacy students suddenly looked at the person beside him, who was also from the legacy branch, and said softly. The surroundings fell silent for a moment before someone said, "If someone has entered the godly venerable realm, then there's a high chance it's the one from the inner branch." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.